afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night. Oh, this time zone stuff is really annoying because it's an hour earlier for me than we usually go. But time zones, what can you do? But welcome all, welcome all, welcome all. And hopefully today will be a little more interesting than, well, it ended quite well on Friday with all of the more personal stuff. And we might be going into the financial stuff now because they kind of did all of the murder stuff. Well, maybe we could see some of the interviews. I don't know. I haven't seen any of them online, so I don't know if they are online, but we'll see. And if it just turns out to be just as boring as the other days, we might do a switcheroo or something because uh, it was painful to go through last week, especially with a cold. But yeah, we're just here to entertain. And entertaining is Irish. Hey, Irish and reindeer. You're dropping, and you will always be on the reindeer rape replay crew, and that's fine. Thank you for stopping by and dropping a like. And Christine is here. Good morning, Christine. Good morning, genitals. And Mrs. Farrell, housewife. Please smash that like. Snow on the ground. Well, it's not that cold in Denmark yet, but it's rain. No, today has been a beautiful day. I have my laundry out to dry, so that's been a good day today. Miss Luna, good morning. Oh, Wolfram. Yeah, get comfy over next to the fireplace. You do have a trial, David. Just do as I do sometimes. Just sit there and wait for nothing and just talk for hours. No, Dave is going to cover the Armstrong bike case out of Texas, but they are at jury selection. So it'll pick up sometime this week, we hope. Good morning. Happy Monday to you too, Miami Spice. Boop, 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 boop. That's a quick one today. No, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they're going because we have everyone who was at the crime scene. We have the medical examiners have been there already talking about that. We talked a little bit about how her spending habits were with her former friends, and we're probably going to hear from Jesse's boyfriend, the one who talked about her self poisoning with the Visine. So that's going to be an interesting if he's going to be there. But other than that, what else do we need? We need maybe the police interviews, but there were 6 of those, and I haven't found any of them online. But still, they can play them. There's and then there's all the financial stuff. Hey, Rabbit, hope you're feeling better.
Hi, Rabbit.
Oh, I so want to be over this cold.
Still
I'm
hanging.
coughing. Yeah, and now it's gone in my ears, so I can't hear on my left ear.
Oh.
I'm a sad person. I know it. But at least it looks like YouTube is not acting up today, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's annoying when you want to do something and you can't do it.
Mm-hmm. That would have been fun. But whatever, for another day.
Yeah. Well, Rabbit, I had a good night's sleep today. I wasn't out of bed until 8 this morning, and then I jumped on with Lincoln Kane for an hour, and that it was a relaxed Sunday morning stream. It was really nice to get to talk to him when we were only like 3 or 4 people on the panel, so we could talk a little bit today. He's a very interesting guy, and the people who were on there today, they had some good stories to tell as well. It's nice to go and meet new people. And yeah, and I spent an hour with Shenanigram last night. Uh, I promised her I would stop by, and then we got to talking. So I didn't get to bed until 1. I should get to bed earlier. Yeah. Well, I think I got 4, so that was a great stream because my average is I think 3 a day. That's a great number of new subs.
Mhm. Yeah, he's a nice guy. I like him.
That's 0.5% increase each day.
hmm
That's a good number to hang on to. But what do you think we are gonna see in this case?
I hope we have more gossip. This is the only time that I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and that's why I think they might bring in the boyfriend.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder if they're gonna bring it. Are they gonna bring in her mom? That'll be interesting.
Yeah, yeah, Flower. Yeah.
hmm
No, we're all out of Visine, or else I wouldn't have been streaming today. Yeah, I might pick up some on Wednesday, but again, I like Dave said, I like people who joins other people who come back and watch my stuff as well. But on Wednesday, I will be interviewing Turtle Boy about the Karen Reed case. Dave had him on a couple of weeks ago, talked about his trial. I won't go into that trial as much. I really want to know about the Karen Reed part of it because he has some insights I don't have, and I know he's a controversial person to some people. So there might be, hopefully, some of my mods will be be in chat if anything goes wrong. But no, I think he has a lot of knowledge, and I have a lot of questions, and maybe he can help me with those questions because he has really dug deep into it. He has a million videos about it.
Oh yeah.
It's really interesting to meet people because again I skim the cases I go into and I listen to the trials, so I'm an expert in the trial when the trial is done, but some of those people who really dug deep before the trial is really interesting to talk to. And of course he has his side of the story and is clearly on the free Karen Reed side of it, and some people are on the other side, and there will always be stuff like that. But we see that in the Zachariah Anderson case as well, um, where a lot of people were on his side, and we just jumped into that case. We didn't really know about it, and we found out that this guy was railroaded.
Oh yeah. And this one is very interesting. So
Yeah, because yeah, I showed you my slides yesterday. I did a little prep work yesterday because my YouTube wasn't working, so I have a few things I find really suspicious, and I hope he can talk more about in Denmark we call it a person gallery, but the people who are connected to the case,
hmm
because it's a very interesting case. The way they claim the injuries happened, the way they say they found the body and stuff like that. It's just very interesting. And again, all the evidence could look somewhere in some way before trial, and then after we go to trial, maybe they can prove what they believe. That's always the big question. If and when they go to trial. But I saw a lot of news reports with people who are saying, yeah, they really need to connect some dots, and that's kind of the gist I got of it as well.
hmm
That stuff just doesn't add up. But again, maybe they can explain what doesn't add up.
Please
This is just good life advice.
don't drink icy. Yeah.
Do you know from personal experience, Wolfram, or maybe you just tested it over the weekend to see, it can't be that bad. Yeah, it's bad. No, you never know, but no, please don't do stuff like that. It's probably not a good idea. That's a reason why to put into the ice. And how has your weekend been, Jamie? Did you get everything done you needed to get done?
No, I procrastinated. So I got groceries though. I think that was the only thing that I needed to get done that I got done.
Yeah,
And only laundry and groceries. It's fine.
Yeah, I put my laundry on, so it's outside drying right now. Yeah, don't sniff Visine either. I don't think it's good in your nose. And I had planned I would take my normal nap, but because we went that hour back, so it's 2:15, not 3:15 here now. I had run out of nasal spray, so everything is. Oh, I had to run out of the house and go get some of that, and it's a hard knock life for me.
Apparently everybody took the week of Halloween off of work, so I just found out there's only 2 of us here today. So if I have to leave and come back, not leave, but like you can come back. I don't.
You just jump on and off as much as you like to, because hopefully it will be super entertaining today from court, so I don't have to talk that much.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't tell Claire I do my own laundry. I'm sorry. It's a lady who is on the panel with Lincoln Kane,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, you're not a man if you do your own laundry. You
Well,
should
what do
buy someone to do it.
I mean, come on.
You should take it home to your mom, or you should hire someone to do your laundry.
I kind of want to punch that person for that.
Hey, Irish. Yeah, is it a good idea to not do your laundry and pay someone else? That's just a way to lose money.
Well, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If you're capable of doing it yourself, do it yourself for free.
Yeah, yeah. That's how people lose money. It's yeah. I need a maid, but still, I like my money more. I'm not made of money, so I'm saving to go to the U.S. instead.
And yeah, well, I would love a maid. I would love a maid, but yeah, it's stupid when you can save money. And I'm very, very capable of cleaning my own house and doing my own stuff. So,
Yeah, but there's a lot of stupid people with a lot of stupid ideas.
I mean,
Yeah, Irish. I asked you if you were willing to be one of the big mods, so you said yes, and I just forgot all the other times. So you're one of the big boys now,
you're a big
all girls.
fool.
I shouldn't say that because Lizzo had Big Girls Tour.
No,
What the TV show?
I know. I meant it as
Yeah.
like she's a superstar now.
Yeah, yeah. It's the big bones. I have the same problem. And people who keep saying that, well, there's no fat skeletons. Well, I'm not dead yet. Good morning, Sauter. You're not a real woman if you let your man touch your washing machine, and you're not a real man if you do your own laundry. Your woman, mother, or maid should do it. Yeah, that's her idea.
Yeah, good for her.
Oh, yeah, on time.
All right, so we don't have to address it just yet then if it's not applicable. How about after Detective Cole?
It'll be Scott Craig.
Scott Craig? All right, and is he under defense subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so we will address this in between those 2 witnesses because I know all of the jurors are here and I want to get going right away, okay? And then that will give me an opportunity to review it My guess is we'll probably have a mid-morning break before Mr. Craig
Jackpot.
testifies. So, all right.
And Visine
Anything
saw.
else we need
Hey,
to
Visine
address
saw.
this morning from the state?
Today you made it on
From the
time.
defense?
Yes, Judge. I'm not sure what court document it is, but the state did file a letter with the court dated January 19th, 2023 regarding things they wanted redacted on the interviews that the detectives Cole and Hoppy and other detectives had with our client, Jessy Kurczewski. And we were going to address that today, I believe, prior to testimony.
Even his
Is
objections
this
are
the
so
witness who
boring.
will be going through that?
There is one interview that will be played with Detective Cole this morning from March of 2019.
Oh,
Is there any redactions
everyone.
that the state has done with that?
Yes, Judge, because we've never ever received a response to that communication from January, we've prepared all of our exhibits per the redactions in that letter. That's not to say that all content other than the redaction is something the state intends to play, but that is the redactions that we deem to be appropriate, and those are the ones that have been made in our completed exhibits at this point. They generally follow along two different paths, one being information in regard to the defendant's own criminal history, convictions, time in prison, felon status, and the other being the decedent's prior history, things that this court addressed last week that have been redacted out where appropriate. So the format that these interviews take now is various clips. Because I wasn't able to simply mute portions, we actually physically clipped out the pieces that we believed were not appropriate to play. Again, that was done some time ago now, and I believe at least the past 2 or 3 hearings we've had on this case, I had asked and made a record to the court that list had been provided, and asked that if there's any objections to it, those be filed. This court did agree and set a deadline on objections to that list, and nothing was ever filed. So I think that at this point, any discussion about that is untimely.
How long do you anticipate your directive, Detective Cole, and the showing of these video clips to take?
Probably, I believe that the clip is around 30 minutes, and I think that I may have 20 to 30 minutes of questions. So around an hour.
That's not too
So
bad.
I want to do this. I want to be mindful all jurors are here, and that the state is obviously going to present the evidence in the fashion that it has outlined. Before I take up cross and any requests, well, not requests, but statements from the defense related to this, I'll excuse them. But I want to get going this morning. I think that's appropriate, and especially in light of some of the procedural history as it relates to these issues. So,
Can't you just ask?
all right, so that's how we'll address that. With that, Madam Clerk, you can have the jurors brought out.
Oh, so they're going to play it and then have the objections from the defense. Why can't you just ask them now what his problem is? Or else we're going to have sidebar on sidebar on sidebar. But it seems like she wants to keep the pace up, and I really appreciate that, because this trial seems like it's going to get bogged down all the time. And that jacket went out of style 10 years ago. No, she's probably been quiet and made pancakes all weekend. And I don't like his tie today. Why is she looking at the jury like someone who's dissecting a frog?
I think it's just her face.
Yeah, don't look at the jury like. They might not like it. Hey, cool gamer, welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Today we won't kick you
Good
out
morning,
just as you
ladies and
come in.
gentlemen of the jury. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Thanks, Judge. The state calls Chris Cole.
Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Oh, there's a new clerk today.
No.
Oh, court reporter.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
It's Chris Cole, CHRS, KOHL.
Mr. Cole, are you currently employed with law enforcement in any capacity?
Yes,
And what do you do?
I'm a patrolman with the village of Eustisford in Dodge County.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience?
Yes,
Where?
I've spent most of my career with Waukesha County Sheriff,
How long did you work with them?
25 years.
Okay. Around 2018, what were your job duties with the sheriff's department here in Waukesha?
I was a detective.
Okay. Are you familiar with someone named Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes,
Do you see her in the courtroom?
Yeah, all you mean
Could you
people.
please
I
identify
like
by
her.
where she's seated?
she's sitting at the
Because
defense table.
It was Halloween. It was fitting to have her in the courtroom.
Now, did you become involved in an investigation that involved Miss Kurczewski?
Yes,
And was that around October of 2018?
it was January of 19.
Okay, can you tell the jury how you got involved in that case?
I was contacted by the medical examiner's office, reference toxicology report that they had received, reference to the death of Lynn Hernan, which had occurred in October of 2018.
Got it. After that point in time, were you part of the team that investigated the death of Lynn Hernan?
Yes,
Hey,
Is
Rossman.
it fair to say that after January of 2019, the investigation changed from what it was in October?
yes.
Why?
The toxicology report received by the medical examiner's office showed a substance in Miss Hernan. It's believed to be, and excuse me if I mispronounce this, tetrahydrogenine.
Okay.
It's the active ingredient in Visine or eye drops,
Okay.
which is a poison to the human body.
Well,
From that time forward, would it be fair to say that the investigation had,
Did you have something you wanted
No.
to say? You know, if you're going to say something, I'm going to stop because else I'm going to miss it.
no, I was just, I don't know, the way he said that.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the brightest bulb.
I was just reacting. Sometimes I just do that, and it doesn't mean I really want to talk. I just am reacting, so it's fine.
a lot of officers working on it?
Yes,
Were some of those officers working on a financial aspect of the case?
yes,
Okay. Was that you necessarily?
no,
Okay. Was at this point in time, was the investigation a homicide investigation?
it was a death investigation when I started it.
Eventually, did you gather evidence for this death investigation?
Yes,
Did that even include getting some records from a probate case?
Judge, I'm object to leading.
This background at this point?
Yes.
All right, overruled.
Did you even get some things from a probate case?
yes,
Okay. So I want to ask you some specific questions about the discussions. Did you speak with Ms. Kurczewski in regard to this death investigation?
Yes,
And was the first time in March?
I believe so.
Okay. And that would be of 2019. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember why or how you came to be in an interview with Ms. Kurczewski at that time?
She contacted our office looking for an update on the death investigation.
Did that prompt you to make contact with her?
Yes, I don't recall if I believe she contacted dispatch and then I called her back.
Now,
Yeah,
before
something's
that
off with
time,
this
had
guy.
you ever spoken with Ms. Kurczewski before?
No,
Did you know her in any way prior to this event?
no,
Okay. So throughout your time working on this case, would it be fair to say that was several years?
yes,
During that time, did you have occasion to hear Ms. Kurczewski's voice on many occasions?
yes,
Do you think that you can identify her voice at this point?
yes.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is I'd like Ms. DeValcanier, if you could please
I just forgot Brooks in the
queue
other
up
room.
Exhibit 60. Detective Cole, do you know whether that call to dispatch from Ms. Kurczewski was recorded?
Almost all calls to dispatch are recorded.
Okay. Have you even heard the call that is relevant to this case before?
Yes,
Okay. In that call, were you able to identify the callers, who the caller was,
yes,
and who was it?
it's Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Did the recording that you heard seem to be a fair and accurate copy of that call from dispatch?
Yes,
I'd move Exhibit 60 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 60 is received, permission to publish is granted.
And Detective Cole, would that call to dispatch have any video with it?
no,
Okay, so it's just audio?
yes,
Okay. And I believe we
Yeah,
tested
it's,
the
the
audio
witch is
system out this
off
morning,
because,
Judge, so I
it's
think that this
Halloween.
should work. It's about 5.5 minutes long, and I would just ask Ms. DeValcanier to play.
Before she plays, I'd like to read to the jury instruction 158. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully, some parts may be hard to understand. Go ahead.
Block County Communications, it's Block County Communications, it's Jeff.
Yes, I'm calling. I'm trying to find out some information, and I don't have a case number or who is working on it.
Okay.
I have a last name and the person who it is on, and basically I'm just trying to find out some information. But I
Okay.
don't know who it's supposed to look like.
All right. Do you remember where the incident happened?
It happened in Pewaukee. What it was is the medical examiner is the one who gave me the number for you guys.
Okay. What kind of information are you looking for?
I'm trying to figure out who's working on her case.
Okay. What kind of case?
I don't know. The medical examiner just gave me this phone number and said it was referred to you guys.
Okay. So is it reference to death then if you were talking to the medical examiner? Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the subject's last name?
Hernan, and the first name is Lynn.
Okay. Lynn?
Correct.
Any idea when it happened?
She passed away October 3rd of last year.
Okay.
But I don't know when it was referred to you guys, or I don't know anything about that. basically, I've been checking with the medical examiner because we're trying to figure out she was in the hospital before she passed. This was something the hospital should have caught or whatnot, what's going on. And it's the medical examiner hasn't had any information in months. And then she just said now that it was referred to your department.
Okay. Now, which department? We dispatched for 20 different police agencies.
She said the sheriff's department in Waukesha.
Okay. I am not finding anything with that last name, but they don't always put the name in the call for a decedent. Let's see. You don't know the address where it happened or anything like that?
Her address is N16W26543, and it's Meadowgrass Circle.
Okay. What's the phone number I can have a deputy call you at?
414-514-1039.
Okay. Do you know what unit number she was in?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, unit for her apartment, you mean?
Yes.
Unit A. I'm sorry, I didn't even think you meant the address.
That's okay. All right. All right, hang on 1 second. Okay. And your last name?
Kurczewski.
And your first name?
Jessy, Jessy.
Okay, is that short for anything?
Nope.
Your middle initial?
R.
And just for our records, your date of birth.
2/18/1984.
84.
All right, Jessy.
I don't want to
will
toot
have a
my own
deputy
horn,
give
but
you a
she's
call,
7
okay?
years younger than me, and I
Thank you
look
so
better.
much.
You're welcome.
He's
All right,
younger
bye.
All
than me.
right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but you look better than any 22-year-old.
Oh, thanks.
Detective Cole, after that call was made, did you meet with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes,
Where was that meeting?
at the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Who
was
it's good
there?
thing Sal isn't here.
Myself,
He would be calling that
Detective
number
Hoppy.
right now.
Jessy and her mother, Jennifer.
It is funny when they do that.
Yeah, but it's because
Do you know whether
it's
that meeting
probably
was recorded?
discontinued.
It was.
Mhm.
Have you seen that recording?
Yes.
Do you know if it fairly and accurately captured the conversation that you had that day?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the recording in its entirety?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there are parts of it that aren't really relevant for why we're here today?
Yes.
And have you also seen a version of that interview that is clips instead of a full length?
No.
Okay. But you know that there are pieces that aren't really relevant for what is happening here.
Judge,
Yes.
Jack Dane, based upon what he thinks is relevant.
I'm gonna ask for a sidebar.
Overruled, he may answer.
You know that there are pieces of that interview that have been taken out and that the jury's not going to see those. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Judge, I move Exhibit 55 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 55 is received. Permission to publish.
Hey, Steph. Welcome,
Granted.
welcome. You came in. This is the officer who
And if we can please go to slide 1.
they're gonna put in
Now-
the
Oh,
interviews
sorry,
with her.
slide 2. Detective, at the top of the video screen, is there actually a date and time stamp that the video put on this video?
Yes,
And what's that date?
it's March 6th, 2019, just before 10 a.m.
Okay. Does this look like the beginning of that interview that you had in this case?
It is.
Okay. And then for the record, the timestamp for this clip is in the lower left of the exhibit, and the time is associating with the clock running at the top of the video.
Before you play that, I want to read instruction 158. Again, this time for audio and video recordings. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear and view an audiovisual recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully. Some parts may be hard to understand.
Thank you, Judge Doro.
Always. I can see the numbers has grown a little bit right now, so it was just to give everyone a little update so they know what it's about. Um,
Aaron, this is Jessy and her mother. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Jenny, right?
Hi, Jenny.
You have a seat right there. We're going to grab it. We'll grab you another chair.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Aaron.
Aaron, okay.
Nice to meet you.
You as well.
So it's her and her mom.
Yeah, she was a good friend with Lynn, so she kind of
Yeah.
wanted to know what's going on.
she's the one in the black, and the mom is the one in camo. She's probably been deer hunting.
Theoretically, I am assigned to this case.
Okay.
But we got a new boss here a little bit ago and kind of changed protocols on us.
Okay.
Because back in the day, I've been doing this a long time.
Sure.
We didn't look at this stuff. Yeah, me kind of called out and said, you're all good. And now has us investigate it, like on a back burner.
Sure.
So when you called, yeah, I knew the name and I had glanced over it. But I'm waiting for the ME to call me and say, hey, we're all done, death certificate signed, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, okay.
So I was a little surprised when you sent the phone. You had concerns about the hospital.
When I talked to the medical examiner last,
Uh,
well, I talked to him numerous times. The first couple times, they said there was a few issues as far as health-wise. She had like 5 things.
mhm,
Then they said they were waiting on toxicology.
mhm.
And then they said they sent out second samples or tissue, something, and then they stopped saying anything. And they said I had to contact you guys.
And that's when I got the
So-
boss.
Okay. And I'm going, I just want to know, like, because they kind of like weren't sure. We didn't know if it was a suicide or if it was something medical. She was in the hospital shortly before. She's been sick for years. We really weren't sure, if this is something, because the doctors could never figure out what was going on.
Mhm.
So it was frustrating, and she had literally
I don't think
like
I ever
10
seen
boxes
Flynn
of
sheets.
medical documents.
Oh my God.
And, we just didn't know.
I'm gonna
And
boost it.
I mean, I know what state she was in and where she was at, but I didn't. It's kind of frustrating because I was there all the time taking care of her. I'm the one who took her to the doctor. I'm the one who did everything. So the not knowing, and I wasn't there with her.
There is a medical
So
issue.
it bothers me because I go, could
5
I have
years
been there?
worth.
Could I have helped? Could I have done something? That's my hardest part.
Mhm.
I've never found anybody before, and it's not something I ever want to do again. So,
The medical examiner, they're very thorough.
Yeah.
I barely graduated high school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're super smart. When they talk to me sometimes, I'm like, hey,
well,
you got to figure it out a little
well,
bit.
that's when they were talking to me. I'm going, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I don't understand. So
So at this point, I mean, they're waiting for their.
Yeah, to me, this seems like she really wanted to either know what happened, or she really wanted her to be in the ground as fast as possible so she can get the inheritance going. I don't know how the rules are in the US, but here in Denmark, you have to have them declared dead and make sure nothing seems out of the ordinary, and then you go to court to to make sure that everything is legally okay, and that could take a lot of time. So I don't know if it's because they can't fill out the legal paper to inherit. They wanted to sell her apartment and stuff like that. So I don't know what's it's why, but again, she seems like she's really interested.
Yeah, I mean, that's all
Well,
I got of it really is
yeah,
maybe they're trying to get all our affairs in order and they have to wait. I
yeah,
mean, how
because
long between this happening and this, where
yeah,
they're waiting still, you know what I mean?
yeah, and that's why I really don't get, because they believed it to be an apparent suicide. And hey, Bobby, yeah,
How
you need the death certificate, but again, they believed it to be an apparent suicide. It wasn't until they were contacted, they did the test for the tetrahydrothadic, whatever it is.
THZ, that's what I just call it.
Yeah, not the fun stuff.
No.
But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's missing in this picture?
A lawyer.
Anyone? Can anyone guess what's missing in the picture? You're talking to the nice guy they had a reshuffle there, so he just had to talk to her.
Yeah.
So it's their boss. You know how bosses are. But what isn't present in this picture? Not a gun. We're not lacking a gun. That's not a gun. Come on, everyone. This is not a female officer. I don't think they need a pat down.
You're not going to get a straight answer out of these people.
Well, I take a gay answer if it takes that.
A gun, a ham sandwich, a female officer, a donut. I mean,
Exactly. Daryl Brooks isn't in the room. Her legal representation is missing. Thank you, Irish. And of course, yes, my drawing is missing on the wall. We can fix that.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
They're secondary, they call them confirming tests. But there doesn't appear, there's no trauma to the body, nothing like that. She had medical issues, which I think is pretty well documented with her medical record.
Well, I want to know, that's what I want to know, if it's in her head.
What?
If this has been 5 years worth in her head.
It's frustrating because the doctors
What's that
could never
voice?
find anything.
That's a 3-pack of
And, I mean, they
voice.
found little things, but not.
She just kept
She
doing
wasn't
repeat
eating
checks.
for
Years.
3 months. I mean, she'd have a bowl of soup once a week.
Yeah.
And she had such stomach issues, and she was just frustrated. And finally, the last time we went in, which was 4 days before she passed, that she got out. She was in for 2 weeks. And
where'd she go? Waukesha?
Pro Healthcare, Waukesha.
Waukesha Memorial, right just up the road? The hospital right up the road.
Was she in the clinic or the hospital?
No, she was admitted.
That's
to
why
ER, and then
through a
they-
criminal.
But it was Pro Healthcare. It was right here.
Same.
Oh, I thought it was Waukesha. She was in.
This is Waukesha.
Yeah, Pro Healthcare is WMH.
Yeah, I know actually it's close to here because there was like the same exit. So,
And you said in the lobby that you and Miss Hernan were friends?
Yeah, she's my best friend.
How long have you known her?
High
School together or something?
No.
we lived in the same apartment.
Okay.
So she was like an aunt, a second mom to me. She didn't have kids.
So you've known her your whole life? And that's why you were helping her out?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah.
Well, we're
She-
power of attorney and all, everything.
She switched her medical like the last 6 months. My mom was in charge of everything. And she switched it because with her working and her hours, it was hard for her to get hold of her.
Mm-hmm.
So my hours were different and I could help her. So she basically, I mean, towards the end, I was taking her to doctor appointments, picking up her prescriptions, doing everything. And at the last, she was supposed to get in-home health.
Brandon, never go to Taco Bell for breakfast. lunch, or dinner. But
So,
welcome.
morning, Brandon.
You didn't notice the second one? That's the one with the voice of a female bodybuilder.
Voice of an angel. What are you talking about?
Exactly, a female bodybuilder. And yeah, there is a head down at the bottom. I can't show it because I don't draw right now. But yeah, and oh my God, a voice. That's Jack Daniels and Newports.
Jack Daniels and Newports. Hmm.
Care from the hospital. That was the only way they were going to release her because they wanted her to go.
Just gotta blow my nose again.
And she refused.
Okay. Was that coming then, home health care? Because
Yeah.
the report says you were the caregiver.
Yeah.
Um,
No, home health care, they called, they were supposed to come that Tuesday or Monday. And I don't remember if it was Tuesday or Monday. But they were supposed to come. She pushed them back to Friday. And they actually called because they kept calling. And I finally answered the phone and said she's no longer, because they were trying to come out. That was her condition upon her release. Was they wanted to make sure somebody was there with her. I was there with her. But they also, she had to have in-home health care.
When you say you were given care and there's different levels of care.
I wasn't an RN by any.
That's what I was going to ask you about training. You weren't,
She used to be.
you weren't
she
given
actually,
injections?
No.
You
I
do
basically
administrative?
would help her to the bathroom, do any errands she needed, make any if she needed. I mean, she never
Clean her up when she needed to be cleaned up.
She right before the hospital, she had a few accidents, on the way to the bathroom, stuff like that. So I helped her around the house, but I didn't. She used to be an RN, and she was to the point where, because she knew Lynn did not want to go, she was debating and quitting her job to actually physically take care of her.
How long were you taking care of her?
It was just shortly, I would say. A little bit before she went into the hospital. I mean, I was out there pretty much every other day, but I wasn't like
That
staying.
was like doing her shopping.
Yeah, I would say a few months, but then like towards the end, I was back and forth twice a day.
Okay, so for the last, let's see,
I'd say 6 months.
last 6 months?
Yeah,
You're out there every couple of days?
yeah,
Then the last few weeks, you're out there
pretty much
often,
daily. Yeah, once, twice a day.
And you're helping her. Are you
Yeah.
administering the medication at all?
No,
She's taking care of her own pills? But you're picking them up from the
Yeah.
pharmacy? Which pharmacy were you going to?
Walgreens. It's right off of her main road. I'm not a Waukesha person, but it's the closest Walgreens to her.
In Pewaukee?
Yeah. Yeah, they knew me very well. They knew her very well as well, but.
And what, did she have like express pay set up, or did you pay cash?
No,
or
we used her card.
used your card?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was she paying you to do this, or just a friend?
Yeah. No, well, I mean.
I have a
she's
friend
not
and
one.
friend, but
Yeah.
again, my father got real sick last year and passed away. And so I know where this stuff goes, and I was going there all the time. He knows, and it's real hard. And one of my coworkers said, well, you should be paying yourself to take care of your parents. I'm like, well, I can't take the kids.
No,
It's money.
she always, would offer here and there, and but it's hard too because when somebody she had no family, she had nobody.
I get you.
It was us, so it's just it's hard.
So when you bought groceries and stuff, you were just using her credit card?
I mean, sometimes obviously that was coming from my house.
Where was she on disability then, or
she was on Social Security or just one of them. Medicare, I got the form at the end of the year, but I don't know if it was Social Security or disability. It was one of them.
Okay.
I think it might have just been Social Security.
Okay.
But she's been on that for 5 years.
It's based on what I've read in our files, been our contacts with her over the years. She was like a hairdresser in a salon or something.
Yep.
She made a lot of money doing that, or? She doesn't really have any family.
No.
Based on what I can tell.
Yeah.
She has one distant cousin.
She had her parents passed away about
Her dad passed away a couple
3
of
and 5
years,
years
and then
ago.
her mom passed away,
Yeah.
and she passed away. I think it was like a year, 2 years late. Was it 2? I don't know.
I think about 2 years later.
Because I helped her move her
Okay.
sell her mom's house, and
Yeah, well, she doesn't have any family.
so.
I mean, well, she did. Her aunt, but she passed away too a year ago. They were all from Madison. That's where she was originally from. So
Because we couldn't really find anyone local.
I guess the medical examiner said there was a cousin or somebody
As I said,
called.
It's
But-
great aunts, so it's
Okay.
distant
I-
second cousin. So.
I didn't know of them, so.
Okay. And you had power of attorney medically?
Yeah.
Did you have financial power of attorney?
No.
No.
No, yes, if need be, I think so. Or you did. I don't remember. I know I still have all the forms at home, so.
Okay. And what happened to her apartment and stuff?
We did an estate sale, me and Anthony, the other, family friend, just like us. His mom
Condos
was
were
her
up
good
to
friend.
two of these two,
The
the two younger ones.
but we emptied out.
Was Anthony your brother or cousin? Or?
No,
Another
it's
family friend.
it's just like her. It was somebody she went to high school with.
She's
Her
got
good
another
friend.
good friend, Crean, who I
And
know
their child.
files their son. So these two are,
So we
she's got the house up
Yeah.
there and it's sold, so now.
Do you know
there's-
Kareem's last name? Do you have a number for her?
I can't think of her last name offhand.
While you're looking for it, we just get some basic information because we kind of jumped the gun here.
Yeah.
It's Jessy,
Correct.
middle initial,
R
and your last name.
KURCZEWSKI.
Thank you for spelling it for me without me asking.
No problem.
Your date of birth,
2/18/84.
address.
10562 West Cortez Circle, apartment 26, Franklin, Wisconsin, 53132.
Hold on.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
pretty dog fast. I can't. What's the zip?
53132.
53132.
Correct.
And your phone.
414
Uh-huh.
514 1039.
And you work somewhere?
Yes.
Or what's that?
Well, actually, no, sorry. I'm not there anymore. Smiles for Miles is my last position.
But you're unemployed now?
Yes.
Okay. And Kareem?
I can't think of her last name offhand. Oops, I'm calling her. It's 414
Uh-huh.
916 1010.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of her last name.
No, I can't.
But she did with friends like you a long time. Do you meet in the apartments or
No.
No, she went
just
to.
knows.
she just knows her?
She went. No, stop. She went to beauty school with her,
Okay.
and then her son is Anthony.
And why would she give the stuff to Anthony? Just because she needed somewhere to put her stuff, or?
She was gonna leave everything to me, but she figured that, okay, if I died first,
Uh-huh.
then who's gonna get it? So she left it to the two younger ones.
What happened, David? Jamie.
I was just like, Irish and Bobby are just making me laugh.
Okay.
And Janice. I mean,
Yeah. If you want a link so you can hang out with the cool people, the mom she's a mix between a Jack Daniels commercial and the Marlboro Man. Just I'll send you a link if you're bored. Yeah, they distorted. It's to hide her voice.
Once that she knows.
Okay. Do you know him at all or no?
We know each other, but not well.
His name was Anthony. Is
Yes.
there a number for him?
We know each other more so
I know Korean and I know
From-
Anthony, too.
Okay.
from all this. I mean, we've all kind of intertwined. His is.
Let me ask you this: when you're looking again, how are you doing? Because you seem a little upset on the phone.
It's just frustrating the not knowing. That's what bothers me the most. Because I feel like had I have been there, could I have done something? That's what I really, and it's just, Kareem calls me every week or so checking in. I spent 3-4 months cleaning up her condo, getting rid of things, and that was hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it's frustrating because I feel like she was so close to us, and I feel like, if she would have just reached out maybe a little bit more, or
No, she did. You just didn't know what was wrong with her.
I mean,
I said, I didn't know if it's in her
feel free to
head.
chime in here, but you're taking her to the doctor. She was in the hospital 2 weeks prior to her passing. I mean, it's not like
You're talking, this is calls like throughout the night, during the day, it's all the time.
Yeah.
And this has been going on for
she,
years.
before the
Probably
hospital,
like
she
5 years.
fell 3 times. Me and her neighbor tried to pick her up, which She was very heavy.
She's very tall.
Hey, Food
She
Fairy.
gained a lot of weight with her stomach issues, and I mean, we literally were fighting with her on the floor trying to get her.
Yeah, she's
And her
very
neighbor's probably 10 years older than her.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, her neighbor was just shocked because she was so sick, and she sat there for probably 2-3 weeks before we got her to go into the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just frustrating because it's like, you need help. And she was frustrated because she kept going in. I mean, she ambulance.
She'd go in, but then she'd turn around and leave.
Well, that's.
Does she have some psychological things going on?
Yeah.
I've never met her.
He is one of the funniest guys. I watch him every Sunday when he releases his new videos. It's a great channel. It's a competitive eater who goes around doing all kinds of food challenges.
Oh.
Yesterday it was a breakfast platter in Maine, I believe. Last week it was, I don't know, but he eats those, absurd amounts of food. And he's a really cool guy. He's from Britain.
I'll have to look
He's
at
from
it.
Leeds.
I looked into her records, which I don't know if you have access to, but
The hospital
yeah.
has a lot of notes on her. She would go in and they would release her right away.
I don't think they know what to do.
I don't know exactly what they would say, and half of what she said you couldn't believe, because she told the doctor, "I'm fine, I'm eating," and I told her and say, "No, she's not." I mean, so it's hard. But she said that they all thought she was psychotic, and all these things listed on her medical records. That she saw a psychiatrist, she didn't. So I don't know if it was what she was saying or what they really thought. I don't know. That's what was frustrating, is because she would tell you one thing, but it'd be different. So
It'd be different when you talk to the doctor.
Don't do that.
Anthony's is 414 916 1026.
And you know his last name either.
I do know both of them. They're the same. You know what? I can find out.
Why?
Give me one second.
When you said stomach issues, did she have diarrhea or is she throwing up?
Both. But she saw a what is
Don't do this today.
stomach?
She's at gastrointestinal.
She saw somebody
check
probably
everything out.
3-4 years back, and ever since then they prescribed a ton of medications,
No.
changed her diet, and she never was the same after that.
Based on your observations, was she taking her medication properly? Because they find her.
Yeah.
Obviously, you found her. There's everywhere.
Pills everywhere.
No, the hospital, when she was there and they noticed, they put an actual camera in her room. She had me go to Walgreens and get her prescriptions because they weren't giving her regular meds. She pulled off all her stuff. I went in one day and I'm like, why is there a camera in here?
Yeah, I know.
And
It's
they said, well, we're having
it's the
some
feed
problems.
from.
She
Lauren
was
and
never
Tony.
good with her medication. She was really big on her Xanax, was her big one. She never took it. She always was taking more of it than what she
The
needed.
doctors wanted to cancel her on
Yeah, when she was in, they took her off of it.
these items that she would have already purchased when the doctor was giving them to her, so she'd stockpile on stuff.
Did she have doctor shop? They call it doctor shop. We have multiple doctors prescribing the same stuff.
I don't know.
No, she didn't.
Should do that.
Because as a matter of fact, the doctor she had
Took her
took her off stuff and then said, I want you to see another doctor because I cannot prescribe these things for you anymore.
That
So-
fraud.
Because people abuse Xanax.
I knew
That's
I
mom and son.
they're both the same.
Are they local? I assume they're local for
They live in Big Bend, I think.
Okay. So they're in the metro area.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we could please go to slide 3.
Erin, this is Jessy and her mother. I'm sorry. Sick.
Towards the end, she really wasn't. I would say probably the last 2 weeks. Not that I know of, was she? Prior to that, yeah.
You're there twice a day and someone's hitting.
Should I know what Sandy bars are?
That's Xanax.
Oh,
I believe. Yeah, right?
Well, I know nothing.
Well, I think that's what people call them.
Well, people are trick-or-treating in a fun way at Brandon's house then.
Did you know it? I mean, you're taking the trash out.
No, she had 3 bottles when she passed away still. So as far as I know, no.
Okay.
Before that,
Because she was hospitalized for like 2 weeks, and then she's out for like 4 days.
4 days. Yeah.
And then she passes.
Yeah.
So,
As far as I know, she was just drinking.
and historically, based on my hospital experiences, they don't let you drink in the hospital.
No.
But she drank in the morning too. She
Yeah.
drank whenever. I mean, prior to her being sick, the last couple of weeks where she wasn't drinking anything, because she couldn't eat, she couldn't get anything down.
Do you know why she's gaining weight if she's not eating?
Exactly.
We couldn't figure it out.
Is it water weight or
She
something?
was. I know when she first went in, she was very bloated.
Because I can tell you why I got it.
Well, she's a good eater. I mean,
she was
she loved to
very-
cook, but she was not eating.
Sure.
But when
She
she
hasn't been for years.
when she went in the last time though, they kept feeling her stomach because they said the same thing. And they took x-rays and they just said she was extremely bloated, but they don't know from what.
Okay.
Because they would actually push on and she was in excruciating pain.
The medical examiner gets access to all the medical records by statute. So, I mean, and again, I don't tell them, doctors, but you know, they tell me what happened.
Yeah.
Were you going there to see her at all, or not?
No, I hadn't been out there in a while to see her.
When was the last time you saw her, do you think?
I don't know.
I'd say maybe 2 months before.
2 months prior to her death?
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you.
At least prior to her hospital stay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the only people that she really saw in the last month was me and the neighbor. The neighbor went to the hospital.
She didn't want nobody. She never wanted anybody out.
I
If
don't-
somebody said they were coming out, other than
Appropriate.
her or I, she would tell them,
Don't come.
no,
Is it June or Judy?
next door.
Yeah. Jean, sorry, I'm wrong. I don't know her last name, but I do.
I think it's in the report.
Yeah.
Because she was there, they talked to her that day. Jean Tennell?
Yeah.
And she was right next door?
Yeah, she lives right next door. Yeah, because she helped me and pick her up, I think 2 days.
Do you have a number for Jean?
Yeah.
I mean, we have one, but I want to make sure sometimes
No, that's right.
there's nothing more frustrating. Our deputies sometimes get a little easy when it gets to phone numbers.
262
Uh-huh.
893 3483.
Was she helping her out too besides you, or mostly just you?
She would help a little if I wasn't there. Lynn would call her, like, she called quite a few times if she needed something or she fell, and if I couldn't get there quick enough, she would try calling her.
Mm-hmm.
So she would help, or if I knew I was going to be gone, you know, and I knew she was having a bad day, I'd say, you know, can you check in on her or stuff like that. So, and I know she came and visited her once or twice in the hospital too.
Okay. Any other neighbors that she?
Hey, Fed.
No.
I mean, they all knew her, but she wasn't really close with a lot. She did have one guy friend that lived further over that would stop every so often, but he didn't even. She pretty much blew everybody off possible at the end. A lot of people were upset because they call and they say, "Oh, I'm stopping over," and she said, "No, I don't want to see anybody." Or when she was in the hospital, I said, "Do you want me to call anybody?" "No, I don't want to." She just.
Sometimes you don't feeling well, you don't want to see no one. You know.
She
had paranoia. She'd never leave her house. That's why she'd do her shopping. Even if she could shop, she wouldn't.
She just
She got
wasn't.
those certain times.
She was a very, like, 5 years before this, from when I was little to 5 years ago, she was a completely different person. Fun of the party, knew everybody, would bring hors d'oeuvres to the pool for everybody. I mean, she was just a completely different person.
Mm-hmm.
And after her parents died and she got sick, she kind of just withdrew from everybody and everything. She didn't.
If we could please go to the next slide.
Sick. Can I get your name? Is it Jenny or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
And on the show?
M.
Last name?
Flower.
Date of birth?
12/26/1963.
Address?
Same as
The Cortez?
Yep.
You have a cell phone?
414-460-5792.
Anything else you want to tell me that you think's important? Even a small detail.
No, there's nothing I can.
I mean, the crime scene pictures, and I reviewed them before you came here. obviously, it looks like she was trying to force down medication. The doctor will tell me if that's true or not.
Do I think it's a suicide? Yeah. I think
because of her psychological issues.
Yeah, and I think when she went in the hospital, that was it for her. That was the last straw. If they couldn't find nothing, she was going to tell them whatever she wanted to get out of there. And I told her that. I said she just wants to come home because she's going to do herself in.
She was just she was just tired of being sick. And she was frustrated because she wasn't getting the answers. I do know when she first went in, they said she had liver, kidney. She thought she was going to have to go on dialysis. Within a day that improved, they said no. Then after her being there 5 days, they said she has C. diff. She was so excited thinking that was like all her problems. And then she realized that wasn't, they made her, I think, with what they told her and what she believed, she got excited thinking they finally figured out what's wrong.
She actually thought, she even had her water checked in her house when she bought the condo, the upstairs.
She had them check for mold. She had a lot.
Yeah, I mean, she
thought
like
the apartment herself was making her sick, or the condo.
How long did she live there?
I think it was 4 years since her parents.
4 years.
I thought it was like 3, but
well, it's either 3 or 4.
How about 3 to 4? There we go.
I know I got the paperwork. Is
there an
She was from
attorney
63 or 66.
Lisa
The mother.
Martinson?
63.
And the next
She's
slide,
6
please.
years older than my brother.
Can I get your name?
She's
And
she's
two
a year
friends,
younger than
and
my
they had said things they wanted. And those were the 2 people she said I do not want them in my house.
He's in way
She
better
asked,
shape than she is.
Who's that?
What's Green Cutter's name?
Brandon, because she might have liked to partake in a little bit of the drinky poo. So all of her diseases might also be because her body was shutting down. Again, we won't hear about it because it's prior convictions, but she did spend time in a state facility because of a DUI and other stuff. And by state facility, I mean prison. So that could be the reason. And the money she used to buy it, I think she inherited and then hid most of it. But she had a little drinky poo problem.
Yeah, she inherited like $250K from her mom when her mom passed away.
Yeah. My only drinking problem is I have 2 hands and 1 mouth. Oh yeah, and she was a pill goblin as well. She had all the pills.
Oh yeah. I know. I feel like that too, Brandon, because it's like they want to rip apart the defendant's character, but I feel like some of that stuff should come into play, especially when it pertains to showing that she had a drinking problem and she took pills. Like they should be allowed to talk about her having a DUI.
Yeah, and but they won't. They talked about they couldn't bring in some of the stuff from the defendant as well because she has 3 prior convictions for fraud, I believe, amongst other things. She's barred for from casinos and stuff like that. So both of them were not good for each other, I believe. But yeah, I feel like sometimes prior bad acts are kept out. And again, as long as it has something, if she had a conviction for beating someone, that's fine. Keep it out of here. It has absolutely nothing to do with the trial. But the defense claims that she poured Visine into vodka and drank the Visine with vodka. I can't say Vis. So that should be allowed in. Yeah, everything is shutting down. We heard about her medical problems. Everything is wrong with her. Her liver was gone. Her kidneys were gone. She was in palliative care. So she was on death's doorstep. They just allegedly helped her take the final step.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think it should be like maybe the DUI should come in as like just to really like kind of like glaze over it, but like let it be known. I don't know. Because I think in some of the testimony I had heard, they were talking about how, she doesn't drink, you know, and it was like, okay, well, if she's got a conviction, then yeah, she drinks.
Yeah, and her former boyfriend said when they used to hang out, they partied, but he stopped drinking when they stopped being together. But we never heard if she stopped drinking.
Yeah,
And
well,
if
they allude to that she wasn't drinking. I'm like, well, that's not really true.
and again, if I hypothetically and in Flux's Minecraft were to help her get her angel wings, I would just have used all of those pills that were standing on the bottle on the table, crush it up, put it in her drinks. That would be way easier than putting Visine into her, because your body will try to get the Visine out of you.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I'm not a criminal.
Me neither.
Everything about your comment.
It's Kareen's brother and then Jim, her ex-boyfriend. And they both wanted the same things, and they were the things worth of some value.
What did they want?
She had a very expensive bracelet that she bought about a year before she died. It was a men's Myrna link bracelet, and that was the first thing they both asked for. It was I've never seen
One
people
wanted it
so
because the other one
sick
knew.
over. I mean, I was like disgusted over what, you know, they didn't say how did she die, how, you know, when's the funeral, they didn't ask any of that. They asked when can I come to her house, or who's getting the bracelet. I want the bracelet. I mean, actually, Jim set his mom up to ask for the bracelet too, so that was 3 people, and she would never. I mean, it was sick.
How long was Jim the ex-boyfriend?
Over 30 years.
They were dated 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Not that long ago, but
Yeah, it was.
I don't think it was. No,
They lived at the apartments. That's when I met her. And they
I
broke
think
up.
maybe 20 years ago.
Oh.
She did a lot for him, a lot.
And that's hanging out in 20 years.
Well, he's got a girlfriend too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Danny.
okay, because he broke up 20 years ago. Right?
It's a weird.
Well,
She
sorry.
wanted
Yeah, well, maybe they tried that because she was in and out of hospital all the time, and she brought medication into the hospital to the old bird, as you call her. I think that's an appropriate word to talk about her. But yeah, she was, as someone called her, a pill goblin, because she apparently were allergic to a lot of her medication, but still took it after. So, but I think if you crossed up a bottle of, she had some of the good stuff. Let's just say it would be a nice weekend in Tijuana if you had those bottles. You'll probably help her go.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hey Jude.
Yeah, maybe it's because they knew she was smelling the dirt from her feet. They had bought a coffin for her.
Yeah.
Hello, Jude. Thank you so much for liking and sharing.
Basically, I mean, how long have they been dealing with this? I mean, you do get to the point where you just, I don't know, you come to terms with it.
Yeah, especially because her health were deteriorating fast, and she became a recluse the last couple of months.
I'm in cahoots with that guy right now. I've had some conversations with him.
Yeah.
I'm also aware of the fact that she has given him money for down payment on his house and only paid him back like $300.
How much did she give him?
a lot.
When you say a lot, you have documents?
Yeah.
And he knows we know. Because those are my exact words to him.
He actually also has very good friends who work for this office.
Was he?
Yeah. His wife's a court reporter for Waukesha too. Girlfriend.
Oh, his wife's
Please.
girlfriend. His girlfriend is a court reporter in Waukesha.
Person.
Well,
he
whoever
created a lot
stuff
of.
to is really not his.
He created a lot of.
His name isn't on anything, so why should he? It's not his business.
He was very determined to be in her house and get certain things. She had strict who gets what. We abided by it. But he.
Did he get anything?
Yeah, he did. He got way more than what. Because I didn't have a problem with giving away her.
Who was this? Her boyfriend? That boyfriend?
The former boyfriend's new girlfriend was a court reporter, allegedly.
But they're talking about the boyfriend guy, right?
Yeah, the
Was that-
guy we saw on Friday.
Yeah. Also, like that friend of hers testified to, I meant to bring this up, now it made me think of it, but we didn't talk about it. Like how she was actually bagging things up for certain people and things like that too. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, to me too, like if she was so dead set on getting all this money and money hungry, wouldn't you think she would keep everything for herself and just be like, you know?
Well, she kept the expensive stuff, the jewelry.
Well, the one lady said she gave her some stuff, and then they kind of like let them come in and get the things that they wanted. And her shoes, I mean, I don't know why anybody would want somebody else's shoes, but I mean, I don't know. I would think that you would want to be taking everything you possibly could and selling it to make some money. But I don't know. I just thought that was a little point that I was like, well, that struck me, because I was like, because I've dealt with people that have had, you know, family members die, and they're just greedy.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a friend whose dad died, and he was an alcoholic. And in Denmark, you pay an amount for the bottles if you buy them at the store. So when you return them, you get the money back. So we don't just chuck it out in nature. And she stole his empty bottles. It was his aunt. So they, because his older brother had been at the house 2 days before the dad died, and he hadn't been anywhere. And the only one else who's been at the house after he died was this aunt. She stole the empty bottles. It was just, how low can you go?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you have an itemized list that you gave me? I'll give you a card as my email. You want to email me?
I also have her itemized list too.
Will you email me that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been
Yeah.
an issue. We don't have any conversations with him anymore, but at the beginning he was a problem.
Did you have contact with her toward the end?
No.
He tried, when she was in the hospital, he tried,
he called when she was in the hospital.
Yeah, he called.
He was mad that he wasn't informed.
He had a
and I
birthday
said,
gift to drop off for her, and I said, well, she's in the hospital right now, and her birthday was in June, so why are you calling now? And she said, do not tell him I don't want him here. I don't want to see him.
She didn't like the way she looked, so she didn't want people around because she always was done up.
Oh, so good, and she's she looks a lot at the end. You never look so good when you're dead.
No, and the brother is Kareem's brother. I can't think of his name offhand.
Let me think of it. Send me an email.
Yeah. But the two of them, we had a dinner.
But you're pretty sure Jim's not around just at the end here.
No.
Do you have a phone number for him?
He has.
Or do you know his last name?
I don't want to have any more contact.
Keller?
Yeah.
I do have his number.
K-E-H-L-E-R.
K-E-H-L-E-R.
Because after she passed, he contacted me and said, well, I'm contacting the sheriffs. And I want to know when she was in the hospital and how long. And
he wanted dates and stuff, and I was like, okay, whatever.
I guess I don't have it in here.
If you find it,
I know I have it. I thought I had it in my phone. But him and we had a dinner afterward because she didn't want a funeral. She had strict instructions. So we had a dinner, and all of us know each other, but haven't really seen or talked to each other in years since she's lived on the lake. And, none of us are really close because we didn't really
know all
together.
these people.
But they were all at the
she's
dinner.
kind of the hub and girl spokes of it.
Yeah. None of us really knew each other together,
So did Jim go to the dinner?
He did. Him and his girlfriend went,
Kareen and her husband, and Kareen's brother, Anthony came. She was pretty close with Kareen's brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Was he there at all?
Yeah, he wasn't going to come with her.
No.
At the end.
He saw her maybe a month before, I think.
So basically it's just you there. The only person she's seen is you.
Yeah. Me and the neighbor.
And the neighbor once in a while, but mostly it's just you.
Yeah.
All right. Let me grab your card. Do you have any questions? I mean,
no.
Once we hear from the IB, I'll let you know what's going on. But
do you know, out of
they have up to a year. And they almost.
I mean, it's not like, it doesn't do anything. It's more so, I just wish I knew, It's more so to know if I could have done something had I done it. That's the hardest part.
I'd like to know if it's a suicide, but I'd still like to know what led up to her being sick for the last 5 years of her life. Why?
Medical problems.
If it was in her head.
I'll ask the doc when it comes time. But again, our medical exam, she may take up to a year. on something. She does it quite a bit.
Yeah.
They're very thorough.
Well, and I'd rather at least, like, I was excited when they said, you know, I'm not excited, but when they said, you know, that they found something with they found like 5 different things. And that at least was encouraging because I went,
a lot of times there's a lot of contributing factors,
yeah.
and it's a combination of these things.
And that's what
the body starts to shut down. So we'll go grab your car.
I bet you were happy when they found 5 reasons he died.
Detective, is that essentially where this interview ends?
Yes.
Okay. During that interview, do you recall the discussion about a bracelet?
Yes.
Did you follow up on that specific item in this case?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to it?
It was sold to Robert Hack.
What is Robert Hack?
It's a diamond gold place in Greenfield,
Okay.
Wisconsin by Southridge.
Did you actually go there?
Yes.
Did you get records as well?
Yes.
Did they indicate who sold that item?
It was Jessy.
In terms of throughout the interview, would it be fair to say there were some things like phone numbers or names that people couldn't remember in the interview?
Yes.
I'd like to show just the witness states Exhibit 59.
I can't remember.
Detective, at the
any
end of the
phone
interview,
numbers.
were you able to give Ms. Kurczewski
So I
a
hope
part
I'm
of your
never
info on
going to be
it?
interviewed.
Yes.
That's
Would
a
that have
problem.
included your email address?
Yes.
Ultimately, did Ms. Kurczewski email you to clarify some of that information after this interview?
Yes.
And do you recognize Exhibit 59?
Yes.
What does it appear to be?
It's an email that Jessy had sent me.
Okay. What's the email address that this was sent from?
It's JESSROSESKI@gmail.com.
In terms of what the defendant told you she would send you in the interview, is the content of this exhibit consistent with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to please read the third largest paragraph just quietly to yourself and let me know when you've finished.
I'm finished.
In March of 2019, did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you that Ms. Hernan had been trying to kill herself all the time?
No.
In fact, in this correspondence, does the defendant indicate she finds it hard to believe suicide?
That's exactly what she says in the email.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of the email in this case?
Yes.
I can move Exhibit 59 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish it.
Exhibit 59 is received.
Now, detective, at a point in time, did you try to locate a lockbox at a BMO Harris branch?
Yes.
And why?
There was a lockbox in Lynn's name at the BMO Harris in Waukesha.
Okay. Did you eventually go to that location?
Yes.
I'm at the
Were
same
you able to get inside the
spot
lockbox?
right now.
Yes.
As you are.
What was in there?
There was a small white stone that appeared to be like a diamond, but I didn't think it was a diamond.
Okay. Any paperwork or currency?
No.
I'd like to show the witness states Exhibit 133, slides 10, 11, and 12, please.
No objection.
You said 113?
133.
I'm sorry, Exhibit 133.
And at this point, I would just be moving into evidence except the last 3 slides, 10, 11, and 12.
And that's what there's no objection to. Correct. All right, Exhibit 133, slides 10, 11, and 12 are received.
I'd ask to publish these, Madam Clerk. And Detective, do you see the image before you?
Yes.
On states 133, slide 10, what is the jury looking at here?
This is the exterior of the lockbox that
Okay.
belonged to, or what, it was in the BMO Harris that was registered to Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Moving to slide 11. What can we see here?
This is the photo of the box after we opened it.
Okay. And what about slide 10? I'm sorry, 12.
That's that white stone that was in the box.
Okay.
And if some of you weren't here on Friday, she was supposedly storing 50K in cash in a lockbox to give to her friend's son. But yeah, I don't know if that's the same lockbox, but that could be that one.
What?
What? Did you ask something?
Oh, David's comment.
Oh,
I just out loud said, what?
well, Dave, you're always welcome back at this one because I have court on Wednesday. So, and you have the link. You can just come and complain how Texas is screwing you again. Why do you think I stayed out of Texas?
No, like really though? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's too bad when you just set your time off for it.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, prior to cross, I'm going to excuse the jurors and we'll let you know when you can come on back in. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, for the jury.
So now she's gonna argue about this stuff. Like, why didn't they just do that?
Number for the state's letter outlining the redactions. I can pull that up. Or the date.
Yeah,
you
the
think it was
Armstrong
sent.
case. Well, I have jury duty on Wednesday, so I don't know how we'll figure that one out.
So I just located the email, which was sent January 19th of 2023 to both attorneys Galaviz and Kukler. Attached is the letter dated January 19th, 2023 with all of the redactions. I also sent this again on October 10th of 2023.
Was this filed with the court?
I don't believe it was ever filed with the court.
Attorney Galaviz, any objection if the state emails that to the court so that I can review that, since that's apparently what we're going to discuss? Detective, you can step down for now.
No, Judge, it's fine.
All right. That explains why I couldn't find that.
I just sent it to your clerk.
I think there may have been a reference to it in a letter to the court, either late summer, early fall, around the time of our jury status.
Right.
But I don't know that the letter was ever.
I think it included a reference to it in the outstanding issues that were provided to the court.
No, just send it. Please send it to me. Attorney Nikolai, while I'm waiting for that to be printed, the redactions that you made, do you believe those to be consistent with the court's rulings on motions in limine in this case?
Yes.
And are those why those were made?
I would also note, I believe that they're consistent with the court's ruling on other acts motions and even goes a step further in preventing the jury from hearing things about Ms. Kurczewski's prior criminal convictions or criminal conduct, even if those are allowed into evidence. So even though the defense never actually wrote any motion for this court to consider about how to, for instance, explain that she appears in custody during interviews, or explain that there was a revocation hearing in this case, or explain that there are two witnesses who only know her from a custodial setting. I have done what I believe to be appropriate and admissible in terms of deleting every reference of the defendant being a felon, the defendant being on probation hold, the defendant being revoked from a probation hold, the defendant having been in prison or going to prison. And of the probably 12 hours of interviews in this case, I believe that not only myself, but two other individuals now have listened to them at least 4 times to make sure that the clips we have accomplished all of those goals. So I believe at this point, the state's gone above and beyond, given the lack of any guidance offered by the defense, despite my numerous requests to talk about that. I think that the response this court was given from defense at one point was just that none of that should come in. So I didn't know what that meant, because we obviously have evidence that she's in custody during some of these interviews coming in. So that's not been addressed, but I did try to strike that from the record the best I could in terms of things she's saying during these interviews. Which is why I took exception and issue to the way the defense characterized the way I was trying with this witness to explain to the jury why these things are clipped out. Because the suggestion was made that Detective Hull and I are trying to hide things, when in reality, it was because his own client talks about either her prior criminal history or the victim's prior criminal history. And I certainly don't want that to continue occurring.
Oh boy.
I
The
recall
defense-
there was a hearing, and it might have been the jury status in
seem as
January
the-
of this year prior
They
to
do
the
some good stuff, but then they're
trial being
then they're shut
adjourned
down
that we
in
had
2
scheduled for
seconds
February,
right after,
where there was a comment
and they don't seem
made
to have
during our many
anything,
discussions about, well, none of that's coming in any
prepared.
event from Attorney Galaviz. I'll keep looking for that so I can find that. I think I'm finding it. I have a note to it.
It was at the January 26, 2023 jury status hearing. Attorney Galaviz indicated there were no issues with in-custody status during interviews, but they made a blanket objection to mention of any pins for telephone use, any jailhouse phone calls, any mention of being in prison during probate matter, and then you ordered them to file something, which was never done.
Right. There's some notes about my recollection, of course, of that hearing. Attorney Galaviz saying they need to stay on point. We understand videos of her being in custody at times are unavoidable.
Why do we have to sit and rehash this now? They have made
There's that
rulings on
discussion
this
about
prior.
PIN numbers, etc.
This is amateur time.
Reference to all of this being turned over to the defense, in relation to phone calls, jail phone calls, PIN numbers, etc.
Well, and she's got to read through it all again, and ugh, she's annoying.
Yeah.
In any event, I know we discussed that and all these related issues at that prior jury status, and it's true I don't have any particular motion. I believe I also advised the parties I was thinking about a cautionary instruction and asked the defense if they wanted one themselves to send something. I haven't gotten anything. Attorney Galaviz, we should have addressed this long ago. I'm not sure that any of this is timely, but I don't even know what your request is.
Well, again, Judge, as far as a lot of the stuff that's been redacted, we have no objection to like 95% of it. Anything that discusses revocation hearings, Lynn being in prison, or Jessy being in prison, or Jessy being revoked, or Jessy talking to a probation agent, which is most of this that they redacted, with 95% of it. In relationship to the March 6, 2019 interview, between 26.09 and 26.40, where they're requesting a redaction, and I'm okay redacting the first part of that area where they marked 21.54 to
Which clip are we talking about?
to March 6, 2019.
No, I understand that. Which clip? We just watched, I think, 5 or 6 clips from that. Which clip are you talking about?
Well, they didn't show the clip. They redacted.
What is it? Which clips does it fall between?
Well, it's big enough
Jessy,
because
it's
no one
between
is
the
watching this trial.
first and second.
And what's the time period?
Did they
Timestamp?
wish redacted?
No, that you wished, I'm guessing that you wish to have played.
Just 26.09 between and 26.40. In
So
regards to that,
10:26.
I'm just reading the police report. I'm just reading the letter from the state.
I think I can shed some light on this, Judge. There's always 2 different players for timestamps on these recordings, and one of them runs along with the player, which is how this redaction list was created. However, once we start putting clips into a PowerPoint, you can't count on that anymore
It's
because it
to
starts
hide
at 0 every
the-
time. So we had to translate all
think
of
it's
our
to hide that
times
she
and
has
exhibits
shackles on
to the
or-
timestamp that can be seen
Yeah.
in the video with the
So I
actual
think they
time of the day on it as it runs. And so that's what's listed in all of our exhibits. So that
Do you know, are you able to tell me
to
what
make it look
26:09
nice.
through 26:40, what time that would be as
Yes.
in relation to what we just watched?
Right. It would let me.
The putt. Did he mean prick?
It should be between 10:24.
It's
and
fancy with
10:28.
waffles.
Happy
Roughly.
and happy.
All right, thank
Slides
you.
4 and 5.
between 4 and 5. Okay.
And the content is inadmissible information based on this court's rulings and the motions in limine. It's the defendant claiming the victim was abusing narcotics, marijuana, pills, everything.
Attorney Galaviz, do you agree that that's the sum and substance of that clip?
Yeah, it discusses Lynn using narcotics, was a drinker, like pills and like weed.
Well, that would violate my prior rulings in the motions in limine, specifically number 19 of state's motion in limine, document 119 that I've addressed. This would be the second time now that I'm addressing. So I expect everyone to follow the rulings I made in the motions in limine, and I'm not going to be having these hearings in the middle of trial, wasting the jury's time on issues that I've already ruled on. And since we're outside the presence of the jury, if there are questions that violate
Looks like
this,
a
I've been
90s
kind right now,
conference room.
and I have not
Wait, did he try
had to.
Sorry?
He trying to sneak in the stuff that she's, I mean, she talks too much, but she did say this to him 95 million times.
Yeah.
And he once again is trying to sneak it in again. Like, please,
Yeah.
come on, defense attorney, stop looking so cruddy.
Yeah, and yeah, I like it when she's mad.
Yeah.
Give any admonitions in front of the jury. But I'm giving a warning to the defense that if you ask questions that violate my rulings, you run the risk of this court giving an admonition in front of the jury and advising them that your question violates a motion in limine ruling made previously by this court. And if there are questions or insinuations about evidence and why it's redacted, we don't tell juries why things are redacted. And I understand why Attorney Nikolai
Yeah, she has.
asked the questions that she did. But if there's a request, meaning if there's a violation going forward, if there's a request from the state that I explain to the jury what's going on, I may very well do that. So unless you tell me there's something I'm missing here, that this is inadmissible evidence based upon my prior ruling, I'm not going to readdress it.
Well, Judge, again, this is the reason I'm bringing it up before the witness testifies, because I don't want to bring it up while he's testifying.
You shouldn't have to bring it up. I've already ruled on it, and your questions on cross should be accordingly.
Right. But under due process, the defendant has a right to present a defense. And
what other X motion have you filed that would even give the defense grounds for me to address this, other than what I already have? These are clearly other acts of the victim. And the statute, 90404, applies. There's no motion. There was no motion at any point in time. There was a state filing a motion to limit it. Other than that, no motion from the defense. So any request that you have is untimely. And I'm not revisiting the motions in limine. So we're going to bring the jury back out. Detective Cole is going to come back out on the stand, and you can do your cross, and it needs to be in line with my rulings. Understood?
yes, Judge, can I use the bathroom for 2 minutes?
Yes, you may use the restroom for 2 minutes, and then we'll come back.
Well, Swedish black metal is okay. I remember back in the 90s when they were accused of burning down churches. Especially, they were very afraid in Norway, because Norway have a big black metal scene as well, and they were afraid because they have some very ancient wooden churches, that they would go around and burn all of those. Grounds, objection, grounds.
I know. I feel like she starts to have her Brooks flashback.
Yeah, shut didn't matter. This just jurisdiction. Yeah, it's just maritime court.
This is maritime.
Of these back, go ahead, Madam Clerk, and have the jury brought back out.
Jesus, did you wash your hands, sir? Ow! Ow. That's what I get. Oh.
Mark Weakness. Salciato Mortis. I have a lot of music I should listen to. Yeah, there's a gold fringe, so it's clearly a maritime court.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Oh, great. Detective Cole, you back up here. Thank you. Have a seat. And Attorney Galaviz, will you be doing the cross?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, when you're ready then. Thank you.
Oh, please ask stupid questions so she's going
Please
to
go
get
right.
yelled at.
Not to go into.
So as far as your law enforcement experience, you said you were a deputy with the Sheriff's Department, correct?
I was a detective.
So you were hired straight to be a detective?
No, was hired originally as a correctional officer.
So you went from correctional officer then to deputy?
Yes,
When did you become a deputy?
1999
And then from there, you became a detective.
and 2001.
And this was all with the Washington Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
What is that
And you
face?
eventually left the Sheriff's Department and you're an officer, correct?
yes, I retired in May.
What?
What is that face he's doing? Every time he asks a question.
I try not to look at him because he looks like a guy who could make paint drying and accounting interesting.
No, the lawyer, man. He's just
The lawyer, he looks like someone who could make accounting seem interesting
yeah. He's
instead
just
of listening to him.
and
What, 2023?
Yes,
And now you're an officer for what municipality?
Houston PD.
And as a law enforcement officer for the Sheriff's Department, what kind of investigations did you partake in?
A variety of investigations, including narcotics, property crime, death investigation, auto theft.
So you did narcotics investigations. So were you working for a special unit?
I have.
And what unit was that?
I worked for the Waukesha County Metro Drug.
And how long did you work there?
I had 3 tours, just under 15 years.
Is it safe to say you had a lot of experience with drug, like prescription drug investigations?
Yes,
Approximately how many cases did you investigate involving prescription drugs?
dozens. I'm sorry, I can't give you an accurate representation. Just dozens, I would say.
In what years did that take place? Were you
He was started in
investigate prescription drug
birth canal.
investigations?
Prescription drugs probably came around in the late 2000s until I retired.
So in 2018, you were investigating prescription drug scenes and things like that.
I was at that time I was assigned a the Detective Bureau and General Investigation, so I was doing all types of investigations, including drug overdoses or death investigations.
Did you do any investigations at the federal level?
Yes,
And did they involve blood drugs?
they involve drugs. Yes,
How many federal cases did you handle?
I was involved in dozens of federal investigations,
Did those involve prescription drugs too?
mostly street level narcotics.
And when did you, again, get involved in this case?
In January of 2019.
And that's when the ME medical examiner contacted you?
Correct.
Do you know who from the medical examiner contacted you?
Ultimately, it was Dr. B, but one of her staff called me.
So in this incident, there's been testimony that this incident occurred on October 3rd, 2018. You're aware of that?
Yes,
And from October 3rd, 2018 till January, you were not involved in this case at all.
no,
When the ME contacted you, did you get caught up to speed regarding the investigation?
I guess we started an investigation. I contacted my supervisor and advised what the medical examiner had briefed me on, and an investigation was reopened.
So October
I
3rd,
can't
2018,
remember
this
that
incident
one.
happens, and then the case gets closed, correct?
I can't honestly say if it was closed because I don't manage the case operations, but I would say that's probably accurate, that it was not an active investigation. It's probably an accurate assessment.
And do you remember writing a report where your report says you reopened the case?
Yes.
yourself? And that was in January 2019.
I don't recall when I wrote the supplement.
If I showed you a copy of the supplement, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Judge, my approach to the witness.
Sure, just show the state first.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you haven't marked any exhibits today, that should be marked as, for identification purposes, as 590. 592?
593.
Okay, thank you. 593. It'll be marked as exhibit 593 for ID purposes.
Bonjour, Monsieur Dave.
My soup.
Oh, hi, David.
Hello. Stupid case, stupid Texas court.
What happened?
So apparently, Salvador and I we're planning on covering this, and we keep an eye out for the streams. We've been looking and messaging. He sent me a message. There was a Twitter, an X, a twat, whatever you call it these days, from one of the lead producers at Ellen Seward, that said the court has issued a ruling that they will be allowed to cover the opening, the closings, and the verdict only. Because we, right now they're in jury selection. So we figured, okay, maybe it'll be a day, half a day, 2 days, whatever for jury selection. So we've been keeping an eye out on this. But apparently the judge said, nope, no trial coverage, only opening and closing. So that's where we are. We have no trial. I have no trial to cover.
Well, you can borrow this because I have a trial.
I have some
court on Wednesday.
I have some other stuff in mind. Now, I could cover for you on Wednesday probably. But I'm gonna do. So I've been talking about the Lizzie Borden stuff is really interesting to me, and so we actually have the transcript. So I've been talking about doing something like that. I also have a Sarah Boone update for today.
Also,
and we also I have a thing I'm doing with I want to do on Zachariah Anderson that I've been kind of putting off, but I'm going to be doing that this week as well. So I have some stuff to fill in, and apparently I will be covering this trial on Wednesday. So there'll be some stuff that's going to keep us busy. I just really wanted to cover this case, and I'm a little disappointed that no cameras in the courtroom.
yeah. Whatever happened to, or was there an update on the Black Swan case, by the way? Remember that one?
Yeah, I think it got moved. I got to see.
I thought that one was coming up soon too.
It's supposed to be in November 20th. I think November 20th is when that case is supposed to start. All the indications are that there's going to be cameras in the courtroom. So let's hope so. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's really odd they did that.
So November 29th, the Black Swan trial is supposed to start. So the day after Thanksgiving. And so that one's going to be really interesting. I'm excited for that one.
Okay.
Hopefully it actually, we have cameras in the courtroom. It doesn't get moved again. So, because that's another kind of like interesting story behind the scenes. And hopefully it's an interesting trial. Like Caitlin Armstrong. That's an interesting story.
Yeah.
She was jealous of Mo, and her live-in ex-boyfriend is odd, but yeah. So, but unfortunately, we don't get a trial. Good morning, Farrell. Look at her being all nice to me.
Yeah, just wait till tomorrow, then it's over. She only
I
promised.
thought I had a week.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. I thought it was over with last night, so I'm good. I get an extra day.
Yeah. Hey, MG.
Hi, MG.
No trial, make one. I'm gonna make some stuff.
Go commit a crime.
You missed another sneeze there, Jamie.
Oh my gosh.
I still have like half of my head is all messed up. I got half of a flu.
Half?
Yeah, I can't hear anything on my left ear.
Yeah, I got like this side is all flu, and this side I'm fine.
Oh, okay. That's how it works.
Yeah. Valhalla, no trial.
No, and congratulations, Valhalla. You hit the numbers.
Did he?
Yeah.
He was like one view or 1 hour away or something after the Lego stream. He was like one something
Oh
away
yeah, Lego
from
stream.
hitting his numbers.
Like,
Yeah.
wait, that's awesome, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when he makes $1 million, he's gonna forget all of us small people.
Yeah.
He is.
Have his millionaire goat farm.
Yeah.
So okay, so I can't handle it. I
What?
can't handle Pharaoh being nice in the chat. It's weird. It's creeping me out.
Oh my god. Yeah, and then we go back to her being mean, and it'll be like, come on.
That's comfortable. That feels better. It's like slipping
But
into a nice hot tub.
But you haven't watched this today. They are arguing now that the state redacted too much. They didn't answer to the request the state had if they had anything they wanted in or out, and they keep trying to put in prior bad acts. And she has ruled against it. She admonished them on Friday, and now she threatened them that she would admonish them in front of the jury as well, because they really want to say she was an alcoholic. And I understand why, because she was an alcoholic and she had done time in prison and stuff like that. So their defense is that she got drunk and unalived herself, more or less, maybe with a little help.
Oh, so so the defense is trying to use prior bad acts of the victim.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And the court keeps saying no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she made a ruling on it.
Because they're not allowing her prior bad acts in, so they're not allowing her the other ones. So, but I feel like, I don't know. I don't understand why, because like people keep testifying that she wasn't a drinker, but
Yeah.
she had a DUI. And if it's current, it's not like,
Well, I mean, is it a DUI from 20 years ago or?
that's what I mean. I was like, but I believe it's it was pretty current, right?
I think Pharaoh's going to win the Polly Pocket.
She needs to.
It's yeah. Darrow reamed the defense, but let's hear if he wins this one. He's probably going to slip up again, and I'm going to blow my nose.
Mr. Cole, does that appear to be a supplement that you were involved in?
Yes.
In fact, it has your heading on it, correct? Your name?
Yes.
And it's supplement number 27?
If you say so.
And it's state's reopened case, Detective Chris Cole. Is that
Yes.
correct? It has a date of January 2019, correct?
I think it had a date of July of 19, did it not?
I can show you again.
If you'll try.
Go ahead.
It shows that it was generated on July 18th, 2019.
What's the next paragraph?
It says in January of 2019.
Correct. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I feel like these defense attorneys are not prepared whatsoever.
And during this time, the individual who was identified as John Fried had contacted the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
And that was in January 2019, correct?
I believe it was after her death. He was contacting the medical examiner's office.
Who's
And
this
John
guy?
Fried, you were aware was a district attorney.
Objection, relevance. Sustained.
And you were aware that a person named James Kelleher had contacted the medical examiner too, also in 2019, January?
I know he contacted the medical examiner's office. Yes.
And as a result of that, did they contact them, do you know, before the ME contacted you or after the ME contacted you?
I don't know.
So if I was to tell you they contacted the ME before they contacted you, would argue with that?
I know that they had both contacted the medical examiner's office prior to contacting me.
I feel like his beard is falling off his face.
And
It's
result
like
of that, the ME
slowly
case was re-
slipping and just kind of like.
As a result of the medical examiner contacting me, yes.
Does his beard
And
essentially
you
or
indicated
like
that at that time
accent
you had
his
to
cheeks?
get up to speed regarding the investigation, correct?
Yeah, I'd never seen it before.
So what did you do to get up to speed?
I reviewed the original report taken the day of the death.
It's
Yeah,
like
so-
Valhalla if he let himself go.
That's what I started with. So
Right. What else did you do to get up to speed?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me, sir.
Well, you had never been on this case until January 2019, correct?
hmm
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And then the medical examiner contacts you, which causes you to reopen your case, correct?
yes.
So you're going to be assigned to the case, correct?
I was one of the detectives, yes.
You were one of the leading detectives on the case, correct?
At the beginning, yes.
And that was in January 2019, correct?
Yes.
So what did you need to do to get you updated?
I started looking at the parties involved.
I know you indicated that you looked at police reports, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the Pewaukee Fire Department police reports regarding their response and what reports they generated?
At some point during the investigation, yes.
Did you look at witness statements that were on the scene, that were taken on the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall anything else you did? Did you look at photographs?
Yes.
And those are photographs taken on the scene?
Yes.
When was it that you began, did you ever question witnesses in January 2019?
In January of 19, I don't recall when I started talking to witnesses.
Well, you interviewed Ms. Kurczewski, was it March 6th of 2019?
Yes.
And in that video, that's her mom, Jennifer Flower.
Yes.
So between January and before you questioned her, what additional stuff do you review?
Objection vague.
Overruled, he may answer.
I don't recall. This was 5 years ago. And at the time, when the medical examiner contacted me, referenced the substance found in Miss Hernan, it was still unclear how that substance may have gotten in there. And she was still researching on how it may have been ingested in the body. So basic investigation had started. But as far as when or who I talked to at the time, I can't tell you. I just don't recall.
I understand that. Prior to testifying today, did you review your testimony with the prosecutors?
We had a meeting, yes.
And did you review your testimony with the prosecutors before?
Object.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Definitely
Well, you met with
Valhalla.
the prosecutors before testifying today, correct?
He cleans
Yes.
his
When did you
wings
meet
with
with him?
one bite. Just
Approximately 2 weeks ago
And what was the purpose of your meeting?
to discuss my testimony.
And did they show you the video that they just played?
They showed me the video. Yes, the one we just saw.
Did you review the whole video, the original video with the videos that they showed you?
I reviewed the original video.
does he eat the skin first and then leave the chicken for his family?
And in that video where Mr. Kurczewski's talking with you, she doesn't believe this was a suicide, correct?
I don't think she ever says that in the video.
But she's kind of questioning whether or not this was a suicide involving Lynn Hernan, correct?
I guess that's my impression, yes.
And she's asking you that she wants you to do more investigation because she doesn't believe this is a suicide, correct? She's pushing it.
She wants to know how she died.
And she's adamant about that, right? I want you to do more investigation.
Brig has a
This
good
is
question.
Suicide, correct?
I don't think she says she wants me to do more
Been an
investigation.
objection.
States the testimony.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
This is an investigating officer who came on after the nephew raised suspicion about what happened.
Yeah.
It wasn't, he wasn't the lead investigator or anything in the beginning because they thought it was an apparent suicide.
You can rephrase.
Well, in that email that she sent you on that same day, she tells you that in the email, it kind of states how hard, it says how hard to believe a suicide, correct?
In the email, she says she doesn't believe it's a suicide. Yes.
And she wants you or your department to do more investigation, correct?
I'd have to look at the email again, but I don't think she said that in the email.
Okay, I want to address Bobby.
Well,
I just got KFC for the first time in like years yesterday. The first thing I thought of was Cartman in that episode, and yes, I watched it, where he eats all the chicken skin. and then leaves the chicken for his friends, and they're all pissed at him, so they ignore him, and then he thinks he's dead. It's a great episode, by the way. But yeah, Cartman
mean
eats all the
like
chicken skin.
all the like crusty, like the good stuff off of the chicken?
Yeah, he peels all the skin off the chicken and eats it. But he's like, I left you guys the chicken.
I mean, I feel like that would be delicious. Well, that's funny.
Okay, that's all.
I never had anything good at KFC.
Oh, I haven't either, except the skin. The skin is good.
I like their like chicken tenders and stuff. They're really good.
Of course, you like the chicken tenders.
You know, I'm a chicken tender lady. I'm that lady that goes
You and I are going to go to Chick-fil-A, and you're going to get chicken tenders, aren't you?
Well, I like.
You're going to get a pedicure.
Yeah.
We're gonna make a day of it. We're gonna do a Walmart visit. We're gonna get a pedicure, and we're gonna go to Chick-fil-A. It's gonna be a whole day of Jamie and Dave. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
We're gonna live stream the whole thing.
No, God. I need a pedicure bad. That's a good idea, though.
Yeah, but it's going to be an amazing day, and you're going to get your new PC, and he's going to help you turn your table around.
No.
It's going to
That's
be
right.
an adventure.
Yeah, I have to deliver your PC. Actually, I should do that today. Now that I don't have a trial to stream, I should clean up that PC and get it to Jamie. You'll just see me like creeping in the background behind her.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. No. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Just let me know.
All right. Well, you don't have to have it. She doesn't want the generous gift that I'm offering.
No,
A brand new PC desktop. And she's like,
it's because I'm
guess.
making gifts. Sorry.
I'm just gonna give it to her. She could do what she wants with it.
But I'll eventually have to get stuff for it, yes. So
Yeah, and remember to bring a gallon of lawnmower fuel as well.
Oh, I'm definitely doing that.
just ran out of gas too. Well, everybody's been mowing their lawns everybody was mowing their lawns this weekend. It was freezing out. And I said it to myself. I'm like, are we done mowing our lawns? Like, is it okay for me to stop now for this season?
Oh, God.
Like, when is the cutoff time? Because I don't want to.
When all the leaves are up, you gotta mulch those.
No, I don't do any of that. I don't have crazy trees with the big leaves. So I just have this really goofy tree with little baby leaves.
I want to see Jimmy's house. I'm gonna jump off and go for a drive. I don't know where I'm going yet, but
yeah, Farrell can tell you.
It's not that impressive.
You might just see me wandering behind her in the background.
Very modest, and it's an ugly color, so you can't miss it.
Okay, good.
It's the
Farrell
worst
has the address.
house you could ever imagine in the world. Eventually I will repaint it, but it's not my favorite. It's like a weird mint green color.
Farrell's got to stop.
What?
I'm just ignoring her. Farrell doesn't exist for the next week.
See, now he doesn't want anything to do with you, Farrell. This is great. This is even better than being mean to him.
It's just weird.
The email stamped 12:06 p.m. on that same day, correct?
It's around there, I believe, yes.
And you had interviewed her at what time?
We started at 10 a.m.
So shortly after she leaves your office, she sent you an email, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything else to attach to that email? Any other documents that you sent?
I believe there were attachments.
What was attached to the email?
I don't recall specifically.
If I showed you a document, would it refresh your memory as whether or not this was attached to the email?
It may.
It's KFC style chicken. Do they have chicken and waffles? I know they have cake.
In Denmark, they don't have waffles.
It's not what difference reporting it to the.
What about in Belgium?
Can you hand the document to Madam Clerk,
I haven't
please,
been
and
in
I'll take a look
Belgium
at it
in 20 years,
without
so I don't know.
argument by either party?
Oh yeah, no. The idea is already in my head, Jamie. It's happening.
I know.
Luftwaffe. So I fly Lufthansa a lot
Just the
when I go to Sweden,
email
and
the
I always
state
call it
showed.
Lufthansa.
Is that a full? Can you put that up just for my review? And then
My wife
if
does
it's
it.
more than one
Lufthansa.
page, that's all I need to know.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
called Lufthansa.
Or I call it
It's-
Luftwaffe,
Let me see the party that's
which is German Air Force. That's all it is. It's just German Air Force, but it has a connotation when you say it aloud in English.
With a heavy English accent. It's something else.
Luftwaffe.
Luftwaffe.
You know what that is, Jamie?
Mm-mm.
It's a German Air Force, but the British weren't big fans of them.
No. My mom's cousin used to fly for them.
Yeah.
Just
It was an objection. I sustain the
until
objection. Next
April
question, please.
45. Then he didn't fly anymore.
So my wife thought that I was saying Luftwaffe with like speaking of the German, we'll say the German Air Force during World War II, but it's not. That's actually its name currently, and so
Yeah.
I had to try to convince her somehow with
I
evidence.
think at the
that
beginning
that's
of
still
your
what it's
testimony,
called.
the jury heard a
It's literally
recorded telephone call that
air
your office received
air
from
weapon
Jessy
or Air
Kurczewski.
Force. It's
The dispatch center received it.
Yeah.
And
Not
the
because it's
dispatch
German.
center also
Air
recorded
weapon.
the 911 call that was made by Jessy on October 3rd, 2018.
I believe they would have.
And did you listen to that?
I'm guessing at some point I did.
Did you provide a copy of that call, 911 call to the prosecutors?
He flew for the Luftwaffe.
I don't recall.
Lufthansa didn't come along till after the war.
So you clearly remember listening to a 911 call. Or the
I-
911 call.
I didn't testify to that. I said I would have listened to it if
What did this
we,
guy testify to on direct? Was it anything interesting, worthwhile?
No,
compelling?
it's just to play the videos of them being very interested in what had happened, why
Oh, the
they
interrogation?
didn't release the body and stuff like that.
Okay.
And it was just to play the interviews.
So
I
it
don't
was
know.
kind of Jody-ish, where
Yeah.
like, ooh, what's going on with the investigation? Is there any way I can help? Wink, wink.
Well,
that kind of thing.
to me, it didn't seem like they were overly. I don't know. In my perspective, it was like they probably were wondering if this was if they think it's a suicide or like self-deletion, then the way they were talking in the room with him, it didn't seem like panicky, like, what do you know? What happened to her? You know what I mean? It just seemed like they were just like, what's going on? We talked to the medical examiner and
I believe this woman's innocent. Acquit her and be done.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They just didn't seem like super like nervous or fishy about it. They just seemed like they were actually wondering. Probably
Yeah,
because
they were throwing a lot of shade at other people as well.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
I don't recall listening to it. I tend to think I would have listened to it, but I don't specifically recall listening to it.
So as you sit there today, you may have listened to it or may have not listened to it.
I just don't remember. It's been 5 years.
Oh, good. Farrell's not over with Nick. I'm gonna go over there.
And again, from October 3rd, 2018 till
Hey,
when you got on
from
the case,
us.
your office was treating this as a suicide, correct?
I don't know how they were treating it. I wasn't involved until January of 19.
So why did you have to reopen the case?
I reopened the case because my boss told me to reopen the case. And we started an active death investigation.
And you were involved, did you ever? interview
Wow, that
neighbor
took him a bit for that
Live
question.
next to,
I know.
He formulated it 3 different ways.
I
in
don't
his
believe I
mind.
did.
but you know your office did, correct?
I believe someone did, yes.
I feel like
And
he is.
her name was
unprepared.
identified as Jean Pennell, correct?
Yes.
And you got that information from Jessy during the interview, correct?
Yes.
And did to your knowledge, Lean Pennell confirm what Jessy had told you regarding Lynn?
Objection calls for hearsay. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Well, Jessy had mentioned that the neighbor came over and helped her pick up Lynn several times before her death, correct?
She did state that, yes.
So did you confirm that? Anybody in your office confirm that with the neighbor?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled the way it was asked.
I believe someone in my office interviewed her. You'd have to ask that detective.
Did you personally interview any other individuals?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
In its entirety of the
Thank you
case,
so much for
As
the
far as citizen
membership,
witnesses?
Brandon. And it went
to the
to
best of my recollection, I
Busy.
Come on.
interviewed John Fryatt, Jim Kellner.
Did Jessy get it?
There was
Oh, thank you so much,
Um,
Brandon, for making Jessy a member.
I called
trying
out
to think of her
Shizzy
name. There was a bartender in West Dallas
yesterday.
I interviewed.
You did.
I can't remember her name. I also met a gentleman in West Dallas and interviewed him too, but I don't recall his name either.
Shizzy was gifted a membership to MG, and I said,
I-
shouldn't
Scott
panel
Craig,
members
would
have
you
their
object
own
with that?
membership?
I don't think I ever interviewed Scott Craig, but I had talked to him.
Well, we're not all made of money like every lawyer is.
You interviewed an individual by the name of Autumn Rogers?
Autumn Rogers, did you say? Yes.
You're
As
here,
a
you
certain
don't.
captain
didn't
would
get it.
say, I always have more money than you.
Yeah, I buried
Eventually
it
you
on
got
my
off this
farm
case,
in
correct?
Tennessee.
Yes.
And you got off the case when you retired?
I was transferred divisions.
So when did you get transferred and taken off the case?
I don't know the exact date.
What approximate month of the year?
I don't know. It was after July of 19. I was transferred several times to specialty
Yeah,
units, so
Shizzy was here.
the exact dates I don't recall.
But you did make additional contacts with Jessy during your investigation, correct?
I interviewed her several times.
Right, you interviewed her on July 9th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
July 10th, 2019, correct?
Around there, I believe, yes.
And July 11th, 2019, correct?
Sounds about right.
And during those interviews that you had with Jessy, you opined to her that you thought this was a suicide, is that correct?
I may have.
The one thing they have going for them is the length of time it took for them to actually, between the death and this trial, and even the length of time it took to charge her. And I feel like the
When
defense
you
might be
interviewed
squandering
her
that.
in July, had you examined
Yeah,
the
because she's so boring.
MS report from the lab?
Every
Can you ask that question
every
again,
time
please?
he has,
When you interviewed her in July, had you
uh,
reviewed the NMS report from the lab? as far
he
as
has it in his
test
hand
results?
just
Is that
to
the
make
toxicology report you're referring to?
Correct.
the home run, and then he
Um,
starts talking for an hour about nothing.
I don't recall if we had that back. I don't recall if I did or not.
With a witness like this,
Counselor, I don't want to
be a
get sound
shoot,
evasive, but since I retired, I don't have access to the case files. So I was only trial prepped on certain things that I didn't have access to any of the other stuff like the interview of Jessy. So I remember vaguely. I remember interviewing her, but if you ask me specifics on that, I can't actually. I haven't reviewed it in 5 years or 4 years.
it should
But
be
you
a
were
few
involved in those interviews,
short,
correct?
quick
Yes.
hits and then out.
Yeah.
On cross.
You were, in fact, most of the time in charge of the interviews in July of 2019, correct?
I would say I was co-lead with Detective Hoppy.
Is it
Oh,
safe to
Hoppy
say
is
prior
coming
to
on
your
later.
involvement in this case, you had no knowledge about Visine, correct?
That is true.
Is it safe to say you had no knowledge at all that
Yeah, all
Visine
my
was
three,
even lethal, correct?
My
That
three
is true.
emojis. I have to make more.
I have lots.
She really should.
It's safe to say you had no strike that. Did you do any research yourself regarding Visine?
Hey,
No.
Alan.
Well, how did you become familiar with it when you were involved in this case?
Dr. B, she did the research and briefed us.
So when you learned about Visine being lethal, you just learned it from other people.
Yes,
You were just being told what Visine could do or not do, correct?
by Dr. B, yes,
You had personally had no knowledge of it, correct?
correct,
Nor did you do any research regarding it, correct?
correct.
So because of this memory, you probably weren't aware that Lynn Hernan had a prescription drug.
Objection. Move to strike.
Ooh.
Oh,
It's sassy.
I don't know what the full question was going to be. So understanding my previous rulings, you may ask the question again.
Well, you looked at the NSM report, right?
Don't
From the
dance
lab?
around it, man.
I believe I did.
Ask
And
it
it listed a
again.
bunch of prescription
Get it out
drugs
there.
in Lynn Hernan's system, correct?
I believe there were several substances in her system.
And one of those prescription drugs that was listed was baclofen, correct?
I don't recall.
they really suck because they have
And another drug that was listed was cyclobenzaprine, correct?
one of the
I don't
days it was
recall.
2 hours when they could have done it in 15
And
minutes.
another drug that was listed was nifedipine, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you recall those drugs or that report when you questioned Jessy in July of 2019?
I don't recall.
Yes.
Did you ever ask Jessy in those interviews about baclofen?
Pretty sure I did not.
Did you ask her anything about cyclobenzaprine
I would say no.
or nifedipine?
No.
When you, if I could show you the report, would that refresh your memory?
It may.
This is the report from July.
I think it's August 8th, exhibit number,
Fair enough. The report from the summer of 2019.
correct.
Was he able to walk to the stand under his own power?
You'll still have 594 if you want to mark it for identification because that other exhibit was not marked.
What?
Exhibit number 25.
Was the witness able to walk to the stand under his own power, or was he lifted there?
He
I
walked.
have the photo.
Exhibit number 35, can I? Correct.
Would like to bring it up on
Sure.
our screen so we can.
Go ahead.
Everyone takes way longer than they should. Oh my God, look at the size of her bench.
Yeah.
It's like a
It's a-
house. You could house
I can
several
see the
homeless people under her
She
bench.
has 3 screens and it still looks like she has nothing standing on it.
That
It's
thing
not
is
like Jamie's
huge.
desk. Jamie's desk is very small.
Does it go like
You-
in that room is so small?
Do you know anyone who could maybe procure a slab of wood Jamie could have as a new desk?
A slab of wood.
I'll make a desk for Jamie.
Because
needs a
she
new
can't.
desk.
She won't have your PC because she has
Right,
no
it should
desk.
be on the screen now.
Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't be able to set anything up.
I will
right
have
One
a
in
new
front of
desk
it,
for you by
Yes, thank
tomorrow.
you.
Brand new.
Should take a moment. It's in front of the witness.
Mr.
I've
Paul,
got
showing
the
you what's
perfect
marked in
piece of wood
Stacy's
for you.
number 35. Do you see it on your screen yet?
I see partial of the document.
Yeah, he'll call the court in a minute.
You see on the far right, there's a page
No, there was
counter. and
no,
it'll say
uh,
one of 14 right now. Do you see
No
that?
windows in
Far
Brooks's
All right.
middle of the screen?
timeout room.
I see it 1 of 14, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Do you see at the bottom of that first page, it states exhibit number 35?
Don't want it, Bobby. I don't want
Yep.
your spider wood.
And the title of that first page is, do you see what it's titled, MS?
Yes.
Labs? And it's dated August 7, 2019?
Yes.
Had you seen the first report that came out regarding this case before you interviewed Jessy in July 2019?
I don't recall.
Had you looked at any NMS reports prior to interviewing Jessy?
I don't recall.
When is the Boone's Farm trial?
But in your interviews in July, you would refer to the tetrahydrozoline level in the NMS report.
I think Boone is going on. No, it was delayed again.
True?
Yeah, but there's a hearing today.
Someone
do a
state the
Boone
question.
update.
I didn't hear it fully.
Well, in your July interviews of Jessy of 2019, you would refer to the test levels or test level result for tetrahydrozoline.
I may have.
I subscribe to too many
So
channels.
me telling you that doesn't refresh your memory?
Me too.
Again, I didn't review the interviews with Jessy prior to the hearing today. So I
Like, I
just
have
don't
the-
recall what I said and what I didn't say 4 years ago.
Like I have the Florida court or the Florida channel, and I cannot for the life of me find it.
So you don't recall telling Jessy that 60 ng was fatal on tetrahydrozoline?
I may have said that.
It's safe to say you would know how much Visine it would take to get to any THC level?
I would not know how to rely on Dr. B.
So any information that you had was just by talking to Dr. B?
Yes,
Now, when you mentioned Dr. B, her
Who,
name is listed on the report, exhibit number 35, correct?
it is.
And Dr. B is Dr. Linda Brzezicki?
Correct.
This is
I'm
the
gonna-
eye drop poison case, yes.
Did you recall, if you can, that throughout
go,
those interviews
uh,
in July of
Do a
2019 with
short
Jessy,
stream.
she always told you that she did.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Go have fun.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do Caitlin. Just give an update and probably nothing else.
Caitlin, comments? She's
Well, in the
married,
March
don't do
6,
her.
2019 interview, in an email, Jessy, where you opined that it was a suicide, correct?
You guys have fun with this trial. I'm just gonna do a short stream on Caitlin Armstrong, and just kind of give an update. And when we get opening statements, maybe I'll cover that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, you guys have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for stopping by.
No problem. Enjoy your trial.
Bye.
Thank you, man.
Well, Jesse emailed me, so I at the time we didn't know. I may have said that we were investigating what we thought originally was a suicide.
And while you were one of the lead investigators on this case, did anyone from your department interview the? I'm going to restate the question. Well, you know that checks were involved in this case, correct?
There's a financial aspect, yes.
That eventually this investigation turned into a financial fraud investigation, correct?
Yes,
And were you still on the case when that was being done?
yes.
And so you were aware that there were checks retrieved or copies of checks retrieved from the BMO Harris Bank, correct?
There were checks received from financial institutions, but I wasn't involved in the financial portion of the investigation.
So as far as you were concerned, you handled none of the financial stuff.
No.
It hurts him way more than being mean to him.
It's making him so uncomfortable. And that's funny.
Do you recall whether or not you heard testimony or through your investigation that no one from your department ever located any eye drops at the scene, correct?
I don't believe any eye drops were located at the scene.
And it's safe to say no one was looking for eye drops at the scene, correct?
I would say that's probably accurate, yes.
So it's safe to say that because you weren't looking for eye drops at the scene, there could have been eye drops there at the scene, correct?
I wasn't at the scene, so I don't know.
Well, you saw photographs of the scene, correct?
I did.
And you talked to some of the deputies that responded to the scene, correct?
Station anagram.
I spoke to deputies, yes.
And were you informed that no one there at the scene would look for eye drops, correct?
No one mentioned seeing eye drops.
Well, did you ask any of the deputies or anybody, did you guys look for eye drops?
I probably asked them if they saw any eye drops, and no one saw any.
Well, that's because everyone at the scene thought it was a suicide, correct?
I don't know what they thought. You'd have to ask them.
Now he's getting feisty.
I have to say, I would be a little antsy my pantsy if I was her too with these lawyers. Jeez.
Yeah. I really don't like this guy.
Did you said you had interviewed an individual by the name of John Fry, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to determine his relationship to Lynn Hernan?
I believe he was a cousin.
Did you able to determine whether or not he was close to her?
I got I don't think they were real close.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge,
At least they're moving along in a fairly good pace when they're with the witnesses. It's in between with Judge Mommy that takes forever.
Yeah.
Detective, you were asked some questions about meeting with our office. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And was that the first time you'd ever met with our office before a trial you were involved in?
No, that's pretty standard.
Okay. When we had this meeting with you, did any of the attorneys at this table tell you what we wanted you to say?
No.
Are there things that as you sit here today, you just simply don't remember from the investigation in this case?
There's a lot.
Okay. For example, as you sit here today, do you know whether there exists a 911 call from the date of the death?
I don't.
Okay. Generally, would you say that on your cases, if that type of audio is available, that you would listen to it?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about, I believe Attorney Galvez phrased it, being taken off of this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did you stop working on the case?
I was transferred
Okay. To what kind of unit? Do you remember?
back to the Metro Drug Unit.
Okay. And those interviews that you were asked about from July of 2019, was Detective Hoppy in each and every one of those?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, are you aware that he spoke with the defendant more times than you did?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't ask you to review all those before today, right?
No.
If you wanted to, could you have gotten them on your own?
I would have had to ask the department for them.
Okay. So you can't remotely access even your own files from when you worked here?
No.
Okay. Is it pretty standard that through the department, people are moved and reassigned to different units fairly frequently?
Detectives can be.
Okay. Was that true for you?
I spent a lot of time in specialty units.
Okay. Was that in any way some form of discipline?
No.
Okay. Are those specialty units sought after in your department?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may, excuse me, Officer Colin, may step down. All right, for our mid-morning break, I'll let the bailiffs know, probably about 15. It had to do with what was ultimately not marked as an exhibit, even for identification purposes. They were printed documents, and the objection from the state was that they're not the same thing. And when I reviewed the email on Attorney Nikolai's computer, what is attached to that email are photographs of documents, not the documents themselves. In fact, some of them are difficult to read given how they were photographed. And so I sustained the objection because what Attorney Galvez had, while appearing to be the documents that may very well have been attached, are not the same thing as what was included. And so therefore I sustained the objection. I think that was the only sidebar we had. I'll give you all your break. And then I believe the next witness, I'll need to address the state's motion. All right, so the defense should be prepared to discuss that after the break. All right.
Document number on that filing.
I thought it was 593. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
During the break, if we need to make a correction in front of the jury, we will. I don't have the document number ahead of me, but Teresa can give you that off the record. All right, we're in recess, everyone.
Oh boy.
Well, what did we learn today? That she was very interested in any news from the coroner, and she contacted the police, helped them with info on a few people who might have something to do with the case. Other than that, did we learn anything?
No.
Not really. So,
I didn't feel like that interview was that damning, to be honest.
yeah, and we know that Humpty Dumpty was a real person. We learned that, yeah. And always keep your chicken in the back pocket. It makes it crunchier. But again, we wasted 30 minutes by a defense lawyer who can't seem to
He asked him a million questions about
Make sure.
yeah, when did you become a detective? When did you, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's what's annoying me, because they could have asked those questions in 10 minutes. And even though he spends 5 minutes thinking about each question, he almost got admonished in front of the jury. At what level does it become incompetence instead of just a whoopsie?
They don't seem to have anything together. Is it just me?
Yeah, especially this guy, because he's just sitting there. And it takes forever for him to ask a question. And that's, I really don't get how you can be this bad at your job. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. And I know he's a public defender, but he has, 20, 30 years of experience. And he has, it feels like he hasn't prepared any questions. I know she's writing a lot of stuff during the testimony, but still, then it's his job to tell her, shut up, lady, if that's what's annoying him.
Yeah, and it seems like she's frustrated with them too, because they're just, I mean, I would be the way I don't know how they could be. They're like the most boring attorneys I've ever seen in my life. And also how they take so long and the questions that they ask, it feels like they don't have anything together.
Yeah, because as we always talk about, it's about putting together a puzzle. And we're 5 days into a trial, and I can't see the puzzle they're trying to do other than she might have done it to herself. Yeah, and I know he will be. There's no ineffective defense or anything like that. I know that, but still, and if you lack confidence in the case, you fake it. Just write down some bullet points you want to ask, or do like they did in which was a trial where the defense didn't ask many questions, but ended up doing a pretty good job anyway. Whenever they took over, Rosemary did a good job. She was straight to the point all the time,
and she had some energy to her, some pep.
Yeah, because this question takes 5 minutes to get out.
If you talk to me that way, you drive me nuts.
Yeah. Hey, Yamaha. Yeah, and that's my problem, because
you're right.
You
drive me nuts.
We're getting annoyed, and we can be on Twitter or talk to each other, or Dave can stop by and chat can entertain us. There are 12 people stuck in a jury box. Yeah, I think the financial crimes, just like murder, is what's going to get her a sure conviction.
Thank you, Jessy.
Jessy got a lot of sleep, it seems.
He's a sassy little Jessy today.
All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I think Attorney Sitzberger might be in the hallway, but I do want to address this motion from the state dealing with dual subpoenas. Obviously, we had some witnesses at the end of the day on Friday that were subject to dual subpoenas, and they were not released. I've read through the motion. Attorney Nikolai, anything else you want to state as it relates to that or put on the record?
No, it's really all contained in the filing.
All right. What's the defense position?
Judge, we object to you granting that particular motion. I don't think it's our responsibility to provide an offer of proof. When the state wants to release a witness, they're under our subpoena. We have the right to present our case and our defense at the time that the case turns to us. It would be very difficult for us at this moment to say exactly. Well, I don't think we're required to give what other testimony we might want to elicit. The only person I can think of that falls in that category was Kareem Posa, but maybe there was someone else.
James Kelleher was not released from his
Oh,
either.
and James Kelleher. I mean, we had both of those witnesses under subpoena. We plan to elicit certain information. In respect to Ms. Posa's, I know that there was something that was not brought into the trial that we will want to introduce. So, I mean, we have the right to present our case. The state doesn't have to provide some kind of offer of proof every time they present a witness.
I don't think an offer of proof is needed, but I spent some time thinking about this as well. I think under 906.11, I have clear authority to address when there are dual subpoenas. While I don't believe an offer of proof is perhaps the right mechanism, I want to be mindful of the time for these witnesses as well. This isn't your typical 2-3 day trial where it really wouldn't be an inconvenience or hardship. This is a multi-week trial.
Why?
Where the state has indicated their case in chief will take 8 to 9 days of testimony. So that puts us into, late this week, early next week for when they will wrap up their case. Under 906.11, what I would like to see going forward is that the defense, if there is going to be an objection to releasing an individual from a subpoena, that you provide a strategic reason as to why this witness cannot be fully examined on cross-examination. I mean, on the one hand,
sent me this one.
If you do this when the state calls the witness, you have the ability to cross-examine and ask leading questions, which you won't otherwise have. You'll have to ask non-leading questions when you call this witness during your case in chief. So I also thought about, well, if we get done with direct, cross, and redirect, I could say, all right, under 906.11, please consider this your witness and ask your questions and require you to ask your questions at that point in time while they're still here. Again, absent a strategic reason, I want to go forward in this fashion. Obviously, we have the two witnesses who already have testified and they remain under subpoena and they'll be subject to my prior orders for exclusion of witnesses. But going forward, and we'll do this, of course, outside the presence of the jury, I will just need to be alerted to who these witnesses are so that we can do them outside the presence of the jury. I believe the next witness is subject to a dual subpoena. Was that Mr. Craig?
Only if you go
I
to
would actually
Florida.
ask the defense be required to give us that list because it's very unclear every time you ask. I'm just relying on what our witnesses have indicated in terms of whether they've received a subpoena or not. But there seems to be some confusion every time that question comes up. I think it'd be helpful if we had a list of the people that are under a defense subpoena as opposed to just
I haven't required the state to provide a list of who you're going to call every day, and I'm not going to micromanage them. Now, if you guys want to alter that, and that's what the state does, so we can, but I'm trying to balance what you all have asked me to do. I've required the parties to meet and confer. So unless you want to change that procedure, I'm not going to require them to do that.
Judge, frankly, it just appears that the state's being held to a different standard. Every day we're answering questions about how many people and who's next and what the order is that we're not required to do. Obviously, we're getting absolutely no information about, for example, why Mr. Kelleher can't be in the courtroom. He's been at every hearing in this case because although he's not a statutory victim, he feels like a victim and was very close to the victim. And he would love to be here, right? But there's this kind of unsaid reason that he needs to be recalled, and I don't really think that that's fair.
I understand that. And I'm changing the rules midstream here. And unfortunately, Mr. Kelleher and Ms. Posa fall under the old way. But as it relates to, I'm not putting the state to a different standard. Under 906.11, I think it makes sense. And I think there's a due process component as well for the state to, at the end of each day, give the defense, or whatever point in time during the day you want to do it, a heads up on who you believe the next witnesses will be. I'm asking you to do it on a day-by-day basis. I'm not asking you to map out everything in advance. It's to hopefully help the defense in a way be prepared for, what's coming up next. But in the same way, I do think it's reasonable that the defense provide a definitive answer as to whether someone's currently under subpoena. Just being on a witness list is not sufficient. They have to have been served appropriately with a subpoena. So this next witness, Mr. Craig, has the defense subpoenaed this individual and served it appropriately under the statute.
So for clarification purposes, Your Honor, then does that mean going forward, the defense is now going to be allowed recross with every witness? Because
no, you will be allowed recross if they are under subpoena. The whole point, I shouldn't have to give you all a lesson on what is direct, what is proper cross, and what is proper redirect. I don't typically allow recross unless somehow there's been an opening of the door. And it won't be recross that I'm allowing you. It will be if they're under your subpoena, you will then commence your direct examination. So you have two options. The one is during your full opportunity to cross, you can ask all of those questions and take advantage of those witnesses being, you can lead those witnesses should you choose.
Well, I guess my comment on that, Your Honor, would be that is unfair to make us do our direct examination of defense witnesses during the midst of the state's case.
Call the balls,
we should be
call the
able to
strikes.
present our case in the order we want
forever.
at the time that is allotted to us.
We need to be mindful of these witnesses as well.
I do appreciate that.
And so this next witness, is he under subpoena from the defense?
Yes.
And he's been served?
Yes.
All right.
So is Your Honor saying that we cannot call him in our case? You're not going to allow us?
No, I'd like to be able to release witnesses. If you choose to recall them, I guess that's fine. What I'm saying is I'm giving you a choice. You can, if I'm not going to allow recross, but if you'd like to start with
like
direct and then it goes to cross and then you will end with redirect, that will be the procedure that we follow. Again, unless you can give me a strategic reason as to why I should have this witness come back, 10 days from now, 9 days from now, and have to come back in and testify a second time. This is really has to do with
drag this out for 10 days. You absolutely
being mindful
cannot
of
drag
the
this out for 10 days.
witnesses who are
Jamie,
here.
I'm be drinking Visine if they
and
drag it out for 10
their
days.
time. Some of them, yes, have
us
been here
another
previously.
trial.
I put
I hate
very
this
little
lady
on
now.
that. I have an exclusion order for a reason. So let's talk about Mr. Craig. I'm presuming I'll transition. We'll get done with redirect, and I'll say then the defense, since this witness is also under dual subpoena, you may commence your direct examination. I have authority under 906.11. Witnesses are called out of order all the time in cases, sometimes for the convenience of the attorneys, of the parties, of the witnesses, sometimes for our jury as well.
I guess my comment on that is I don't want to do my direct examination of Mr. Craig today.
Give me a strategic reason as to why I should continue his subpoena to a later point in time.
I just don't believe I have to give a strategic reason or
That's the
indicate to
rule
the
that I
clerk.
am imposing under 90611, given the length of this trial,
She
given
needs to ram
uh,
90611 up her butt.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I
She
don't
loves
know what that
the
rule is, but I have heard it more times
courtesy
than
to
my
the
own name.
witnesses. I'll give you a full and fair opportunity. That's not the issue here. And the jury will be advised that they're now a defense witness as well, so that it's very clear. We can demarcate that in any way. But just give me a strategic reason as to why.
I don't want you to indicate that this witness is here today for the defense. I'm not asking for that.
Your
I don't want
objection's
you to
noted
do
for
it.
the record.
And
But unless
also-
you can tell me there's some additional investigation that was done by the defense that is different information that goes to the defense, my understanding is most of these witnesses right now, at least the ones that we have seen, have all been part of the investigation done by the sheriff's department. This is information that has been provided from the state to the defense.
And again, when you compare, Your Honor, to cases, as you indicate, this is not similar to a case that's a 2-day or 3-day trial. I agree with that. This is a trial that's
They are
scheduled to last
arguing
weeks,
if the
where my
defense can
client's
keep
facing a
people
life
under a
sentence.
subpoena
So I
because it's
just
going
think
to
that
last
it's
for a long time.
unfair
And Judge
to,
Mummy
to,
is,
to manage the defense case in the manner that you're
she
proposing.
seems so
I
annoyed.
can't say that we will or won't call Mr. Craig. Going forward, we'll have to evaluate what was elicited during the state's case and make a strategic decision once the state rests.
And they
Certainly,
should-
we try to ask everything that's important at the time that the witness is here. But I think we have a right to reevaluate it once the state closes their case and look to see if there are other things that were not brought up through deliberate or inadvertence, whatever the reason is. But we have a client facing a life sentence. And I want the opportunity, once the state closes their case, to reevaluate the witnesses, make that decision.
I'm not saying I won't give you that opportunity, because I think that's a fair assessment, but
I think this lady is. She said, "I'm not gonna micromanage." I think she's gonna micromanage everything.
She's clearly doing it. She's telling them.
I believe you have several amendments that talk about what rights you have as a defendant. And she's saying, well, you can ask your questions today because all the questions can't just be asked today. Well, it's why can't they call them back and ask them different questions? It's their case. They put on the defense. It's not the state that gets to choose. Well, Monday we will have Officer Joe here, and we can only ask questions. And he has to be out by noon. It's everything is 906.11 dash Brooks, and I never got what that's 906.
Well, it was
11.
basically because Brooks was like just asking the same questions over and over and over again. So it was like, I don't know what it means exactly, but it was basically like, okay, you're bad, like you're just asking the same questions over and over.
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that. Someone I'm sure will clarify, but it was basically she'd pull the 90611 when he was just going over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, but this has nothing to do with going over and over and over. It's
Exactly.
we want to present our defense at our time and put the stuff in there. And she's saying, well, you can do it on the day the state chooses to. No, because maybe you want to have them back and talk about something completely different.
Exactly.
Which fits into your puzzle.
But determine that when they come back. Okay, so if they bring them back and then they're asking the same questions over and over again, then you can maybe pull a 906, okay, or whatever. I still don't think she should, because it isn't fair. They should be able to ask whoever they want back.
As long as they have given out a subpoena.
Exactly.
And every one of those who has a subpoena are working for the state. They don't have anywhere else to be. It's not anything like, well, they have to be ready. No, they call them, they come in their cop car in 5 minutes.
Yeah. And don't say, oh, you better ask all your questions when they're here now, or you can't call them back. That's BS.
Yeah. Yeah. And MG is saying the same thing. So, and he went to a real law school. I'm only pre-law at Brooks Law Academy of Law and stuff and things.
Cool.
Yeah, she has good lighting in the courtroom. I saw some pictures too. She looks good in the courtroom, but she demands how the lighting is in the courtroom.
I still don't see how that should interfere with the requirement that I'm putting on the defense to ask this witness all the questions that you have. If something comes up at a later point in time and you say, we want to recall them, I'm not saying you're not going to have that opportunity. It's really about releasing them from subpoenas at this time. And
what are you talking
being
about?
mindful of their time as well. So I'll even let you make that decision. I was hoping I could do it ahead of time. Again, you all know your cases, I presume, very, very well. I have never read any of these reports. All I have is a criminal complaint and the testimony and evidence that I've heard to this point in time. I'm not asking you for an offer of proof. I'm just simply saying under 906.11, I want some type of strategic reason as to why this witness can't be released from the subpoenas. You can do that after all of the questions have been asked. But please, please do your very best to make sure these witnesses are fully questioned. We've had a significant amount of cross-examination, sometimes more than the direct examination. And so that is just my observation. Most of the times I don't think this is really an issue. And we're just going to do this one by one.
And as long as they have given them a
we make a
subpoena,
record of each one, then
it
so be
doesn't
it.
matter
But
if
again,
it's
I'd like to keep
the
this
one or the
moving.
other
I'd like to
party
be mindful of the witnesses'
that have subpoenaed them.
time.
It's so
and
stupid.
That this is
But
done in a
she's
way
not gonna
that,
tell
yes,
you how to do
affords
your
due
case,
process,
and then
the
she goes on and
opportunity
does
to be
it
heard,
for
the
30
opportunity
minutes.
to not only cross-examine witnesses, but to call her own witnesses. I understand all of that, and I'm not unmindful of that.
She needs to shut up. Because
Yeah.
how stupid does she sound? Did she not just say, I'm not going to limit you, but you need to be mindful of their time, and we need to start releasing them from subpoenas, but you're allowed to call them back, but we really need to release them for like, what are you make no sense, woman. We need to be mindful of their time. This woman's life is on the line, regardless of how you feel about her. She deserves, if her lawyers want to call these people back and speak to them again, they should be allowed to.
Yeah. 906.11 provides for mode and order of interrogation or presentation. Yeah. And it's probably she could massage that to fit to her ways of thinking, but stop telling the defense that you have to tell me why you're going to put a witness on the witness stand. That's not her job. If they have them under a subpoena, they're under a subpoena. Yeah, but one of them really wanted to follow the case in the courtroom. Yeah, well, he can go jump in a lake.
Yeah, go jump in a lake, dude.
I don't like her anymore, Jamie.
I've never really liked her.
Well, I thought she was pretty. That's my big problem. I always fall for the pretty ones with a slight psychotic side.
Once she acted too much with Daryl Brooks. Okay, so I did give her a little bit of credit with Daryl Brooks, but then once we started this case, oh boy, I was like, no, it's her. It's not Daryl. It wasn't Daryl Brooks. It was her.
Yeah.
She micromanages and she talks too much. I'm not a huge fan, but it is what.
Go look if we can find any other cases we could cover there.
I know. Come on, people, throw some other stuff. I guess there's got to be
In
some.
the meantime, you find any case law that you think undermines my decision, please let me know. But I do believe under 906.11, I have the ability to control the order of interrogation of witnesses, even those that are under dual subpoena from both the state and the defense. All right, with that, then anything else I need to address before bringing the jury in for the next witness from the state?
No,
From the defense?
I think I left a new flash drive up for Madam Clerk and one on the state's desk too.
And Madam Clerk, did you confirm that
That was exhibit 593.
it was properly marked?
I corrected it. It was marked as 592, but then I was handed a different 592.
All right, so the jury is aware that it's 593, and so nothing needs to be done in front of the jury then. Okay, very good. Then, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
After I can see that where she's coming from. Under cross-examination can cover any issue relevant to the case unless the judge limits it to matters covered on direct. Yeah, but still, you might want to have them back so you can fit them into your puzzle. And she did limit them at one of them, I believe. She told them you're straying for something. I'm not sure because it's been so boring.
All right.
Yeah. She yeah, I think she's one who she knows the rules that make everything fit into her book, but she's also playing a little fast and loose, in my opinion. Get that smirk off your face.
State Call Scott Craig.
Good morning, Mr. Craig. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It's at the front of the courtroom. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Scott Craig, Scott, last name Craig.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Craig, how old are you?
I'm 48 years old.
And what kind of work do you do?
I work for a local company as a structured cabling surveillance technician.
And how long have you been working in that field?
25 years.
Mr. Craig, do you know a woman named Jessy Kurczewski?
I do.
And is the woman you know as Jessy Kurczewski in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please identify her by where she's seated and perhaps what color her shirt is?
She's right over there in the peach colored sweater.
Thank you. I'd ask by pointing and describing her shirt, Mr. Craig has identified the defendant, Ms. Kurczewski.
Oh my God, she's writing a lot of stuff down.
Thank you. Mr. Craig, how is it you know Ms. Kurczewski?
We were boyfriend and girlfriend for 3 years, 3.5 years.
What was that time span? From when until when were those 3 to 3.5 years?
From spring of 2016 till the summer of 2019.
Did you meet her in spring of 2016 or had you known her previous to dating her?
We were acquaintances previously, but formally talking to her was spring of 2016.
And over that 3 to 3.5 years, would you say the relationship became serious?
Yes.
Wait.
Did you ever live together?
Yes.
Her boyfriend?
Former boyfriend. Look at the. I
Jessy
put it on the banner.
boyfriend?
Look on the banner. I put all the information on the banner. And I don't.
Staring right at it, but I wasn't paying attention. Isn't that funny? Okay.
And not to get anyone riled up, but when they were boyfriend girlfriend, was he going through a phase and just wanted to test if he might have changed?
What did you say again?
When they were boyfriend girlfriend, was he just in a phase where he had to try something out to see if he was living the life the right way?
I don't know.
He seems a little
He is. How old did
limp
she-
wristed.
How old did he say he was?
48. He's a year older than me.
Well, he's like 10 years older than her.
Yeah.
Well, he just seems like really like, I don't know. I noticed when he walked in, he seemed really like nervous.
Yeah. And
I know, Sean.
but that's the rule of streaming with Jamie. She is just here to be pretty.
No,
And we have to tell her stuff.
I'm trying to pay attention, but my gosh, sometimes this is really boring.
Yeah. But let's hear if the former boyfriend, she told the lady who died had been in a coma for 6 months, if he remembers this.
For how long did you live together?
Probably 3 years.
And was that at a house you purchased together or one of your previous homes? How did that work?
I rent a home, and she most of the time lived with me. She was also living with her mother at the time, but for the majority of the time, she was living with me.
Hi, Farrell.
And did the two of you ever have children together?
No.
To your knowledge, did Ms. Kurczewski have any children of her own?
No.
Do you have children of your own?
Yes.
And did Ms. Kurczewski take well to your kids?
Yes.
Did your kids seem to like her as well?
Definitely.
And how many kids do you have, sir?
4.
Was that true of all 4, would you say?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. While you were dating for these 3 to 3.5 years, what kind of activities would you do together?
We would go out to local pubs. We had common friends, so hung out with friends, had barbecues and things at the house, at other people's houses. Sporting events for the kids. My kids were heavily involved in sports, especially my daughter at the time. So we would go to softball tournaments throughout Wisconsin, sometimes in Illinois.
Okay. Did you and Ms. Kurczewski ever go to casinos?
Yes.
How frequently would you say you went together?
Uh-oh.
It was off and on. Sometimes we would go, 2 to 3 times a month, sometimes more than that. Sometimes we wouldn't go for months on end.
Okay. And was that true of that kind of sporadic in those 3 years or 3.5 years you were dating?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what Ms. Kurczewski was doing for a job while you were dating her?
She had a job at a dental office I knew of. And then she had another job at another medical type office as a administrative type job within another medical office.
Were those 2 jobs she was working at the same time throughout the 3 to 3.5 years, or were they different times?
They were different times.
And was she, to your knowledge, consistently employed that total 3 to 3.5 year time span?
No, for the first 6 months, I knew she did not have a job. So she didn't have a job, I knew, for about the first 6 months.
Okay. Beyond that first 6 months, did you believe she was employed consistently for the rest of your relationship?
Yeah, there was probably maybe a couple month period between those 2 jobs that she wasn't, but then she ended up getting another job.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Ms. Kurczewski how much money she made at these jobs?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you ever group your bills together, for example?
Bills themselves, no, we didn't group our bills together.
Did you ever add her to any credit cards as a second user?
No.
Did you add her to any of your bank accounts as a second user?
No.
Did she add you to any of her accounts that you knew of?
No.
Okay, so you kind of kept your finances separate from one another.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, you just have to answer out loud so the woman in front of you can take it down.
Sorry.
It's okay. Now, when you would go to the local pubs, as you said, did you pay attention to how much money Ms. Kurczewski would spend?
At times I would pay attention, at times I didn't, because, it's not my business of how much money somebody's spending or not spending all the time. So there were times I did, but times I didn't.
Okay. And when you went out, you would spend your own money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Roughly how much money would you spend out at a night at the bars?
It would.
Judge the relevant.
Background?
Well, I'm just trying to establish what he spent and what he was paying attention to Ms. Kurczewski spending for counts 2 and 3 purposes.
All right, overruled. He may answer.
It would vary from what we spent. You know, sometimes we go to the bar and only spend $50. Sometimes we would go and spend $100 a piece. It would just depend on the day or the evening or what was going on for that particular trip to the bars.
Okay. And you referenced we would spend. Is it fair to say you and Ms. Kurczewski were either you might pick up the bill sometimes or she might pick up the bill for the both of you at times?
Yeah, correctly. I mean, sometimes I would run a tab and then it would be all under, you know, some night it would be all under my tab. There'd be nights that it would all be under her tab.
Okay. And you said that it wasn't really your business how much anybody else was spending, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't really pay attention to what Ms. Kurczewski was spending. Is that fair?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What about these times you would go to the casinos? Did you pay attention to how much Ms. Kurczewski was spending?
At times, yes. She would probably do the same with me. You know, we would tell each other how things were going as we were there.
Okay. And anything that stood out about Ms. Kurczewski's spending at the casino to you?
At the time, no.
Okay. How much money would you typically spend at the casino on a given night?
Again, it would vary. You know, sometimes you'd spend $100. You know,
I don't like
the
to
maximum
cry
I
here,
probably
so to
lost
speak.
at a casino is maybe $1,000. Sometimes we would win money, so it was different every single time.
Let's talk about that for a second. When you would win money, what kind of amounts are we talking about?
Sometimes you win a couple $1,000s. Sometimes it would be a few $100s, you know, and then you would maybe take that and try to, you know, go and play some more or just leave and go home with the money that you won.
Okay. When you say you would sometimes win a couple $1,000s, is that around 5,000, less, more? How would you put it?
It would be mostly probably less than 5,000.
Okay. Prior to October 3rd of 2018, did you ever win any jackpots bigger than $5,000 that you can remember?
Prior to that, no.
Did you ever see, up until October 3rd of 2018, did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski win any big jackpots while you were with her?
No.
Okay. So nothing over $5,000 in your time with Ms. Kurczewski up until October 3rd of 2018.
Correct.
Now, after October of 2018, was there a pretty big jackpot you won?
Correct.
How did that go?
We were at a casino late one evening and we won a jackpot. I think it was in November of 2018 for $70,000.
Okay. So you said we won that.
Yeah.
How did the two of you both win that jackpot?
Well, we ended up sitting together. So we always kind of said, you know, we would always mostly try to split what was happening when we were at the casino. So when I say we won it, we were sitting together at the machine.
Understood. And did you split that jackpot then 50-50?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the money and sort of deposit it in your account and then give her a check, or did she do that, or how did it work? How did you split it?
When we left the casino, we each got $5,000 cash, and then Jessy received a check for $60,000.
And did she ever share some of that $60,000 with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did she write you a check, do you think?
I'm not sure how it was. I'm not sure how it was given to me. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Beyond that $70,000 jackpot in November of 2018, any significant jackpots that you can remember while at the casinos with Ms. Kurczewski?
No.
Switching gears a little bit, this was a serious relationship with Ms. Kurczewski, you said, correct?
Correct.
Did you meet family members of hers?
Yes.
Specifically her mother, Jennifer Flower?
Yes.
How many times would you say you met Jennifer Flower?
I would probably say 8 times, 9 times.
Okay. Did you meet any other family members of Ms. Kurczewski?
I met her grandmother.
Did you know of a Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Did you ever meet Lynn Hernan?
No, I did not.
How is it you knew about Lynn Hernan?
When I first met Jessy, throughout those first few months, she told me of a friend of hers that was like a mother figure, and her name was Lynn.
Did you know anything more about Lynn sort of early on in your relationship other than it was a family friend of Ms. Kurczewski's?
At the time, no, I didn't really know anything else. I knew she lived in Pewaukee. Jessy talked to her, a few times a week on the phone, went and visited her. So I just knew of her as a good, close friend of Jessy's.
When you met Jennifer Flower, Ms. Kurczewski's mom, Was that at your request, or did Ms. Kurczewski want you to meet her mom?
I think she wanted me to meet her.
When it came to Lynn Hernan, you said Ms. Kurczewski was going out to Pewaukee to visit her?
Correct.
Where were the two of you living? What municipality?
West Dallas.
So she was leaving your house in West Dallas to go to Pewaukee?
Correct.
How many times per month, if you had to say?
At least 4 times, at least once a week for sure. 4 times a month, sometimes more, sometimes less.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever ask you to come with her on these visits?
No.
Is there ever a time that you offered to come with on a visit to Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
And did you get to go then?
No.
Why not?
She said that Lynn was kind of a recluse. She didn't feel, Lynn didn't feel good about herself, and she was kind of just kept to herself, and she didn't want to meet people, I guess.
Okay.
That's kind of how it was left.
And was that sort of explanation consistent to you between 2016 and 2019?
Yes.
So you never met Lynn Hernan?
No.
Up until about spring of 2018, so for that first 2-year period, how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Kurczewski? Was it pretty solid? Was it sort of off and on? How would you describe it?
It was pretty solid. I mean, there were times where, like normal relationships, where things would get a little, I don't even know how to say it.
Yeah, it's Halloween.
I guess I don't
special
know how to
and
answer
for
that.
today.
I mean, where you have, small problems here and there, but it was pretty solid.
Okay. You've referenced that your relationship with Ms. Kurczewski went until the summer of 2019, correct?
Correct.
What was it that happened in the summer of 2019 that caused that end to the relationship?
When Waukesha Sheriff's Department came to my house and took her away.
They arrested her.
Correct.
Did they do anything else as it relates to your house?
Yes.
What was that?
Obviously, they were looking for evidence, pretty much destroyed everything in my house as far as ransacking it, looking for things.
They had a search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they searched your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Correct. Yes.
Thanks, Ed. And they went through everything you said.
Correct.
Did they at some point talk to you
Yes.
at your house that same day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day that was specifically?
July 9th.
Of 2019?
Of 2019.
In that conversation, some Sheriff's Department personnel had with you, did they ask if they could have your cell phone?
Yes.
Did they tell you why they wanted your cell phone?
They basically just said that they,
Sustain.
Did you give over your cell phone?
yes, I did.
Did you get that cell phone back rather quickly?
Yeah. Yes. Within 2 days, I got it back.
Okay.
2 days later.
Was it your understanding that police wanted to look through your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you were agreeing to give them your phone for?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Mr. Craig, why did you give your phone over to the sheriff's personnel?
So they could use it as gain evidence from my phone, I guess, going through calls and text messages.
Okay. Did they ever tell you you were a suspect of anything?
No.
In fact, did they tell you quite the opposite?
Yes.
As to leading?
Object to hearsay.
What's that from my mind, you know?
Object to leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question, he may answer.
No, it's the way they asked the question. She's bitching.
What was the question
bitching
again?
about.
He'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
Were you ever led to believe in this conversation that you were a suspect in anything?
No, I was not.
Let
So
me
when you
hold
say
the 20.
gave over your phone so the sheriff's department could look for evidence, what do you mean by that?
Well, at the time, I didn't know what anything meant. I just figured that was standard protocol for what they were doing.
Okay. I'd like to bring up Exhibit 183, please, just to the witness.
It's up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Craig, can you see Exhibit 183 based on that little sticker in the bottom right corner in front of you on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And if I could have Mr. Vulcanier scroll down to page 5 of that exhibit. Mr. Craig, are you able to see how many pages that exhibit is?
According to the right side, it says 5.
Okay. And if you could just, as Ms. Vulcanier slowly scrolls up, could you just read, actually, let me ask you this first. In reading some of the messages that are on the screen, do you believe you know whose phone these messages were taken from?
Thank you. Yes, they're from Jesse's phone.
From Jesse's phone?
They were, looks like a conversation between Jesse and I.
Okay. Do you know whose phone they were taken off of?
Looks like my phone.
Regardless, as you read through these messages, you believe this is a conversation between yourself and Jesse, you said?
Yes.
Is that Jesse Kurczewski?
Yes.
And as we slowly scroll up the 5 pages, more technological.
No. Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened.
Just bear with us, Mr. Craig. We'll get it back up for you.
False, they can't figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
We have to go with the hard copies.
Let me just.
There you go, it's
Oh,
back up.
it's back up.
Oh, thank you. Keep these just in case. Can you just start scrolling up the Mr. Vulcan? Oh, thank you. And Mr. Craig, to be fair, prior to testifying today, you and I met with one another, is that correct?
Correct.
And I showed you certain portions of these messages that I'd probably be asking you about during today's trial, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you've seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us generally what this conversation with you and Ms. Kurczewski was about?
It seems that we were out one night and we got into an argument about, I really don't know exactly what it was about, but this happened from time to time where we got into arguments and looks like I was very upset and I was trying to break up with her.
In what date was this conversation, as we've scrolled up from page 5? Do you recall what date that conversation took place?
Looks like 5/13 of 2018.
Okay, so about mid-May of 2018.
Yes.
And if we could go to page 2 of 5. And Mr. Craig, do you see on the left side, and if we can actually scroll down, Mr. Vulcanier, just on that same page 2 of Exhibit 183.
Judge, I believe that the witness should be asked the question and only shown the exhibit if he needs to refresh his recollection.
Yeah, don't let him read it.
It's not been offered yet, so you lay a little more foundation and then we'll go from there. I'll sustain the objection at this time.
I think the proper foundation will be laid through a later witness, but he has testified that this is a conversation he recalls between himself and Ms. Kurczewski.
Haven't established how he knows that.
Understood. Mr. Craig, how is it you're able to say this is a conversation you had between yourself and Ms. Kurczewski?
I guess I don't understand the question.
And you can stop stop publishing to the witness, please. I want him to answer the questions from his memory.
As you looked through those messages briefly, do you recall having that conversation with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. And
bits and pieces of it, yes.
Understood. And in the midst of that conversation, you said it appeared to you or you recall trying to end the relationship with Ms. Kurczewski.
Correct.
And around that time, May 13th of 2018, you recall Ms. Kurczewski telling you something about Lynn Hernan.
Yes,
What was that?
that Lynn had overdosed on pills.
Okay. And did she say what happened as a result of Miss Hernan overdosing on pills?
That she was admitted into Freighter because she was in coma.
And did she
Oh,
tell
that's what
you
they wanna
anything else
have in.
subsequent to that about Lynn recovering or anything like that?
About recovering. I guess I don't understand.
Sure. So in May of 2018, you said Miss Kurczewski told you that Lynn Hernan was in a coma after overdosing on pills, correct?
Correct.
Was there ever a time after May of 2018 that Miss Kurczewski told you something along the lines of, hey, great news, Lynn is recovered, she's back home?
Jeff, leading.
Sustained, rephrase.
Did Miss Kurczewski ever tell you any news or updates on Miss Hernan's condition?
Yes,
What was that?
that nothing has changed with her condition. She was still in the hospital and in a coma. And that was it.
So that was in May of 2018. Yes?
Yes,
If we fast forward to October of 2018, did Miss Kurczewski tell you any news about Lynn Hernan?
yeah, that's in October of 2018 that she had passed away.
Where did you believe Lynn Hernan passed away?
In Freighter Medical Center
And why did you believe that?
because she was in a coma at Freighter.
Who gave you that information?
Jessy.
So you believe between May and October of 2018 that Lynn Hernan was in a coma at Freighter?
Yes,
Did Miss Kurczewski ever tell you that was not true?
after the fact, after her arrest, on phone calls from the prison.
Oh,
yes.
we see that all the time.
So
That's why they asked him.
is that how you first found out that entire story about the coma and Freighter was untrue?
No, that's not how I found out.
How did you find out?
I found out 2 days after Jesse's arrest from Detective Hoppy.
You remember looking at messages between your, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember in August of 2018, did you and Miss Kurczewski take any trips that you can recall?
See you all. See you, Ellen. Have a
Hi,
good
Ellen.
night.
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Did you look at any messages prior to testifying where you indicated to another person in your life that you were taking a trip?
Yes,
And where was that trip to?
Wisconsin Dells.
You recall who that trip was with?
Jesse.
And do you recall roughly what time?
I don't recall what time of day.
No, what time of year was that trip?
Oh, it would have been in, I don't recall actually, in summer, possibly,
Summer of what year?
2018.
Did you and Miss Kurczewski go to the Wisconsin Dells often, would you say?
No,
How many times do you think you and her went to the Dells?
we probably went once together personally, but there was a couple other times where my daughter had softball tournaments and we were maybe in that area.
On any of those trips, that whether they were just you and Miss Kurczewski or for your daughter, did you bring Lynn Hernan along with you?
No,
Moving ahead to early 2019, you were still with Miss Kurczewski?
correct.
And in fact, let's back up for a second, because in May of 2018, you told us that you were trying to end the relationship with her, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ultimately end the relationship with her?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was a few days later is when I actually found out the news about Lynn, and that seemed to be like a bigger thing to worry about at that time when she was going into the hospital. And I could tell Jesse was very distraught about it. So that's not the ultimate reason why we didn't, but I just kind of put it aside, let things go. And because it was basically just probably a frivolous type fight anyways, the more I thought about it.
Okay. And so your relationship continued?
Yes,
And in early 2019, were you and Miss Kurczewski still living together?
yes.
And did there come a time where she had a conversation with you about needing to go to the hospital?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
There was a number of times that she needed to go to the hospital. So I don't remember any. There was a lot of reasons why she had to go to the hospital. You know, obviously to go and see her. Sometimes to go sign papers for medical delivery, things of that nature.
I see. So if I understand you correctly, you're talking about Ms. Kurczewski needing to go to the hospital to visit Lynn.
Correct.
Was there ever a time in early 2019 where Ms. Kurczewski told you she had to go to the hospital for her own medical needs?
Yes.
And how did that go?
She was out with some friends. They went to another local pub to go see a concert, and she believed that somebody had drugged her and she wasn't feeling well, and she had to go to the doctor.
Did she go to the doctor or the hospital?
Well, the hospital.
This is helping, Iris.
And how was she relaying this information to you?
Through text messages.
And did she ultimately tell you that the doctors had concluded something?
Yes.
And what was that?
They said that she ingested Visine.
Did she use the word Visine or a different word? Do you remember?
Well, she said it was some medical tetra. I don't know the exact name, tetra something.
Okay.
But in the end, she clarified that it was the chemical in Visine. So this chemical was in Visine.
And do you recall what month and what year that text conversation with you and Ms. Kurczewski occurred in?
I don't recall exactly, no.
Okay. Was it before or after Lynn Hernan's death?
After.
Do you recall what you were thinking as you were receiving these text messages about your girlfriend being poisoned?
I was very irate, very mad, wondering who could do this to her.
Had you personally ever heard about tetrahydrozoline or eye drops being poisoning people?
No.
Did you know anything about it?
No, not at all.
Did Ms. Kurczewski in those messages tell you if it was serious or nothing to worry about?
She said it was serious, yes.
And you took it seriously?
Yes.
Did you try to take any action after she informed you that she thought she had been drugged?
Yeah, I was inquiring on who she was with, you know, where she was afterwards, beforehand, trying to figure out who could have done something like this to her.
Okay, why were you asking about that?
Well, because I was very concerned that, you know, if it was somebody, a friend of ours, I just wanted to get to the bottom of actually what happened to her, because it was a bad thing, obviously.
Did you ever get to the bottom of it?
No, I never did.
How did that situation resolve itself?
After a few weeks, it just kind of fizzled out, and it never really came up again, because I figured I wasn't going to find out who did it.
At any time between those text messages where she told you she had been drugged and her arrest on July 9th of 2019, did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you that that wasn't a true story?
No.
Did you later learn it was not a true story?
Yes.
That would call for hearsay.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Next question.
Yeah, and
Thank
all
you.
the notes she's taking and all the
Mr.
papers
Craig,
she's
moving on to
shown
sort of
her
my final
defense.
points. You said the
I'm leaning
relationship
for what
ended
she
when
wants
Ms.
to talk.
Kurczewski was arrested, correct?
Yes.
You also referenced receiving calls from her after she was arrested, though?
Yes.
If the relationship had ended, why were you continuing to take calls from Ms. Kurczewski?
Because I was very confused. I didn't know what was happening. Obviously, I was trying to figure out how any of this could have happened. I just wanted to hear what was going on her end of it. So that's why I was just trying to figure out what was happening.
And would she call you frequently from the jail or just once every great while?
For the first 6 months, it was about once a week. It kind of fizzled out towards the end of those 6 months, but
Okay, let me stop you there. I'm going to pull up Exhibit 54, please. And Mr. Craig, if we play that first portion of the video, that first 1 minute and 38 seconds, was there a way you knew you were getting a call from a jail?
I think it came up as well, depending on where she was, but it came up as an unknown caller, or it would come up as Waukesha County Jail.
Was it Ms. Kurczewski's voice right away, or was there some sort of automated, almost robotic voice that you had to listen to first?
It was a automated message saying that there was a call coming from, and then it would be Jesse's voice saying Jessy.
Yeah.
Sidebar.
Prior to doing that, I want to advise the jury that to the extent that you're hearing about testimony, Ms. Kurczewski may have been in custody or incarcerated or in jail. Please be advised that that does not have any bearing on her guilt or innocence and should not in any way be used against her, meaning used against Ms. Kurczewski when you ultimately deliberate.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
No.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Sitzberger.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, Exhibit 54 is divided into two separate audio clips. The first one is from 0 minutes till 1 minute and 38 seconds. If Mr. Baltimore can play that, please.
Call number 808268186. Inmate ID 1488412. Date 2019 7/25. Time 170549. Dialed number 14145871322 from station 10110.
Could we just
The
cut
time is 5. Please enter your PIN number. Press 0 to make a prepaid. Your account balance is $25.51. The cost of this call will be 37 cents for the first minute and 37 cents for each additional minute, excluding taxes and other applicable fees. The time limit is 15 minutes. Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Jessy,
an inmate at
Waukesha County Jail.
To accept this call, press or say 5. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time.
Later part, that's the sort of automated voice you would hear at the beginning of a call like this?
Correct.
And you had to accept that call, correct?
Yes.
You had the option to reject it,
Yes.
and you accepted it.
Correct.
You heard the human voice say the word Jessy, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that to be Jessy Kurczewski's voice?
Yes.
If we could continue on with the second audio clip, which is from timestamp of this particular file, 6 minutes, 44 seconds until 10 minutes, 5 seconds.
You really have nothing to say to me, do you?
No.
Greg, in that brief audio clip, did you recognize the two voices we've heard so far?
Yes.
And who are the two voices?
Jessy and myself.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, by Jessy, who do you mean?
Jessy Kurczewski.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move Exhibit 54 to evidence.
Exhibit 54 is received.
Thank you. And then I'd ask to continue playing that second audio file to its conclusion.
Granted.
Thank you.
You don't. What the hell you expect?
I don't understand why you're being this mean. It doesn't even make sense.
I'm not being mean at all. I'm being what any normal human being would be in this situation. I don't know you, Jessy.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I don't. Nobody makes up lies like that to their person they love. You don't love anybody.
I don't love anybody.
No, you don't. You don't lie to people. You don't lie to people and make up so many lies.
About one thing. One
No, it's not
thing.
one thing.
Our whole life was not a lie.
Yeah, I was.
No, it wasn't. How can you even say that?
Very easily, because you lied to me about something very serious. Then you told a bunch of other lies on top of that to my family about her being in the hospital and being brought back to life. You just kept making up more and more lies. You're diabolical. That's just crazy.
Do you
Crazy.
understand why he's on the stand now?
I can't even believe it. Do you know what it's doing to my mind knowing that I was living with somebody like that?
Is continuing to be played, which is just this witness's perception of things. These are not statements of Jessy. There's a witness's impression. It's improper.
The exhibit was received without objection. The state may continue playing it.
Thank you.
You may cross-examine on that.
And you never even skipped a beat. It didn't even bother you.
It didn't bother me. It bothered the shit out of me, Scott. There's a reason I didn't let you know the shit.
I couldn't tell. Whatever. I couldn't tell. There's no reason why you didn't let me know this shit. You should have let somebody else know, like the police or a mental institution or something. Not what the heck you did. It's just sick. It's so sick and disgusting.
You act like that was our whole 3.5 years together. And it wasn't.
Wow. It takes precedence over everything, trust me.
No, it doesn't.
Nothing for you, Jessy, because you're not a normal person. It does for me.
You never once thought that I was keeping you from anything so you wouldn't know, so you wouldn't be a part of anything? So you wouldn't get hurt, so you wouldn't be involved?
Why the hell would I think anything even close to what was going on? I was told she's in the hospital.
She was in the fucking hospital numerous times.
Well, not in a coma for 5 months. That's what you told me. So,
I know that's what I told you.
Yeah,
I told you
I know.
that to protect you for a
disgusting.
reason.
That's pretty disgusting. That's a disgusting thing to lie about.
Mr. Craig, at the end of that audio file, did you hear Ms. Kurczewski tell you she was trying to protect you?
Yes.
Do you know what she meant by that?
Overruled, he may answer.
Speculation what's in the Jessy's mind.
The way it was phrased, he may answer.
No, I don't know what she meant by that at the time.
And throughout your 3 to
Yeah.
3.5 year history, did
This
Ms.
is the
Kurczewski
first
ever express to you that
really
she was
bad
concerned about
witness,
Lynn and
order.
her mental health?
Yes.
And in what way?
She said that Lynn was a drinker. She used pills before medications. I don't know if they were prescribed or not. She was suicidal, things of that nature.
That was all from Ms. Kurczewski telling you that.
Yes,
You never got to meet Lynn, though, correct?
correct.
And again, as far as the pill comment, that led into Ms. Hernan having suffered a coma and being in the hospital, correct?
Meeting.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Sorry. Mr. Craig, how did the pill comment specifically come up as it relates to Ms. Hernan?
As far as
Did Ms. Kurczewski just say, oh,
Yeah,
she
and
uses
they get
pills?
to hear it
Or
from
was that
her
the
mouth
basis
that
for
she's.
Ms.
It was
Hernan's
just one
hospitalization, according to
thing.
Ms. Kurczewski?
Yeah, it's a pretty big thing.
well, that was the reason that I was told that she was in a coma because of pills and alcohol.
And you later learned that was not true.
Correct.
It calls for hearsay.
So overruled, the way it was asked is sufficient.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat your last answer, sir?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Cross.
Judge, could we have a lunch break now and begin the cross after lunch? It's not going to be done in 10 minutes or even 20.
Why?
All right, that's fine. we'll take our lunch break then. All rise for the jury, please.
Well, Jamie, you know what time it is. It's Iris's favorite time of the day.
So I missed. I had to check out my laundry. What happened? Like, I came
They
in
played
talking about like, oh, that's not good for her or whatever.
Yeah, they played the phone call from prison where he said, "Well, you lied to me. I lied about only one thing. You can make that our 3.5 years. Well, you lied about a lot of things.
Thank you. Be seated, sir. You can
She
step
wasn't
down
in the
for now.
hospital.
Please be
Well, she was in the
mindful you're
hospital a
still
lot.
under subpoena, under oath, and subject to the exclusion
So,
order that I previously entered. Okay.
so
But
I
you can
think
step down
that
and go back to the
that
victim
won't be
witness
sitting well with the
room.
jury.
I do want to make a note or a record regarding the objection from the defense just now. On number 2, it would be Ms. Kurczewski as a statement by a party opponent. Moreover, this witness is on the stand testifying regarding the phone call, not only with the rule of completeness, but I think best evidence as well as to what his that he trying to lead this. Talked about this to her
Can't you
custodial
just
status.
write
I
it
did give the
on a
limiting
break?
instruction, limited.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, I think you stated accurately. I was concerned because you had mentioned the word prison, and he had also uttered the phrase multiple institutions. And so those two things concern the defense.
Understood. All right, then I want to start back up at 1:10. I think given the fact that our jurors don't leave and they're back there, I
Well,
think
that's
I'm
in
going to
an
start
hour and 10
shortening our
minutes, if I do
lunch
my math
times
correct.
to between an hour and 15 minutes. So just so that everyone can plan accordingly, I'm not in any way getting close to the time that the cafeteria closes for our defense team. I know last week, I think that was an issue. My apologies to that, although I wanted to get that witness completed, which was my goal and all of that. So, we'll shoot for around noon each day, give or take. It was a good.
Oh,
Jesus,
yeah.
man. She talks so much.
Yeah. Frick, she didn't admit to what the lie was as such. He said, "You lied about her being at the hospital." And she said, "Well, she was at the hospital a lot." Yeah, but there's a difference between being in a coma for 5 months and being in and out of the hospital. So I don't think he was a good witness. I liked when Eris asked why is he on the stand, and I think she found out in the end because he really didn't help her, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't know.
But let's get some lunch and put on a little happy music. Are you ready, Iris? This is for you, honey. I don't know why I say it like that.
Hi, Donna T. The boyfriend's on the stand, Irish.
Yeah, the boyfriend is on the stand. They're ready for cross. Did I
After-
put it on the wrong one again?
I think so, because nobody's stuff is working.
No, because it should be on my brand account. let's do this. No, it's the one I've used before because it was level 18. Choose an account. This is my account. My brand account. Allow. Oh, now I have to send it as well. What's happening? I hope it works now. What the F is happening? It is the right one. I put it on this time. Maybe you can. I think I did it the right way. It is this one. Let's try this one instead. See if that's the right one. What the F is happening? Why isn't it working today?
Hi, John.
Don't yell at me. Yell at Word of Streams. Yeah, because this was that's my private account. Oh, I probably shouldn't show this on screen.
Look. John
What?
got her ninja spider.
Oh.
Yay!
I hope you like him. Chilla, yeah.
How exciting.
Get to working.
It's gonna work. Let's do it.
The other one was my private account. So now everyone can see my.
Come on.
Why isn't it working? I don't get that. It should be working.
Shizzy, help him. I'm kidding. I know you know what you're doing.
Yeah, because I tried both my accounts. And this is the right one.
Yeah,
but I've done it just the same way as I always did it. Linked it to my Google account and linked it to my brand account. So I can't see what I have done wrong this time. Doesn't it work with it? I think they made an update yesterday. Stylist, something happened.
Wait.
It was just wet. Why?
When did she say that? Like 10 years ago?
It's an ultra low response time. So it can be because YouTube has had those connection problems, maybe.
So here's what you want to do really quick is end the match, and the whole thing shut down the words on stream, like exit out of the whole thing.
Yeah.
shut it down, make sure that it's closed out, go in and log into it again, use the correct one. Just trust me, I had the same problem with mine not too long ago. Same exact problem.
I did it twice the right way.
I'm pretty sure it like you have to refresh the whole thing. It can't be
now it won't log on. So it seems like something's wrong.
Yeah. Make sure the browser is refreshed. What I think I did on mine is I actually shut down the whole browser, which removed me from the stream, and then I came right back in after shutting down the whole browser. I was able to get it back up and running. It's got some weird stuff that goes on with Words on Stream, and it's something to do with the browser.
Let's try it again, just to be a little bit more annoying.
Hey, no, beautiful.
Hi, Jessy.
Hey, how you doing, doll?
I'm good.
Good to see you. Or should I say, it is good. We'll see.
Well, this looks stupid. So you say I should leave this? I should update everything and just let you and Jamie sit here and wait for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
No, Food Fairies just came in now.
Yep.
But how long is... I can't see that in... I can't see Food Fairy in my chat.
That's because Food Fairy is not in your chat.
How can Food Fairy be playing?
Because Food Fairy is in somebody else's chat.
In your chat?
No, in somebody else's chat. Don't know whose it is. Yeah, there's Food Fairy. But how's Food Fairy able to type that in there?
Yeah, because I don't see her.
When Words on Stream works.
Click on settings.
Because
up there.
That's so funny.
Music off. Autopilot is on. I don't know. There's something. Like I said, I think she's scanned the game is why she's able to do it.
Oh.
That's a possibility. Or he.
But can I update without ending the stream? Can I update? Can I close down this tab I have opened?
Try opening it up on another window and doing it that way.
Yeah, I did that twice.
Yeah, see, Food Fairies did the QR code.
Yeah.
And that's not how it's supposed to work.
No, I think there's a problem with connecting StreamYard and
right.
I
mean, I just shut down my whole thing because StreamYard will allow it to run. You just shut down all your browser, restart the whole thing, come back in, load it up. I mean, nothing will happen. We'll just be sitting here not able to do anything.
So I can just close all my windows.
Yeah. It's just like me leaving StreamYard. And all you have to do is open StreamYard up again. You come right back in.
Okay, but I can't leave StreamYard. I just never leave StreamYards when I have it turned on because I'm afraid it'll.
No, nothing will happen. No, it won't end the stream. The stream.
I'm gonna close everything. Jessy and Jamie is gonna talk to you about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
What do you want to know, guys?
Yeah. This is why you don't nail man's hands to a piece of wood, because it's painful. You gotta be careful playing with wood.
And also, I know nothing, so.
I guess it is fitting for a carpenter, though, wouldn't it?
It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, carpenter got hammered to some wood. So
Ooh, yeah.
I'm gonna burn, aren't I?
I think we're all gonna burn, but it's okay. At least it'll be a fun party. See our
Well,
friends.
I mean, then we'll all be glowies,
Oh, well, yes, we will.
not just Valhalla.
Oh my God.
I love it.
What was I going to ask you?
I told you it wouldn't be deleted from it.
Just hope everything else is running when I open up those. And I need to get some food.
And what I would suggest doing is not showing the showing anything until you can confirm that it works.
Well, it works because
Yeah. So did you log out of it?
Yeah, I closed everything down.
Okay. So let's try the COD code. Yeah, you have to log out of it and then log back in of the
my
game.
Fucking
Yeah, log out. And you might want to hide this part.
yeah, I might want to do that.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm a functional retard.
Okay.
Not high functioning, just a retard. That's how I'm gonna grow to the big numbers.
That's so funny.
I know.
But that's easy actually to fix.
Is that
Because
a
you can
control FG?
you can cut that stuff out of your stream. Just give it a little tag, 3 minutes 50s, whatever, and
Yeah.
I wasn't watching.
We'll try it again. Or else I'm just gonna have Jessy sit here and tell you all about his last.
let's see.
What he had for dinner last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Tonight. That might work. Let's give it a try. Right,
Doesn't
tonight.
work. No, it doesn't work today. There was problems with YouTube yesterday. It can be some integration problem.
It could be, yeah.
So
check your email and see if it sends you a message. Sometimes it'll send you a message.
What? It's okay.
If not, I can hang out here for a bit.
I just got Words on Stream has, yeah. It just says that it's allowed to use my Google account, and that's what it should be doing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, everyone. It's StreamYard won't work, or YouTube won't work with it today. So
no, not at all.
We're just gonna kill it, and you can hang out, listen to the music, maybe talk to Jessy because I need to get some food. It's
Yeah, go get some
6:15.
food, brother. I got you for a little bit.
Thank you. So
We can keep the music nice, easy. Jamie needs
Yeah.
some lunch also, I'm sure.
I got a snack. I was waiting to eat.
See you later.
Definitely see you in a minute. So Jamie, what is going on in the YouTube universe today?
Not much. Hanging out here.
I did. I found that I was.
You got a stream I see coming up. I would like you to, yeah. Why don't you tell me?
Do you want to join me on that one?
What is it? 9:00 tonight.
Mhm.
I don't want to make any promises.
I'll drop you a link. You can swing by if you want to. I may have Caitlin on with me tonight. That's entirely up to her. It's like an open invitation on Mondays. It just depends on how much schoolwork she has. If she's like really busy, she'll just say, nope, I can't do it. or she'll go, I try, but no guarantee.
That's how I am on weekday ones. When they're later, it's like I gotta, because I play it by ear. Because some days, because my sleep has been kicking my butt, because I have to get up at 6:30 every morning for work.
Yeah. Well, I usually end that stream. Let's see, I would do it from 9 to like 11, and then that's about it. Tonight's going to be interesting because I'm going to have to go over to Rumble for the rest of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's going to be, it's one that will not allow me. Well, I could probably play it on YouTube. I just don't want to get the little claim for self-deletion thing on there.
Oh, that's what I was, because I had seen it come up, and I was going to ask you here, because it's called Children of God.
Yes.
So, like, can you tell me what you're going to be doing without giving it all away?
Oh yeah. Basically going through the history of the Children of God, also known as Teens for Christ. They became Children of God. Can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I was looking at it this morning, and ultimately became the Family International, which is still quite active. And it's the level of abuse that that this group has performed is just insane. But it was one that I felt needed to be covered, especially with some recent events in the world. So
Yeah, I don't really know much about that stuff at all, because I don't really follow a lot of religious stuff.
Oh, it's not.
I always find
it's cult. It's not religion.
Well, you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
When it like a lot of the culty or type stuff that.
Yeah.
You're the one that's gotten me more interested in that side of things sometimes, because I watch, I lurk in your streams a lot. So
a lot of people do. It's all right. It doesn't bother me as long as you hit the like button on your way in or out.
Always, of course. Sometimes I'm just listening as I'm doing something. That's really interesting.
A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll just put it on and listen to it while they're doing other stuff. And it's like what I was doing with you and Baker earlier today, just listening in the background, working, and then was like, oh, I'll chat a little bit here and there.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, her defense attorney is a pain.
Her attorney?
Yeah.
Yes, they're just so, I don't know what to like. My perception of them that keeps coming to mind is just, they're just like, I don't feel like they're all that prepared. They don't really have, it feels like every time they go up to question somebody, they're just so, they don't even know what to say.
Right.
I don't know. That's how it comes across as me. I'm like, what are you getting at? And
it is a possibility that they weren't fully prepped on it, or they didn't review everything. I mean, I don't know if this is a paid attorney or a public defender or what, or maybe this is all she could get, and they just are not invested in it, except for making a few bucks.
Yeah, I think they're public defenders, if I'm right, and I believe she's been through quite a few, so kind of
well, that could have a lot to do with it,
and that's what I'm thinking too. But it's like, good gracious, it's so hard to follow, and they could potentially do a good job. I don't know. Now I'm just like, man, when everybody would complain about these feisty attorneys, I'm like, they're too aggressive to do this. Like, is this what you want, people? Because this is even worse. Would you rather them be more soft spoken?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be an attorney, you've got to, I guess, people are expecting a little bit of spunk to you. But if and sometimes just that's the way people are, is they're a little more mild mannered, not as loud or obnoxious. They're not jumping at every single opportunity. And it could be that she might be difficult to work with. Who knows?
It's true. I mean, she's given me a vibe, definitely. If you watched any of this, like, she writes copious notes. She had that paper she just flipped, and it looked like she had like full pages written out. She's constantly giving them notes. And every time they're questioning, she's, writing stuff down and throwing it over there, kind of thing. So she's definitely pretty, I can tell she's probably pretty intense
Yes.
into this.
Yes, Bobby, I know that it's also a word for that.
But ever since I met the beautiful, wonderful Rosemary, nobody can compare. My gosh.
Yeah. I'm still
That
upset
Boston
about that
spunk.
loss. Still upset about that loss.
She shouldn't have lost that one for sure. But just her, regardless, that's somebody you want on your side, man. Whew. She was spicy.
Yeah. It
And
is. Yeah, it's I want someone to bring the fire.
I do. That's what I was hoping for this too. Because, like, even if the case is boring, like if we're just talking about medical stuff for days and days and days, if you have a really good lawyer, it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah. Well, but also the lawyer's going to go through, okay, you're bringing all this medical advice or medical information, have some good counters to it and keep it short and sweet. Don't focus too much on it. Faster you get rid of them off the stand, the less people are going to regard them.
And I think they really need to work on dumbing things down a little bit. And not to say that people are stupid and can't understand things, but I am in a way. Because even me, like, I work in the medical field, but there's a lot of things that I'm like, wait, what was that again? Or what are you saying? Like, because people think because I work with medications, I just know every medication off the back of my hand. And no, there's so many, and they have so many different names that you're like, you have to Google everything, and those people can't sit and Google everything.
Right. What is the the little blue pill, the Viagra? Like, it has different names under different companies, but it's basically the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, and
it's
they'll
funny,
have
when you look them up in our system, it'll have, like, we sometimes have lists of, like, also called this and this and this and it's like,
and this and this. You're like,
and some of them are really, really technical and chemical names and stuff, and you're like, what? So to really be smart about that kind of stuff when you got to bring it up in a trial, is like really dumb it down and really get to the point, would be so wonderful for them. Like,
yeah, and I would say, if especially if they're saying that this, I mean, one of the defense could easily have said, so what would be a lethal dose of this chemical? Okay, so this particular chemical, how much would it be considered lethal to cause death? And that answer, say for example, they say, well, it's 10 milligrams, and you go, okay, so how many milligrams of this chemical is in Visine? So that would require how many bottles of Visine to get to that level of lethal dosage? There's things that they could say and do that they're just not.
and also sometimes people, again, I work with measurements, and sometimes I'm like, well, wait, what does that equate to? And if you really make it more common sense for people, like, oh, that's a small cup, I don't know, like,
it's a shot glass of fentanyl. Whenever they're talking about that, they're saying that just a like a small amount of it can be fatal to people. It's just like, good God, just a couple of granules or whatever, and I forget what it is.
Yeah, and it's still up in the air for me, because they had so many people that actually ingested this stuff that just got sick, and they were fine. So I'm really still on the line with, like, that's what actually ended this woman's life.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard any evidence against it.
No, but it also is like, when you're talking about all the medications she's been on and everything going on with her, man, she just probably needed a little nudge over that line. That's all it took.
Well, wasn't she having mental issues also?
Yeah, she was depressed. They definitely mentioned that. And I think she was on medication for that also. So yeah, there's a lot going on. And then the whole thing about people, I know without Baker here to correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have swore they were talking about like people, well, before they were talking about nobody told them when they were in the hospital, when she was in the hospital, like they were trying to keep her away from everybody. But then, you know, I heard testimony, and I meant to say that, but we were just going through the motions. But because they said she didn't really want anybody there because she looked rough, and she always was looking put together. So, and I was like, that makes so much sense, because I had an aunt that was like that. She was in the hospital constantly, but she would like refuse people to come see her because she couldn't put makeup on. And I'm like, no one cares. We just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah. And that's how my wife's grandmother was. She didn't want anybody to come visit her in her final days. Just like, you know, I'm not all put together. And, you know, she was very, very much the lady, prim and proper. And I think it was the last week that she was alive, she was just like, okay. But you know, keep your significant others away, like family only kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want you to remember me like this, you know, kind of. It's really weird. And you know,
yeah,
she was 101, something like that, 102 whenever she passed. That's my wife and I joke. It's just like, yeah, that I'll be the first one to go because she'll outlive me. Her family has a history of doing that. Hey, Jude, what are you doing?
Be right back.
Hey, that's cool. So, chat. Good to see you, Nandor's man bun. And thank you, Jude, for definitely coming by. And Super Spunker 2000, Justin Smith. Good to see you also. Bobby, Spicy Spunk Spaghetti. Got it. I love that Irish. Just took me a while to get down there. AMG, brother. I'm so mad at Farrell right now. No, I'm not. I'm actually not mad at her. We ended up talking for a little while after the stream. Let's put this one. A little sleep. Farrell's like, oh, this is my lunch break. Uh-huh. No, Farrell and I had a good conversation last night. We were hey Jackpot, how you doing? Yeah, Baker's on a break. You would normally have the words. But the problem is it's not working for him. So it's not working, then he can't do anything for it. He'll just have to say, oh, there it is. Not working. So tonight I get to shill. This is awesome. So tonight I will be doing cult stream Children of God. That will be on at 9 tonight. So probably about 9 to 11. The rest of the week I will most likely be working on some stuff for this weekend because I will be out of town this weekend. I may do some short videos of Italy, which will be, just some of the places that we visited while we were there. Some nice sunsets, sunrises, things like that, like pretty places. So yeah, so that's sort of my plan to have those out. Oh, thanks, Aris. Hoping to have some of that finished, so it'll be pre-recorded, and I'll just do them as like premieres. And if I'm able to jump on and chat with you guys, I will. But I'll try to put together a good half hour to an hour video to release. So you guys will get a chance to check that out and maybe talk a little bit over the top of it, so it feels like I'm there, but I won't be there this weekend. You know how it goes. Put together some good content. There's been a lot of people that asked me for the Italy trip, and I just have not had the opportunity to get all that done. And I'm running a 3D print right now, but it's not very entertaining. It's like 3-hour prints that I have to make these parts for the multicolor print stuff. And that particular part that I need takes the 3 hours to print out, and I'm working on part number 3. So, and I've got 2 more to go on that. So another 8 hours, something like that. It's like 3 hours and some odd minutes. So plus I tend to not be at my printer whenever it stops, and that might go for 15-20 minutes. So 8 hours, I'll have that done. Then I can get all of that set up for doing multicolors. Yeah. And then I can start working on Dave's large helmet. That just sounds wrong. His Anakin Skywalker that got like sliced. Sing to me, I'm facing another cluster luck today. Tighten my spirit before I run screaming from the building. Let's see what we can find here. I don't know if I'll do Jude. I'll find something else. Let me see what I can find here. I think. Yes, I know. There. Let's see. There we go. I've got a good one for you. Work that helmet. Yeah, I know, Justin. So let's see. This one's for you. Oh, I got a good one. Let's see. Treat me like a fool, treat me mean and cruel, but love me. Wring my faithful heart, tear it all apart, but love me. Better? Does that make you feel better? Justin, shame on you. No, so 3D print is going to be going for Jude. Yeah, and then I also am going to redo the one for Valhalla, see if I can get the color matching up on that. I'm going to do a smaller version of it first to make that one work. Because with Dave's the helmet portion doesn't match the skull portion of it. The Wolfram starts mopping the floor. So the part that I want to do is make sure that everything is to scale. If I can get it to scale, then I'll be able to do it do the larger one. Valhalla's going to have a smaller helmet than Dave. I don't know. I think that might be true. But I would love Valhalla to paint his up. Like if you put some paint on it, it would really show the contours and everything. It's just so wrong. Great. That'll probably get clipped all to hell. Thanks, Valhalla. I appreciate it. You are the one that would know. Yes. And then I've got some of these that are going to go get shipped out. Like the octopus, which is that one right there. That one right there. That one right there. That one's going to Melissa Jane, and the boomerang next to it, which is just this floating disc thing. And that right there is what I made for Valhalla, except I did his in black. Yes. Well, what might have to do is just do like a painting stream, Valhalla, and I'll paint up these things and get like Kaiser, because Kaiser's done this kind of stuff before. Maybe BP. Ooh, that would be awesome. Get like BP in on that. So you got all your watch hours, Valhalla, and started the process yet? I'm curious because that would be awesome if you got that process started. AdSense was a little bit of a pain in the butt for me. It took about a week before they sent me the stuff. Once you get that, yeah, Kaiser is amazing at painting the miniatures. So is BP. If you haven't seen BP Customs, he does a really good job. Signed up for AdSense this morning. Oh, cool. So what'll happen is they'll want you to verify your address, your name, social, all that kind of stuff. And then they will mail you the PIN number. They do that. You just have to keep checking with AdSense and make sure that it's all updated. So that way they will mail you the PIN. And then once you get that, you put the PIN in, and then you can start receiving whatever comes in through that. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, BP is really awesome too. I've seen some of the stuff that he's done. I'm like, man, there's some skill. I'm sort of picturing a little bit of that yellowing on yours. I think that would be really neat. I got but yeah, the design that I'm working on for MG, the top portion of it doesn't quite match up. It doesn't fit. And I'm going to try to use the flesh colored filament, which is soft and squishy, which I think would be really neat. I just don't know how well it paints. And if he's going to do any sort of painting on it, dude, that would be awesome. If I did those and got those both out to you and David, then you could, whenever you're not doing a Lego stream, you could do like a painting stream and paint your helmets together. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. And then have Kaiser come in and show you how to really paint a helmet. So I'm trying not to derail. I'm trying not to derail the Broken Bakers stream too much. That'd be really bad. So what is coming up for Valhalla and then in the near future? What do you got going on? You got any streams coming up where you can get the celebratory stream? I mean, I saw that you picked up, I think it was 10 subs off of your stream with David the other night, which is beautiful. Don't derail the derailed stream. Nothing planned at the moment. Well, that's cool. That's cool. No. As soon as you get that set up, and you're gonna have one heck of a stream. I would suggest getting a nice cooler and have it on standby. Don't derail the derailed stream. Never. I would never intentionally derail a derailed stream. It would just be horrible. Had what was I thinking? Oh, and because I'll be out of town this weekend, this upcoming weekend, I won't be doing a Sunday stream with Dictionary Diva. But the plan is, if I do get back in time, I may throw it up there and do it really quick. Got a container buried. I love it. To do a stream, the AI stories. I also thought about putting one together for next week. I thought would be pretty cool, is having an AI read the AI stories.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody here watches those, but you should tell them what it's about because they are hilarious.
Oh, well, what the AI stories are is we throw some garbage at an AI. It could be anything from tell me about Jamie's luscious lashes and is if she was a unicorn. It's just something random like that, and it'll give us an entire story about Jamie's luscious lashes, and her being a unicorn, and I get other people to read along with it, and then new ideas come popping in, and people throw in things like add Broken Baker to the story, but he's a great white hunter and is on the prowl for unicorns or some random thing, and it will add that to the story, and then of course you've got stuff like Aqualas.
Well, I like when you guys involve the chat, which is really cool because a lot of the people come in and it's really nice to involve the chat. You just have everybody throw out an idea or use somebody from the chat. You guys are missing out if you don't see these. They're hilarious because we all know Shizzy and his beautiful speaking voice. Then we got Dictionary Diva, who is
got a wonderful speaking voice also.
It's just as great. So,
and then her husband Volstorm came in last one that we did, and it got good. It got fun. We all took turns just reading through it. So you're not hearing just me read through a story, but everybody gets involved and the chat goes crazy. It's already put it in there. You rang?
Yeah. And normally it involves, a lot of times it is fun because it involves things that we all are aware of,
right,
that we have been involved in. So we all have a connection to it, and it's hilarious.
Well, and the chat is absolutely awesome in there too, because you get to be part of the story, and we don't know where it's going to go. We try to keep it somewhat clean so it doesn't get too dirty. I mean, there's what is it? Double can't think of the word I want to use. And it's right on the tip of my
Condron or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. This is what happens whenever you're working on 3 hours of sleep. You tend to crap.
Yeah.
Of course, I will get some sleep before I go on tonight. But that's a different story. There you go. Thank you, Rossman. I'm so off.
But everyone should sub over to Shizzy, and you guys usually do this on Sunday nights?
Yes. Yeah, we do it Sunday nights. We try to get it on a little bit early. I think 8 o'clock is always worked out for us, and that way we, if we're finished by 10, it's good. If we go a little bit later, it's fine. It doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. But I will see. I'll see what happens this weekend, because like I said, out of town and we'll be coming back on Sunday. So it just depends on what time we get in. If we get in early enough, I'll send a message out to Diva and see if she's up for it. And if she's not, I may send out other stuff to other people and get them on there. I know we've had Kaiser in the past. We had let's see, who else did we have on here? We had Farrell.
Farrell was on there.
I think there was Ballstorm. Yeah, and you just never know where it's going to go. It's fun stuff.
Super laid back, super chill.
Yeah, it's a way to end the week and end your weekend on a good note instead of like a bad note.
Oh yeah, definitely. So those
You
are
know, I think Baker starts his, that Stabber Day on Saturday morning to like really get that weekend started. You have your Friday nights and everybody's like partying, having a good time, and then he starts out that weekend with a nice, beautiful, just random stream. You never know what it's going to be.
Oh yeah.
And then it flows right on into a Sunday, and I think it's just a good way to end that long weekend.
Yeah, it's super. And then he's trying to throw more of these like little random painting streams and baking streams, and I don't know how often he's planning on doing.
Probably as often as you can.
Oh yeah, they're fun.
They are. I'm enjoying the stuff that Baker's doing. It really changes once you get into a nice groove and you're not after, you're not chasing subs. You're just doing it for the subs that you've got and enjoying yourself a lot more. Not that Baker was ever chasing subs. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, yeah,
you
get to a point where it's just like, you just want to have, he's always been about having fun. That's why I always like this channel. But yeah, it feels more relaxed. Like you can just start doing different things that you want to do and trying things out and seeing what people like. And everybody seems to like it a lot. So
yeah, I haven't seen anything that anybody dislikes about what Baker does. Like his cooking stream, just everybody everybody I've talked to has enjoyed it, especially Lego Weekend.
Yeah, Lego Weekend is fun.
Yeah.
It makes me want to go out and buy these sets, but then my nephews own every one possible that Dave and Valhalla show. Every time I see one, I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen that one at my sister's house. But they're intense for real.
Yeah, they are. I've always been amazed. You don't want to try getting 160 subs on a 3-hour stream. Dude, I'm telling you, that's just massively impressive. I think it's even more impressive to get 160 subs and not have a stream. That's even more impressive.
It really is.
Yeah. I'm
what are you doing, man? That's exciting.
And that just means that a lot of people are liking that content.
Sure.
It has to be. Is there anyone out there who does not know who Vala waits? Yeah, you better know. Like I know where Valhalla's subs came from, because he's been going on panels for quite some time.
He's everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and not just that, but have you seen? I think he's got this thing about him that just everybody finds fun and enjoyable, and he's just got a great personality. So if you haven't subbed to him, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah, he's in places that I didn't know he'd be sometimes, because we were having a chat one day. I was like, oh yeah, I seen you on that stream. He's like, what? Like, yeah, you're everywhere.
Yeah, he'll be in some person's chat and just just hanging out, and people know who he is, you know, because he's just a likable guy.
Mhm. He sure
Which
is.
I don't understand it. I mean,
I don't either. He's too sassy for me.
yeah,
I'm kidding.
he's too manly for me. I can't handle the testosterone. Makes me pale in comparison. No, I don't get it either. No, we actually do understand why. Because seeing you on just about anybody's stream, you have a great way of communicating with everybody that you run into, and you're just a good, caring soul, and you want everybody to succeed no matter what.
That's what it is. He is.
I mean,
he just he vibes right in with anybody he's on stream with. So he's very.
and if he doesn't vibe with them, he doesn't bother them.
Well, yeah. Even if he's not even vibing with them, it's still like you would never know.
Right.
It's just funny.
It's lovely.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
Yeah. It is a gift. Like I wish I was better.
Whatever. You're like right up on that level too. All of you.
I'm
Every
fine.
one of you guys that I've met, like, you're just crazy how easy it is to get along with everybody.
Yeah. I mean, I think also because we can take a little bit of the jabbing without getting offended by it. You know, I think the Valhalla probably takes a lot more of the jabbing.
Uh-huh.
You know, and that's only because David has a bigger helmet than him.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if it's Battle of the Helmets, you know that David's going to win on that one.
David is a savage.
Yes, he is. David works so damn much. On top of practicing law, he runs these streams and just like, good Lord, man.
It's impressive. And then I bother him to stream like fun stuff in the Discord, you know. And he doesn't mind.
Nope, not a bit.
Nope.
Oh, I think it's mostly brain damage. Probably.
Maybe.
Hey, I mean, if that's what works, I think 90% of people on YouTube are brain damaged.
To be here.
I think we talked about that one night, and I didn't realize how many times I've been concussed. I mean, not in the same way that Valhalla was. Mine were much younger at much younger ages. I was like, oh, I remember this one. Oh yeah, maybe I was. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't think they've ever done a brain scan of me though. I probably wouldn't find much in there. Just a bunch of loose peanuts rolling around. Just...
You're right, Iris. You might just don't care. We really don't care because we want what we want, and it's going to happen either way, and you're going to like it. That's what I say. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It'll work out. You'll like it.
CMG hits it right. Well, he does drink Bud Light, so he has to be able to take it.
You guys are your Bud Light jokes. I love it.
Brain damage, maybe a little of the tism.
Well, it's out for you.
No, for me, probably. Slander, liable.
Like,
don't accuse him of drinking Bud Light. He doesn't drink Bud Light anymore. He's into the Yingling. But he used to drink Bud Light.
Also, Mr. Valhalla, get on your goat and wildlife game once in a while for me.
Yeah.
Miss it.
Well, and I think that would be also one good thing about him getting his getting monetized up. he gets some cameras set up, he can just let those things run 24/7, except
No.
whenever he wants to stream. Like he could just have them up there running, just like so people can watch the goats whenever they're just like, "Oh, I'm so tired, I don't want to do anything." They get to see Valhalla out there in his loincloth feeding the goats. I'm telling you, big money in that.
I'm telling, yeah, like you better believe people would love watching that stuff. I would love I mean, I would hands down watch that stuff. Like I watch that stuff now. I find people that
You
have
watch Valhalla feeding
not
his goats in a
Valhalla,
loincloth?
people with their little farms,
Oh, okay.
not people with loincloths. First of all,
Why
no,
are they not wearing loincloths?
because they're normal people, I guess. Yeah, you will have to be. But there's like people that have like farm videos, like farm cams and stuff, and oh my god, I could watch that crap all
Oh,
day.
I could imagine him with some sort of deer cam. He would have that what is it, the gopher beaver, whatever, that shows up and gets right in front of the camera and is just sitting there eating like his fruits and vegetables, and just looking at the camera like.
Well,
Except it'll be a goat.
I seen his little video and he posted about the coyotes. It was the coyotes, right? Valhalla. Because yours were going crazy, and that was a little spooky. Mine go crazy back here, and they scare me. But I have a fenced-in yard, so I don't really worry too much. But his were going nuts, and stuff like that would be so cool if you had a little night cam out there, like a night cam. Oof.
Just have it running in the even whenever he's doing a stream, he can just sort of jump into his stream and like have that camera going.
Ideas.
I mean, but you don't, and the thing is, you don't have to have it like pointing way out. You just sort of get it pointing in one general area where the goats normally would be. And if you can get one that you can remotely control, like if you know the goats are going to be in a certain area, you can just sort of move that camera over just a little bit from your phone. It's pretty cool. Pretty darn cool.
Yeah, Rossman Ranch. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You were my favorite guest on LC.
Yeah.
With your little what is it, the donkeys? Oh, they were so cute.
It would be, yeah, of course.
Donkeys, not mules. Mule and donkey are different, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. A mule is a half breed between a horse and a donkey.
Yeah.
So they're bigger and bulkier and more stubborn.
Yep. She does.
Yes, you do, Rossman. You have the best ass on YouTube. It's quite impressive.
But
easier on the babies in the cold weather, less health issues than in the hot and wet. Yeah, but a goat cam, dude, that would be awesome.
Yeah, my aunt had a mule, and she had a few donkeys too. And I don't spend a lot of time with the mule, donkey, horses because we don't have a lot of that. None of my family really had a lot of that, so. But I do remember her mule was an a-hole.
Well, I told you about the donkey that my wife is it a donkey or a mule? Yeah, it's a donkey that my wife got involved in. Not like that, but there was so we were staying at a place in France, and they had two pretty sure they were donkeys. Yeah, 2 donkeys. And well, they had more than that, but there were 2 of them in the pen. And in the because it was a really big, it's like a bed and breakfast kind of place. So there's like a bunch of rooms and these gardens, and they have a restaurant that's like Michelin star or some crap like that. My wife and I didn't eat there. We were just like, I can't really afford this kind kind of food. It was just like, but it was, they had like their own, they grew their own food. They had their own like honeybees and all kinds of stuff, but they also had these two asses there. And they had these big pipes coming up out of the ground that you normally find on ships for like ventilation.
Mhm.
And I knew what it was because I've seen them on ships before. It's like this big pipe that comes out, and it's, you know, probably about 60 feet in diameter at the top of it, and it's to allow air to get down into the lower holds. And it was sitting on the ground. You know, I guess someone had cut it off, and that where they took a ship apart, and this thing was sitting there. I'll walk up and I was just like, hello. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. You should check this out. My wife walks over there. As soon as she sticks her head, that ass lets out the loudest bay, and she just about wet herself because it sounded like it was coming out of that thing like a monster. She just about wet herself, and I'm laughing my ass off because the ass just went off on her. It was beautiful. That's one of those moments I wish I would have had a videotape to record.
Donkeys are hilarious because they're so loud. Like my neighbor across the street had horses and a couple donkeys. They don't have them anymore. I don't know what happened actually, but oh my God, I do love opening the windows in the morning and like just hearing them like
Yeah,
out
they
there.
said, well, and if you haven't heard it, you know, it sounds like a prehistoric monster.
Uh-huh.
Just like right at the very beginning is like, and you're just like, that is that.
They're funny. I like them.
Yeah.
I love all animals.
I actually we had one at, I think this one is a mule. Let's see if I had the no, it's a donkey. See that one right there?
Oh, I just want to scratch his little face.
Yeah, this was the one that made that noise. It was so loud. It was beautiful.
I like that, Rosman. That's so cool.
Oh yeah, yeah. It gets messy quick. When your ass goes off on people. Yeah. I don't know if you may not want to have sound out on the farm.
Well, it would be really cool. When I lived at my parents' house across the street, the lady she did like 4-H and stuff. So she had a ton of pigs and goats, and the goats were so funny. That's why I want to see more of Bahala's goats, because I miss her goats, because she did passed away a couple years ago, but she had those goats forever, and they would get out of the fence so many times, and they'd end up in our yard, and they would spook me all the time because we have like my parents had like a big enclosed porch, but it didn't have a door. You could just walk right up, but it was enclosed, and it would just be like they'd get up on our porch and like just chill on our furniture and stuff, and like just sit around, and we'd go out, you know, you'd walk out on the porch, and then there's like 2 goats sitting there, and then they just like come stomping at you, and
like hey, good to see you.
Oh yeah, they're fun. And they just run around the neighborhood, and you know, we'd have to go round them up and get them back to the fence. They're so much fun though.
You know what we had in New Mexico is they have these cattle grates that keep the cattle from crossing. Well, they'll get out in the road, but keep them from getting out in the road and then coming onto somebody else's property, like walking down the road. What they are is these big rollers, and so the rollers, if they step on them, it'll just, you know, they can't get any sort of grasp, and so they just learn to avoid it. Of course, cows are really smart anyway, but it just sort of give you that look like.
I love cows. Oh my God, they're just like big dogs to me.
Yeah, but they so they have all these cattle grates out in New Mexico, and it works really well of keeping them out of there. They're also fun to hit. Like not the cows, but the cattle grates in your car. Just because they make this sound as you go over them.
Oh,
You have to go over them fast. It's like speed bumps. You don't go over slow over speed bumps.
I love that how random you are, Baker. Thank you.
Well, I have to put it in just because no one noticed me, so I thought that would get your attention.
Continuing our conversation. That's what I miss about living at home with my parents. That's probably the only thing I miss about that area, because my parents live out in an area and there's farms all over by them, and I just miss like the driving and just everybody, the cows out by the road and they're just eating and chilling, and there's horses and all little goats.
Yeah.
I don't live like in the country anymore, but we don't have very many animals out here like that, so I miss that. So
Yeah.
how to do it? I need your little
Yes.
in my life.
She wants to see your goats. Show her your goats.
All of them. Little babies.
Yeah, it's a great sneeze.
It is.
And I hate people who sneezes like that. My brother does it. And I always say, can't you just try and control it? No.
That
Why not?
sneeze on recorder doesn't even compare to the way that man did it in person. He screamed at the top of his lungs and it echoed throughout that building. And you go, are you okay? And he'd be like, yeah, if I try to hold it in, my chest will explode. And all right, well, you do you. He always had an excuse. He says he was sick and he had an illness, so now he has to sneeze out loud like that now. That was like his whole thing. Like,
I use that
I don't
whenever
want to argue with you. I'm just, you do you.
whenever I grab a lady's bottom or breast, it's because I have a severe illness that my hands suddenly.
Exactly. That's what it felt like with him. Every time he'd do something, he'd be like, why you gotta do it like that? Well, I have this illness. Like, okay.
We had a sketch show program with two comedians back in the day, where one of them was rolling around in his handy-capable chair. Did they forget to turn on the sound?
Just the technology.
Oh, she's
They did.
Let's
having a
just do a
regular
test on
conversation.
both sides.
But
she's got her afternoon Bloody Mary.
Zach was in here testing the tables for there was a
But he was always rolling up to some lady and saying, "Hey, you want to go do this? And do you want to? I just smash you all the way to Sunday." And she's, "Oh my God, you're so nasty." Well,
go ahead.
I'm a handicap,
We're gonna...
so
That's not
like that was something special.
Yeah.
You couldn't make that joke today.
No, doesn't really work out for you.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah,
Well,
I can't
I'm
play
gonna
it
bounce out of
because-
here so you can continue on and
Well, thank you for entertaining.
Yeah, thank you for covering for us now. The words, but I think YouTube had a big update yesterday because I tried to stream. I couldn't even connect to my. Well, I could connect, but I couldn't see my feed in my control panel. It was just spinning.
Wow. Ooh,
So,
that's never good.
No, and Madida, who's in Finland, and Fedorowski, who's in Norway, they had the same problem. Some people from the US and Canada had it as well. And Fed said that in Norway they had a massive spikes in complaints over the
Record then,
connectability.
State of Wisconsin versus
Makes
Jessy
sense.
Kurczewski.
All right, well, I'll jump out of here.
CF 885
Oh, I had to
appearances
cover
are
this.
as they were
See you
before.
Thank you for being here. See ya.
Hey, no problem, brother. Bye.
Your Honor, we're going to begin the cross-exam of Scott Craig this afternoon. The state played the jail call between Jessy and Mr. Craig, and during it, he provided opinions about what was going on in the case, and Jessy's that she's a liar and all sorts of negative things that he had to say about her. I intend during his cross-exam to go into the fact that the things that he believed about Jessy didn't come from Jessy, but came from talking to detectives And I plan to go into, so that we can understand what was in his mind and why he thought what he did. I plan to go in the statements that detectives told him that led him to form those opinions.
All right.
I think that's
Any comment
fair.
from the state?
Yeah.
I think this is an issue we have to take piece by piece as it comes in. There was certainly some of the same that I tried to ask about that was objected by Attorney Kukler as hearsay. So I'm somewhat surprised she wants to get into the same area she objected to me asking about. But again, I
They're
think
hating
it's
so
something
much.
that has to be evaluated as it
Yeah,
happens.
there is.
There can be a blanket rule that it's permissible or impermissible at this point.
This is only related to the jail call.
Yeah, we're back alive.
So normally, any statements attributed to another witness other than a party opponent would be hearsay unless offered for another purpose. Obviously, you can question this witness about the source of his knowledge. I don't think there's anything improper about that. I frankly would expect that. But are you telling me that you're going to ask with specificity what information he was provided by the detectives in this case?
Yes.
And I believe that's what the state was then indicating should be taken up piece by piece. Not-
Yes, I mean, I would say with that blanket statement, I would object to it as hearsay. I think the jail call pretty clearly lays out that Ms. Kurczewski acknowledged that the one story of Ms. Hernan being in a coma for 5 months was untrue, and that was confirmed by herself in the call. So I'm not, I guess it's hard to say because I'm
there's
not sure
a
how
bunch of new
far we're
emojis.
going
Okay.
with what the police told Mr. Craig.
I think sometimes it depends on how you ask the questions. If you
Hey,
said you had
atheist.
information that
Hey,
led you
atheist.
to believe
Ghosty.
and was the source of that information, the sheriff's department, Detective Hoppy, Detective Cole, whatever the case may be, that doesn't call for hearsay. It's an acknowledgement. If the witness is asked to just narrate what the information was, I think I'll take it on a case-by-case basis. The state may object, the state may not object. I won't know, I guess, unless an objection is made, whether I need to rule on it or not. There could be many reasons why parties don't object to hearsay. Attorney Kukler, if there's another reason you'd be offering that other than for the truth of the matter asserted.
Right, for the rule of completeness as well. Because some of the things that are said in that call by Mr. Craig, it's unclear. It could be inferred that
Hey,
he
Donna.
heard those things from Jessy. And I'm not talking about the coma. I'm just talking about other things that he's suggesting that she was lying about or that she's a liar about. Could be, the jury could be thinking that he heard this information from Jessy when it is not accurate. The information came via law enforcement.
Well, the rule of completeness would refer to either a writing or a recording, where the rule of completeness would support the inclusion of, for example, showing a jury an entire recorded interview where parts have been redacted. If the parts that have been redacted would clearly relate to the context of something that came in or help explain. So the rule of completeness would not be what I would rely upon in this case. However, I'll take it on a case-by-case basis. I've already indicated I think some of this would be proper cross-examination.
I would say it also goes to the context of what was going on, Judge.
So, well, the context of the phone call or the context of the investigation?
The investigation.
I mean, you can tread, I would say tread lightly.
Why
I mean,
couldn't
you've
they
already
use their
objected
lunch
based
break for
upon,
this instead of wasting the
circumstances
jury's
of the phone
time?
calls and
I
being
really
in
don't
custody.
get
That's
it.
why I let Attorney Sitzberger leave
No.
the witness. I think you kind of do that at your peril. Be careful what you ask for, because he may then give an answer that highlights that information. Obviously, you can lead him, as you know, so I would expect that you'll do that. I'll take it up piece by piece as need be. And if there's an objection, I'll rule on it. If I feel I need additional arguments, I'll excuse the jury. All right. And then
I put it on the record, but I've lost the use of my computer over the lunch hour. The screen has broken.
Yeah, she needs to
I did
bathe
not
in
drop it.
Oh my
children's blood.
God, this attorney.
And
thank you.
why
You
do
indicated
they
because I
talk?
asked if there was a backup, and it sounds like you have a backup at the
If
office.
yes,
Obviously, that's something that
this
needs
has
to be
been
worked
like this all
through, but
day.
it sounds like you at
The
least have
defense
that.
team and
And
Judge
then anything you
Darrell
thought you needed,
really
you had
don't
the
like each
office
other
email
today.
to Attorney
Someone
Galvez
didn't have a
For
good
this
weekend.
witness.
for this particular witness. All right. So let me know if we get to the next witness after this, which I hope we do. If there's a need for a short break, just to make sure you have everything. And we'll work with you as best as we can. We do have the flash drive that you gave us. So if that can be helpful in any way, plugging that into Attorney Galavez's computer. I think that's the updated exhibits from your office today. Madam Clerk will make that available as well. So with that, then let's have the jury brought up then, Madam Clerk.
What's going on today? It seems like someone slept with her husband or something over the weekend. It's probably the guy with the pink tie.
Oh my God.
Yep, I try to always train them out.
Mr. Craig, you can come on up to the witness stand.
Oh my God.
And if you need, there is water out there as well.
Yes, Nandor. Oh my God. Oh, the worst.
Yeah, you will be flaccid within the first 48 to 49 minutes of her 3-hour dissertation about how she's gonna make it so nasty.
Oh,
And she's the one who complains, why do you always fall asleep?
I'm like, I
Because
don't
you
know.
used 3 hours to tell me what I should do. Of course you are, Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby, we know.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
No surprises.
Not shocked
Mr.
at that.
Craig, you are back on the witness stand. We are after the lunch hour. Do you acknowledge that you remain under oath?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Kugler.
Thank you. On October 3rd of 2018, Jessy texted you at 5:18 p.m. to tell you that Lynn had died. Isn't that true?
Correct.
When you were first interviewed by the police, you had told them that you got that text when you were still at work. That was not correct.
I didn't know the exact timing of it when they asked me.
But it was when you were already at home.
I could have been at home. I could have been in transit. I'm not exactly sure.
You saw Jessy that evening, true?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the
We have a few new people here, I can see.
Pretty quick.
What?
I said the numbers shot up pretty quick. I was like, gonna say.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone rated into us or people just wanted to come see your pretty face. It's probably the latter.
Okay.
This morning we had a detective who talked to her, did some interrogations of her. Did he offer anything really? No, there was the bank box. They talked about she had a stash of $50K in cash. That was gone when they went to that bank. What else did he provide? Nothing really.
I mean, they just got to bring in that they went to the casino a lot together.
No, this is this guy.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the first witness we saw today.
Oh, I forgot about the first witness already.
Well, we know that she called and tried to talk to them about how far along they were in the case. They went to talk to the police about how far along they were in the case. But other than that, he really didn't bring in anything special.
It was just that the video of them, because it was her and her mom, and they went in and to ask, because it had been taking so long for them to get any type of figure out what was going on with her, getting her death certificate and stuff like that, so they could start taking care of things. Which to me, the interview didn't seem. I mean, it really did. It wasn't like they were in there all nervous or asking weird questions or anything like that. They were just really just talking to the detective about what had happened, that she just, she was sick all the time. So it wasn't really anything crazy.
No, and they gave them some numbers and wrote him an email with other stuff in it as well.
Yeah.
No, the Popo didn't find the 50K. It was an empty box. And then we had the direct of her former boyfriend. He was the one that told the police that she had told him that the victim had been in a coma for 6 months. They played a prison phone call where she says, "You won't even talk to me." And he said, "No, because you lied to me." Well, it was just one thing. Well, it's a pretty big thing. And he talked about their spending habits at the casino, how they won 25,000 one time, but normally they just played. And now we're coming to the cross. There have been a lot of discussion today. Oh, and thank you, Nandor, for becoming a member.
Welcome.
Yeah, YouTube. I've been unsubscribed from a few today when I went back to it. So I think they had a major update yesterday. Iris had the question, why did they bring him on? He's not going to do anything for the state. And then he said the stuff about her lying about the victim being in a coma for 6 years. So I did say member. There it was. And you can decide if you want to be a muffin top or a cream pie when you sign up as a member. But let's get back and hear what else he can destroy.
Yeah, so now we're on direct for the boyfriend.
Yeah. No, we're on cross.
Or on cross, sorry.
The police said she was distraught and crying that evening?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, so then you did see her that evening?
Yes. That's what I said, yes.
You remember saying that now?
Yes.
Okay. You told the jury this morning about your home being ransacked.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that was when law enforcement came over to execute a search warrant. That's what I understood, right?
Correct.
And that did make you upset.
Yes.
Because it really trashed your house, true?
Yes. I mean, no physical damage, but just everything was everywhere.
So the drawers were empty.
Correct.
Closets were going through.
Correct.
It was a big mess.
Yes.
You were mad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
They were looking to see whatever they could find, that whatever they were looking for, you don't know, but they looked through everything.
Correct.
You'd agree that you never saw Visine bottles laying around your house.
Correct.
You never saw Visine bottles in Jesse's car, for example.
No, I did not.
And as far as you know, when the police executed a warrant, they didn't recover
really
any
big 10 years ago,
Visine.
so those prints.
As far as I know.
I hate them. It messes with my eyes.
You'd agree with me that during that, well, you were living together for how many years? 3?
Roughly 3 years.
A little bit longer?
Yeah, possibly a little bit longer.
You knew each other for 6 years.
Yes, we were acquaintance years prior. I knew that she worked at a local pub as a waitress. We never really spoke then, but I knew of her. Yes.
And then you dated and lived together.
Yes.
And your kids, you said this morning, like Jessy.
Yes, very much so.
She got along well with your youngest son.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How old was he at that time?
At that time, he was, I
How old is he
believe it
now?
was 2.
He was 2?
Yes,
You had him every other weekend,
yes,
and Jesse would pick him up, for
yes, she
example,
would.
do things with him.
Yes,
And you knew that Jesse and her mother Jennifer and Lynn, they were all old time friends.
yes,
You'd agree with me that Jesse saw Lynn much more during the last 6 to 7 months of her life than she had earlier in your relationship.
yes,
When you were with Jesse, you never saw her making any what you would call extravagant purchases, true?
true.
But you all as a family certainly did buy some gifts, right?
Yes,
And you buy gifts for Christmas and birthdays, for example,
correct.
for the children,
Yes,
and even occasionally for the ex-wife.
yes,
Oh.
You had a good relationship with her, true, the ex-wife,
yes, very good.
the mother of the children.
Yes,
You mentioned this morning about gambling at the casino. That's one of those things that you and Jesse like to do.
correct.
Well, you must have had
Basically,
a
you go
lot.
to Potawatomi, as I understand it,
That's correct.
downtown Milwaukee.
Correct.
And you said that your gambling varied. Sometimes you might gamble $100, maybe another time it's $500.
Correct.
And you mentioned having won money on occasion.
Mhm.
Yes, and
Yes.
sometimes you lose money.
Correct.
And there were times that you won more than, you won as much as, besides that 70,000 that you mentioned, there were times you won, for example, $6,000 or $5,000. Those kind of numbers happened also.
Correct. I would say, I don't specifically remember the amounts, but yes, we would win some money sometimes.
Did the two of you usually play on slot machines?
Yes,
And did you have a player's card?
yes, I did for
Player's
a
card.
short period of time, yes.
And
Yeah.
by that, I mean a player's card for Potawatomi.
Correct.
And a player's card, would you agree with me, is something that you can ask the casino to issue you, and then you use it when you play there.
Correct.
And if you're playing at a slot machine, you would take your player's card and insert it in the machine before you put your money in.
Correct.
And then does the casino track your playing amounts?
Yes,
And then in return for that, you might get some rewards from the casino.
correct.
They might send you coupons in the mail, for example.
Yes,
They might comp you some meals.
yes,
Judd's mommy is
And so you
53
would typically
Don't
use a
slander her.
player's card when you went
or
to the casino,
51.
true?
Not all the time. Sometimes I would not use it.
And sometimes you'd use it.
Yes,
And sometimes Jessie had her own card, right?
I believe so, yes.
And isn't it true that sometimes you would use Jessie's card?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the police that? Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement on November 3rd, 2021?
Don't recall, no.
Do you remember being asked about whether or not you would ever borrow Jessie's player's card, or whether Jessy would borrow your card? Do you remember? Pardon me. Do you remember being asked about that?
Jesus, lady.
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that if you were playing together, we'd play her card or we'd play my card? Do you remember that?
There were times
Oh,
if we were.
I look like
playing cards,
Mr.
then there
Burns
were probably
far
times
away
that,
as
yes.
well.
There were
If we-
times.
If we were sitting next to each other,
So if you were sitting next to each other at a slot machine, is that
yes.
what you're talking about?
Or if she was playing a machine, or if I was playing a machine next to her.
You might use each other's card.
If we were, I don't know.
What does this has to do with a murder?
Well, okay, so you don't recall telling law enforcement that sometimes you would use her card, or sometimes she would?
I don't recall that, no.
All right, then permission to play that part of the interview, which we've marked as exhibit.
Oh boy.
I'll give you the exhibit number.
What's the number?
595. We're gonna
Do you
play.
have a timestamp?
594 it is. The number there. Switched it.
I'm sorry, 594. And we are going to start at 432 and stop at 441.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
Because there's a criminal charge of two times of theft.
Play my card. So like I sometimes wouldn't play card at all. Okay. You know what I mean? Because I thought it was kind of bad juju to play that card.
Was that your voice?
Yeah.
Do you recall that now?
I recall it now because you just played it.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
And so is that true that sometimes you play her card, sometimes you play your card?
Like I said, depends if we were sitting next to each other and she was playing hers or I was playing my card. I wouldn't physically grab her card and play it. We would play together. So
you
We'll probably be going into a lot of financial stuff as well.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because you might be sitting next to each other.
Exactly.
And so
Yeah. Again, we bumped up a few numbers. People might not have been watching this trial. Jessy is on trial for maybe unaliving her friend, her spare mother, whatever she's calling her, by poisoning her with Visine. But she's also charged with 2 counts of theft for, I can't remember the exact amount. I think it's around $216,000. The death was first ruled a suicide because the victim was found with crumpled up pills all over her, a lot of pill bottles around her. But later, when a nephew contacted the police, they did another drug screen and found out that she had tetrahydro something, which is the active ingredients in Visine in her stomach, and that's why they believe it's a murder. Jessy has said that she has changed her story a lot of times. She hasn't told any stories yet in doing this trial, but she said the victim, because she was very sick, she had all the illnesses you could have. She tried to unalive herself. Then Jessy said, well, I never did anything to help her. And then she said, well, I poured the Visine into the bottles, but only because she wanted to. At some point, she offered to go out and dig up evidence in a public park after the police arrested her. She is previously convicted in, I believe, 3 counts of fraud where she used her mom's pink slip to try and have a payday loan on the car. She was banned from casinos because of her gambling habits. So that's why they're talking a lot about the financial aspects of this relationship with her boyfriend. She apparently gambled a whole lot. Bad juju, it's whenever you're playing sports or you're playing anything, something will be bad juju. I needed to have 2 pieces of gum to chew on whenever I played as a goalie, or else I couldn't save a goal. If I only had 1, it was bad juju. Well, it's not necessary to track her because she was the only one, self-admittedly, the only one who had any contact with this lady. And she was the one who found her. So, and time of death isn't that relevant as it's a poisoning. I probably said something. I'm not sure what I said. It's pizza and stuff. Try to prove cannot be complete. Yeah, of course. This is to try and paint him as badly as possible, but still, it's taking way too long. Way too long. What would I buy with 200 and $16,000. Well, probably pay out off my house and buy a new car, and then that money is gone. So I don't need anything. I have you. You're my friends.
It would be fair to say that the dollar amounts that were being gambled on one card or the other card might not be completely accurate as to the person because you might have been sharing a card.
Correct.
With regard to the big jackpot that you said you won in November 2018, do you remember talking about that?
Correct.
Congratulations, that's a big amount. Did you tell Jessy to declare that? Well, you told Jessy to declare that on her income taxes, isn't that true?
Correct.
And you're the one though that really won it, true?
We were.
The alibi
playing
is
together next to
it
each
was
other. I was the one pushing the
self-unaliving.
button. Yes.
It was your machine that won it.
Well, we were playing. We were sitting next to each other. She was not playing. We were both playing the same machine as a
Okay.
couple next to each other at the same machine.
All right, and you're the one that had pressed the button
Yes.
and won the jackpot.
Correct.
You didn't declare half of it on your tax return, true?
I don't believe so.
You said that you tried to end a relationship with Jessy on May 13th, 2018. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
And to be fair, the day before, you and she had been in a kind of stupid argument.
They
right?
got 5K
And
each
is it fair to
cash in
say
hand
that you were
at the
upset
casino.
because you thought that Jessy had told people you were with that you like somebody named Whitney?
Yeah, I do recall that.
And you were embarrassed about that.
I wasn't embarrassed. I was just more so angry about it, of why this was even coming about, because it wasn't even something that was true. And it was kind of very childish.
I'm looking at your text message. It's all everyone was talking about last night. Absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah.
Just for the record, can we reference an exhibit number in line?
That would be exhibit 186,
Thank you.
page 3.
Thank you.
Can you bring up 186? So you were embarrassed.
Yes. It was a lot of emotions, I guess.
And that's, you and Jessy had been out drinking that night?
Yes.
It sounds like an argument that happened after a night of drinking.
Yes.
Argument about somebody named Whitney.
Correct.
That's okay, I don't need it. And then that argument went on with
That's
text
a really bad
messages for some time, true?
Correct.
And at some point you told her to stay away from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told her that that you were going to call the police and report her as an unknown person.
Yes.
That you were going to pretend that she was a stranger.
That's the
trying
least
to break
of her
into your
problems.
house.
Well, I wasn't going to pretend that. I was just trying to keep her from my house.
Well, you told her that you were going to lie to law enforcement and say she was an unknown person, true?
Yes.
Yeah, trying to maybe say that he has some reason to lie. I don't know.
I don't know.
As you understood Jesse's relationship with Lynn, you understood it to be that Jessy was like a daughter to Lynn, is that right?
Correct.
And you had been at Lynn's house at least after she died, right? You were at her condo?
Yes, I was.
You saw all the stuff that she had there?
Correct.
And when you were living with Jessy, at no time did you ever see at your house any male or applications for credit cards, true?
Correct.
And when you listened to earlier today, that jail call that you had with Jessy, what was in your head that day was based upon information that you had received from law enforcement.
Correct.
Between Jesse's arrest on July 9th and that jail call about 10 days later or so, you had spoken to law enforcement and they told you certain things.
Yes.
And so the information that was in your head was from them, not from Jessy, true?
Correct.
So any information in your mind about any type of poisoning, for example, came via law enforcement.
Correct.
Just 1 minute, I'm going to check one other thing. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, John, thank you.
Does it?
Yeah.
She acted like it was just going to be the most extensive cross we've ever seen in our lives.
Mr. Craig, Attorney Kukler just asked you, among other things, if you ever saw at your house any credit card applications or mail. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczewski use your house for a mailing address to your knowledge?
For her own personal use, yes.
Did she have another form of getting mail to your knowledge?
I was told that she had a P.
You're sick?
Okay,
Sustained.
thank you. Like I said, to your knowledge.
Last part of the answer, I'll strike. Jury will disregard it. Please rephrase.
Thank you. To your knowledge, sir, did she have any other ways of
Well,
getting mail?
thank you
Not
so
what
much,
Somebody might
expert.
have told you, but did you know of any other ways she was getting mail?
How is Brown Dog? Tell us.
Jeff, does any knowledge came via hearsay?
Overrule.
She had a P.O. box.
Okay. And did you have access to that P.O. box?
No.
Now, we just went through that sort of stupid fight, you called it this morning, those text messages leading up to you trying to end the relationship, correct?
Correct.
Why were you so mad at Ms. Kurczewski for whatever it was about?
Just because I thought it was very childish, and
Oh my God.
just the whole situation was kind of childish, and it was a real nothing thing. And you know, when you're out with friends and everybody's talking about something that's really not even there, I was very angry about it.
Did you feel she was being truthful with that whole situation?
No.
And what do you recall? You told her to stay away from your house. I think Attorney Kukla asked you, you recall that?
Yes.
Was Ms. Kurczewski respecting that?
I'm not sure if she was actually there or not.
Okay, what was she telling you?
She told me that she was at my house, but I don't believe I was there at that time.
Had you told her to stay away from your house at that point?
Yes.
You believe you told her once or multiple times?
I believe multiple times through texting.
Was it after those multiple times that the reference to calling the police was brought up?
Yes.
After those multiple times?
Yes.
You said that you did not see Ms. Kurczewski making extravagant purchases during your relationship, correct?
Correct.
If I direct your attention to the sort of beginning half of October 2018, did anything come to your house that you didn't expect?
There was some furniture that came to the house.
What was that furniture?
It was a bedroom set for my room and my daughter's room and my son's room.
So 3 bedroom sets?
Yes.
Had you discussed making such a purchase with Ms. Kurczewski?
It was mentioned a couple of weeks prior. She said that we need new bedroom sets. And I said, we don't need that at all. I don't need anything like that. And then I came home from work one day and all the stuff was in my front yard, the new furniture.
And you would agree that is something of an extravagant purchase?
Yes, I would say so. Yeah, I guess.
And did the conversation
Come on.
after you said we don't need any bedroom sets, did it ever get brought up again prior to you coming home and seeing those bedroom sets delivered?
No.
And were those bedroom sets delivered before or after Lynn Hernan's death on October 3rd?
I believe it was after.
Do you know how they were paid for?
I do not know.
That's good to hear.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
Give him an extra treat. No cheese Danish.
Anything else from the defense on this witness?
Aww.
No cheese Danishes.
Give Brown Dog lots of lovin's for us.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
I would ask that Mr. Craig be released.
Poor baby.
Any objection?
We have them under subpoena again, just as indicated earlier. We want to evaluate at the close of the state's case.
Any objection to him being released from his subpoenas?
Yes.
Sir, you can step down. I'll address that at the next break.
Thank you.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Daniel Radloff.
Did he forget to show up?
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help
Hi,
you God?
Digger. How are you?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Daniel Radloff, DanielRadloff.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Radloff, what do you do for work generally?
I'm a contractor.
Okay. Do you know someone named Scott Craig?
Yes,
How?
he's my cousin.
Okay. Have you ever lived with your cousin?
Yes,
About how long did you live with Mr. Craig?
4 or 5 years maybe.
Okay. During that time, did you ever come to meet someone named Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes,
And who was that?
it was Scott Craig's girlfriend at the time.
Did she live in the house as well?
Hey, Digger.
Yes,
So about
Thank
how
you for
long would you say that you
participating in
lived
chat.
with Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski?
maybe a year and a half.
Was there anyone else living in the residence?
Scott's daughter and son, they live there, but not full time.
Okay.
Okay.
In terms of the time that you were living in the household with Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski, what was everyone at that point in time doing for work?
I was still a contractor. Scott worked, I can't remember the name of his company. Jessy, I think, was a dental assistant at the time.
Okay. Did there come a time when you questioned Ms. Kurczewski's employment?
Yes.
Why was that?
I think that there was days where things just didn't add up. I'd get up for work. Some days she would get ready and go to work. Other days I would come home at like 10 o'clock because it was raining, and she would be home when she was supposed to be at work. So then that's what made me think something was not right.
Okay. In terms of the amount of time that you were living there, did it seem like there was a certain time in the morning when Ms. Kurczewski had to leave to go to work every day?
I want to say around 8-ish.
Okay.
I feel like that's when she would leave the house most days.
What about other days?
Other days, she would take more time to get ready. She would leave, 9, 10-ish. But, from day to day, it was different.
Okay. When you say that she would get ready,
Can you clarify the time frame?
Sure.
With the witness, please? So I'll sustain it for now.
about how long, you said that you lived with Ms. Kurczewski for about a year and a half?
Yes.
Was it every day during that year and a half that she would get ready to go to work in the morning?
Check the vagueness as to what year.
Well, was not asked. The witness can answer this question and then, so I'll overrule the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. So throughout the time that you lived with Ms. Kurczewski, did it appear that every day she had to get up and get ready to go to work?
No. Felt like it was very sporadic.
Okay. Did you ever learn that in fact she wasn't going to work on some of those days?
Yes.
When there's an objection, you have to wait to answer. So I'll sustain it, strike his answer. I'll sustain it as well due to vagueness as to the time frame we're talking about.
Let's talk about the time frame. Do you remember, and this was many years ago at this point, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. When you first started living with your cousin, was Ms. Kurczewski already living there in the house?
No.
So there was a period of time when he wasn't dating her yet. Is that true?
Yes.
Do you recall about how long that would have been?
From when I moved in to when she moved in,
Right.
I would say about 3 years.
Okay. Do you remember when you moved out of the residence?
I don't remember the actual date.
Okay. Did you, in this case, become aware that a search warrant was executed at that residence in July of 2019?
No.
You don't know that that happened?
Yes, I do know that happened. Okay. At the time, I did not know it was happening.
Understood. But using that as kind of a point in time in your mind, when that occurred, were you still residing in the house?
No.
Do you know about how long it had been since you were living in the house?
About a year.
Okay. So roughly, what would you say was the rough time that you were actually living in the home with Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig then, in terms of months or years, if you can estimate that?
So you're asking me how long I lived in the house with her?
Like when on a calendar, when in time that would have been, like 2015 or 2018?
I want to say 2018, but I'm not positive on that.
You testified you think it was about a year after you moved out that the search warrant happened?
Yes.
Overruled. Again, if there's an objection, make sure you wait to answer. His answer may stand.
So a year before July of 2019 would be July of 2018, right?
Yes.
Do you think that at that point you were living in the residence?
Objection as to what he thinks. We want to know what he knows.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Were you living in the residence in July of 2018?
Yes, it's a long time ago, so my memory's not that good, but I want to say yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, did there become a point in time when you found out the defendant was actually just pretending to go to work every day?
Judge, objection is to hearsay.
Overruled. He may answer without saying what source of information it was, just his understanding.
Yes,
Who told you that?
Jesse.
What did she say?
Can I elaborate a little?
Yes. What did?
It was, I think that she had known that I knew that she had not been working. And she told me one night when we were outside, it was just the two of us, that she had not been working for, I want to say 4 to 6 months, that she was lying about it.
Well, thank you for showing up and finding it in the end. But YouTube has been acting funny the last couple of days. So, Twyla Carissa, maybe. Thank you for showing up. And yeah, YouTube has been acting weird. I think they have been working on something in the back end. So I've been unsubbed from a few channels as well today. So everyone, go to all your favorite YouTubers when you're done watching the stream, and make sure you're still subscribed.
Did she say why?
No.
Was Mr. Craig there to hear this conversation?
No.
How was she pretending to go to work?
I think it could be because they have also removed that light premiumship. Mine was revoked today, so I had to buy the normal premium. And normally on my iPad, when I go on break, I always have my own stream on the front page on my iPad. I didn't have that today, so YouTube is being YouTube. YouTube is being YouTube. That's all we can say. We couldn't get words on screen to work either, so it's annoying, but we're happy that they let us host this and everyone can participate.
Objection is to speculation. How does he know?
I believe the question calls for his observations, so the objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
She would get ready in the morning, like I said. She would leave to go to work. She would come home at different times. There was no set schedule, I feel like, where it was a 9 to 5 job. There were times where she would leave to go to work and I would come home and like 2 hours later and she would be there. So that's what was throwing the red flags in my mind, that she was not going anywhere.
What would you see the defendant wear as she would leave the house for work?
Where would I see her?
What would she be wearing?
She would be wearing her scrubs or uniform that she would wear to work on a normal basis.
When Ms. Kurczewski told you that she was pretending to go to work, did that correspond with this amount of time where you would occasionally see her at the house when you thought she was at work?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Craig was ever told?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever tell him?
No.
Okay. In terms of, I want to talk to you a little bit about the spending habits that you noticed while living with Ms. Kurczewski for a year and a half.
Yeah. Go to your boss and say you have more important
What would you
things to do.
say? Do you know whether Ms. Kurczewski would buy, for example, food for the residents?
Yes, she would.
Was she helpful in that way?
Yes.
What about helping out with the kids?
Yes, she did.
Did she help with Mr. Craig's kids in ways other than buying things?
Yes.
Like how?
Picking his son up, bringing him back to the residence where he lived.
This is, first
He
of
would,
all,
she would watch him.
listen. This is what I wanted, but I also am complaining about it because is everybody hearing what I'm hearing? He's just saying, well, she was doing all these things. They're so weird. Like, did he ask her? Did he ask her if she was going to work? Did he ask her why are you home so early? Did he say, what's going on with you?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, are you ignoring me?
Yeah, I'm always ignoring you. You know that. I'm just waiting for the hoops to come off.
No, they're off already.
Yeah, but no, and it's again, it's yeah, it shows that she built an elaborate web of lies, but still, does it make her a murderer?
What is that? What she was doing? I mean, was she embarrassed that she maybe lost her job and she didn't want anybody to know? I don't know. I mean, I've had friends do that before. They're just like embarrassed, but it came out, and it wasn't like, I don't know, when people are lying. I don't know, but then you go into like, oh, she's doing this for the kids. It's like, yeah, Anne, what are we doing here? I don't know. I just had to complain for 5 seconds. Sorry, let me get it out.
Hey, MJ.
Hi, MJ.
Do stuff with him, that type of thing.
Do you remember there being a point in time where
well, she was
a big
sick all the
purchase was
time.
made by the defendant for Mr. Craig's son?
There's an objection to vagueness.
Overruled.
You
may answer.
Yes, she did make purchases that I can remember. I know that there was a TV bought. There was furniture bought for his son. Big purchases, I think that was about it. I don't know of any other big purchases.
Jamie,
Did you have
a TV is very expensive in the US.
I mean, depends on what size you're getting. No, you can get a cheap one for like
Yeah,
$200.
that's always you never know what size you're gonna get.
Yeah,
It's like a crapshoot.
size does matter. I mean, not really. If they're like, I could get a decent like 40-inch for like $250 maybe.
This is the cousin of defendant's former boyfriend. The former boyfriend was on before lunch and just got off the stand.
Yeah.
I just saw commercials for, I could get a 75-inch for 3,500 Danish. That's like, how much is that? That's like 500 or something like that.
I mean, I haven't bought a TV in a hot minute because the last one I bought was for my living room. It's like it's a 65-inch. I paid like $600 for it, but that was bad.
I bought it because I dropped my old 55-inch, so I bought a new 65-inch because you always have to go bigger.
Yeah. But like I see them nowadays, they're even way cheaper. So
yeah, and then they're going on sale now for Black Friday. It's a big purchase. Well, they had a jackpot at 70K.
Yeah, she won 70K. Like,
yeah, you can get 75 inches at Walmart for about 500.
Yeah, I seen that, and I was like, son of a, because you always buy yours and it's expensive, and then you see like the next year, like a bigger one is even cheaper, and you're like,
yeah,
I got hosed. But yeah.
Yeah, but still, it just sounds like a TV. A TV isn't that expensive. I'm sad to say.
No, it's real.
I wouldn't say buying if it was needed and stuff like that. And again, I bought these 2 new screens for $70, on Marketplace. It's a big purchase. Had I had to go and buy in a store, it would have been maybe $700 or $800. But I was lucky; a guy just wanted them out of his house, and it's not the greatest screens, but they're fine for streaming.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's
I think when
telling
you're
people.
buying like cars and stuff like that, then it's different. But TV,
Yeah, but you can still buy a beater for
yeah.
for
But I mean, like
$1,000.
new car. Let's say new car.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
New car.
And it's just buying a new TV. Oh, that's a big
No,
big
like
expense.
computer, even laptops and stuff like that. I mean, you can get cheap. Obviously, I got a cheap one, but you can
Yeah.
get cheap laptops. You can get cheap TVs. Not that expensive nowadays.
No. Yeah, and I found
They're cheap.
almost my entire setup for my YouTube studio here and the baking studio I got for less than $1,000. My PC is absolutely the most expensive part of my setup.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my first TV was 1,700 Danish kroner, and me and my sister had a paper route, and I think we made like 300 Danish together, no, each, and we pooled our money and bought our first TV with a VHS player in it. That was the days.
Yeah, I remember when my parents bought like all that stuff. I remember how it was just crazy expensive for like a CD player when they first came out and stuff. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's just, but it sounds so bad. Big expenses.
Have
Big
any
expenses.
idea how she was
Yeah,
paying
food
for
is
these
getting
things?
really expensive.
Yeah, food's expensive. Jeez, oh Pete's.
Most
there
of the stuff
occasions where
I usually cost is up
You
by
would
50%.
be out in the evening with Mr. Scott and Miss Kurczewski.
Yes,
What kind of stuff would you do?
we would go to the local bar that we hung out at, drink, have fun. Sometimes we would go to the casino. But that was pretty much the gist of me hanging out with the both of them.
Okay. When you would be, and again, this was all occurring in that year and a half that you lived with Miss Kurczewski?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so speaking specifically
Their
to
kids
that
are not as
time frame,
pampered as our kids.
what can you tell the jury about Miss Kurczewski's spending habits when you were out at the bar that you noticed?
It seemed like there was no end to the money that she had. It wasn't where we would go out. Most people would spend a certain amount of money and they would be done for the night. They couldn't afford to spend any more. Well, with
Who does that? I
What?
always took like $40 with me. And you better believe I got that debit card out at some point.
Yeah, I always take an amount, put it in my pocket. And when I come home, I have more money with me home. I don't look at my debit card.
We would always go to the places that had like, you know, like dollar drafts and stuff like that, or like they'd be doing like specials. And then we'd stick to the specials. Like, how do we know what she was drinking? How is she not getting maybe the dollar draft beers? The crappy dollar draft beers.
Well, and again, it's just everything sounds bad in a courtroom. But
I know, it's annoying me. Now I
when
get I'm glad we got a witness that I'm annoyed by, so I can yell.
yeah, get the blood pumping. But yeah, when I'm going out on Friday, I will have it'll be I'll probably end up down when everything we go into a boxing show first and then going out drinking. I'll probably be down a couple of $100 when I go home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
So
not.
that's not no. I always said around 1,000 Danish is normal for a night out. If I ain't doing anything crazy, but normally I go home between 4 and 6 in the morning. So yeah, you have to stay hydrated.
Yeah. See, expert. There you go.
Yeah, and your no, my PC is, I always just upgrade when the stuff gets older. I just had to put in a new motherboard because my RAM slots had burned out. So, and I don't care that it's a few generations old. I don't play any high-end games, so that's okay by me.
With her, it was overwhelming. There was always money,
I never have a Miller
a lot
High
of
Life.
spending at the bar, a lot of buying drinks for people, food for people, that type of thing. When we would go to the casino, like I said, there was no end to the money. It felt like there was just constant spending.
I'm like that. If I meet someone
When you
I might
say
know,
food at the
I
bars,
buy them
were
a
the
drink.
bars that you frequented places that had big kitchens?
No,
And I don't buy them a shot.
It was
I buy them.
more that
Well, it's a
we
shot,
were
but
at the
it's shot of
bar.
okay
She would
whiskey.
ask people if they were hungry. You know, of course, people are hungry at the
Well,
bar. So
you can teach
she
me how to
would
drink Miller.
order $200-300 worth of stuff.
You can't buy it in
different
Denmark.
restaurants in the area
To be brought into
to
the
be
bar?
brought to the bar to, you know, so we could all eat.
When that would occur, did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski collecting money from everyone then?
No,
Why?
Did she ever ask you to pay her back money for food she bought you or drinks she bought you?
typically, if she were to buy me something, I would try to pay her back. If I didn't have money, she would just tell me, "Don't worry about it."
The bars that you were at, did they have machines that you could gamble on
Yes.
inside?
Yes,
Did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski using those machines?
yes,
Do you know if those require money to play?
yes.
Did you observe what kind of amounts of money the defendant was using at those kind of machines?
No,
Okay. Were there, you said there were times that you went to the casino with Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig?
yes.
How often do you think that occurred?
Once a week.
Okay. Do you remember during those occasions at the casino where the group would be up a lot of money consistently?
Tough question to answer. Depending on the day, gambling is one of those things where, you know, some days are good, some days are bad. There were multiple times where I saw Jessy or Scott, you know, hit a nice chunk of money, but, you know, there were so many times we were there that I can't tell you exactly the amount of money.
Sure. At the casino,
We do everything from painting to TikTok.
are there ways to get money
I have
if you want to
had
take
a
out more
Pabst
than
Blue
would
Ribbon.
be like on an ATM limit?
Yes,
What is that way?
I think that you can go up to the cash register and you can pull money from them. I think you can write a
Yeah,
check.
gambling is
Calculation.
really, really addictive.
Thanks. We
and
want to know what he knows.
almost
Overruled, you might
impossible to get out
question
of.
him on cross.
I have a lot of friends.
So you said you think you can go
Pabst
to
is
the cash
addiction
register and then how do you get money from there? Do you know?
I have never went to the cash register to pull money out, but pretty certain that you can go there and write a check and they will cash it for you. Or you can go up there with your ATM card and get more money out than you can at the ATM.
Did you ever see Ms. Kurczewski use that system?
Yes,
In terms of how much money Ms. Kurczewski would be taking out or spending at the casino, do you have a recollection of that?
I don't do
I have a
TikTok.
recollection
I'm
of
too
one
old.
night that she went to the cashier and she came back with $3,000.
Do you ever remember being in the house and Ms. Kurczewski kind of complaining about money or not having money to spend on all these things?
Never.
Did you think that was consistent with what you knew of her employment?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever know Lynn Hernan?
No.
Had you heard of her before?
Yes.
From who?
Jessy,
And who did you think that was?
a friend of her family's.
Okay. Did you ever meet Lynn Hernan?
No.
Okay. Did you know where she lived?
Somewhere in Pewaukee.
When Ms. Kurczewski would talk about Lynn Hernan, what would she say about her?
She said that she was sick and that she was dying and in the hospital. That was pretty much about it.
Would there be times when Ms. Kurczewski would have to leave the house because of Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
I want to check to vagueness. How would he know where he's going when Jesse left the house?
Overruled. He may answer.
She would get a phone call saying it was the hospital and that she had to go to the hospital to either sign papers or talk with the doctor about Lynn's condition. That's what I was told.
Did Ms. Kurczewski
She
ever
saw you
tell
coming,
what
so she ran
hospital Lynn
away.
was at?
No.
Okay.
No, I think Mr. Parkinson is making trouble.
At some point, did you find out that Lynn Hernan died?
Yes.
Okay. Remember earlier when we talked about the discussion that you had with Ms. Kurczewski about her pretending to work?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Was that discussion before or after Ms. Hernan died?
Before.
Do you know if you were still living in the residence when Lynn Hernan died?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Come on, Jamie. Your computer delivery is there.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Cross.
Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Ratloff, is it safe to say you don't know exactly the months and years you lived with Mr. Craig and Jesse was in the house, do you?
No.
You can't give this jury an exact time frame, correct?
I can tell you that it was a year prior to Lynn's death that I did live there, and the 5 years prior to that.
So that would be from 2012 to 2017?
Yes, I want to say 18.
Well, you heard that Lynn Hernan died October of 2018, correct?
Yes,
And you moved out a year prior to that?
yes, so must be 17.
So when you would see Jesse dressed in scrubs, that was in 2017, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you were working full-time?
Yes.
Is that Monday through Saturday, Monday through Friday? What was your schedule?
Well, he
every day
know
of the
how many
week.
money she
Monday to
spent on
Sunday?
beer and
How many
gambling.
times was 12-hour days?
No, it ranged depending on the weather, depending on our job. Every day is different. I would say anywhere from 6 to 8 hours I would work a day.
And you had a conversation with Jessy where she said she was pretending to work, correct?
Yes,
And this conversation occurred in 2016, 2017 while you were still at the residence.
yes.
And you never told your cousin Scott
No.
about it? And you said the way gambling is, sometimes you win a lot of money, sometimes you lose a lot of money, correct?
Yes,
Sometimes you win a little bit of money, and sometimes you lose a little bit of money, correct?
yes,
And is it safe to say when you win a lot of money, you like to spend it?
yes.
And you like to spend it going to bars and buying people drinks?
That is for each person to decide.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Or
And
she
when,
just shoots through the door because no one is allowed
Jessy
to
was
walk
at
up
the
her
casinos.
driveway.
Scott Craig was usually always with her, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And was Jessy went to bars, her boyfriend Scott Craig was with her, correct?
Not always.
Can you elaborate?
We had a lot of friends at the bar that were my friends, Jesse's friends, Scott's friends. If there was a night that Scott didn't want to go to the bar, Jessy would go by herself. There was nights that, just me and Scott would go and Jessy would stay home. So they weren't together all the time.
And there were times where you and Jessy just went to the bar?
Maybe once or twice.
So that was rarity, if ever, that you and Jessy went to the bar together, correct?
Yes.
Either that or they really didn't tell him he was just a a couch potato surfing on their goodwill through his life because he really didn't have anything going for him. So how much would you tell a guy sleeping on your couch when you're dating his cousin? I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
That
You released from all subpoenas.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you.
No objection? All right, thank you, sir. You are released from your subpoena.
what the F was that about? Yes, he spent money
You
drinking.
may call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Jacqueline Gorlowski.
That's what he spent an hour talking about. She was friendly when they were out drinking. What does that prove? Yes, she had access to money, but he don't know where those money came from. Even though she was unemployed, she could be really lucky at the slot
Good
machines.
afternoon, Ms. Kurczewski. If you would please make your way
I
to the
can't
witness
spell
stand, which
Kurczewski.
is on my right, all the way to the front of the courtroom. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jacqueline, Jacqueline, Gorlowski, Gerloski.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gorlowski, how are you employed?
I work at Fiserv Technology Company. I'm vice president there in the legal organization.
Ms. Gorlowski, do you know an individual named Scott Craig?
I do.
How do
Yeah,
you
I
know
think
him?
that's the
He's my
problem.
ex-husband.
Okay. Do you know an individual named Jessy Kurczewski?
I do.
What is the relationship between Mr. Craig and Miss Kurczewski?
Currently, or
Let's say back in 2018.
they were dating.
Okay.
Yeah, they're kind of
Are you friendly
like.
with Mr. Craig at this point?
Yes.
Were you friendly with Mr. Craig back in 2018?
Yes.
Fair to say during that time frame, you were still talking to Mr. Craig, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you and Mr. Craig have kids?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do you have together?
3.
Are they involved in sports or other activities?
They're
We
all
don't
adults.
care.
When they were younger, were they involved in sports or other
Yes.
activities?
Absolutely
During those
not.
activities, let's say around 2016, did you meet a Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. What was your impression of her at that time?
I thought she was nice. I think the first time we met was at a fast pitch softball game, and I didn't have much more. I mean,
Yeah, but she will claim
you
that
interact with
this
her
lady
at those
gave the
games?
money
Yes.
to her. So
In your
again,
experience with Ms.
they have to
Kurczewski,
disprove that
was
she
good
gave
to
the money
your
to
children's
her
child-
willingly.
children?
yes.
Because if she gave her big
So I
sums
wanna,
of money and she
uh,
won at the
change the
casino,
topics here a little bit.
you could live the
here.
champagne lifestyle.
With
That's
your
my
and
big
Scott's
problem. They haven't really
relationship,
gotten
would
into
you
that
guys
part.
get each other Christmas gifts or birthday presents?
No.
What about, like, say for Mother's Day or Father's Day? Would you guys get each other presents for those occasions?
No, our kids were old enough that they would buy their dad something.
It was a
if
present
they
from
wanted to
C-SWIP.
borrow money, like our youngest, I would borrow her money to get dad something, or from the school fair or whatever. But he always had gifts, and they were typically from the kids.
I want to direct your attention to Mother's Day, for instance, here. Did you receive a gift from Jessy Kurczewski on a Mother's Day?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
Check the vagueness at the time.
Overruled. I received a delivery of a dozen roses, and my youngest, my 4th child with my new husband, was already born. I remember that. And the card was from all the kids. So Alex, Dominic, Bella, and Violet. And there was a gift card for $100 for a spa gift card. And I was
Nice.
taken aback because I had already gotten gifts from my kids. And my husband was also like, wow. And that was not the normal behavior from my ex-husband, even when we were married. Let the record reflect. So
She's,
I called him and
not
I
here
said,
today.
well, thank you for this. Because I said to the kids, what is this? And they said, oh, I'm sure it was from Jessy. And so I called Scott and he goes, you know Jessy. And I said, well, thanks. It was weird, but a nicety. Weird, but weird.
I'm going to direct your attention now to like the Christmas time. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Would Jessy get your children gifts?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about those gifts?
So they had very good Christmases when Jessy was there. They always had good Christmases, but they had Christmases that were plentiful. So we did not, we had our kids very young. So we were young. We didn't have a lot of money. And we got them a lot of gifts, but it was small gifts. So they had a lot to open. That was always important to my ex-husband. But when they had Christmas with Jessy and Scott, it was multiple pairs of very expensive shoes or electronics.
Dave is
or
outside your door.
a combination of all those things. And so they would have Christmas Eve at their dad's.
yeah,
and then
he-
they'd come back to my
He
house
said you should
Christmas
open your
morning
door.
No, he's
and
not.
tell me everything they got.
He was in
And
chat before
I
saying he
thought,
was
why did I
outside.
even buy anything?
Yeah.
I got so much, like what? That's weird.
He was trying to
And
send
that
me a
wasn't normal behavior before Jessy. She was a gift giver.
At some point during this time frame when Jessy was with Scott, was your daughter Alex overseas?
Yes.
Was she studying overseas?
She had graduated from UW-Madison and was going to travel abroad and then teach in Thailand for the last 6 months. Or last year, she was traveling for 18 months.
Were you planning to go see your daughter?
No.
At any point, did Jessy offer to pay for a flight to Thailand?
She did. And it was probably because I was saying how much I missed her, or I can't really remember how that unfolded, but I remember the offer. And when she offered, I thought to myself, you're not even working. Like, how are you offering to pay?
Now you got all the biddies in there today.
Which I, of course,
I
would never
know.
Most
accept
working.
and did not. But it was very odd to me. And then I always thought she just had a credit card spending problem. Like I couldn't rationalize in my head how she could afford what she could afford. But again, most of it was for my kids. And I thought, well, it's none of my business. I mean, I didn't say anything or.
No, you like the gifts.
Yeah.
Ms.
As
Rossi,
Iris
have you
said,
heard the name
no one
Lynn
turns
Herman
turns down the
have.
gift certificate
Did
of
you
$100.
hear that
But 2
name
months
from
later,
Jessy
yeah, that
Kurczewski?
was weird.
Yes.
So weird. Never saw it coming.
In what
But the
capacity would you
pedicure
hear
was
about
nice.
Lynn Herman from Ms.
Yeah, they
Kurczewski?
take them.
Yeah.
I think
they'll
the
shit
first
all over
time
you.
that I heard about Lynn was when she was ill and in the ICU, because I believe that spanned over a summer that we were together almost every weekend for Fast Pitch. So, and we sat together at those tournaments.
Did she talk to you about Lynn's health issues?
Not in detail during the games. It was just, I think, how's Lynn doing? And it wasn't anything in grave detail other than
Exactly.
she's still in ICU. And I recall the kids saying that to me as well.
Did she ever get into detail about why she was in the ICU, if you recall?
Josh should ask an answer.
Overruled. She may answer.
I can't recall if we had that conversation or not.
During that summer,
Yeah, some people will
did you
always
have any
be very
conversation with Ms.
leverage.
Kurczewski about
Give you a
do
lot of
not
gifts.
resuscitate order
I
with
shouldn't
Lynn?
use big words.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that conversation?
So I pulled up to my ex-husband's house to either drop off or pick up my daughter, my youngest. And Jessy came out to my car and was frazzled, was upset. And she said, I can't believe it. Freighter did not, I can't remember the exact words. It was something to the effect of, they brought Lynn back to life. She had a do not resuscitate and they brought her back to life. Is there anything I can do? And I said, I don't know. Do you have an attorney? Maybe get an attorney? And it was just odd. It was an odd conversation. And I think I advised her to get an attorney. And she said that she would, or she had one. But it was a very odd conversation.
Ultimately, did you get any follow-up from Jessy about what happened with the hospital and the do not resuscitate?
David is annoying the dogs.
Yes.
That's why they're
So
barking.
I can't tell you what the time period was. Maybe
Jamie
a few
left him down in the
weeks, maybe a
basement so he
month.
could play with the dogs.
She had said that they settled with Freighter. And Freighter agreed not to charge Lynn for any of her stay after that day. And in my mind, I said that would never happen. Nothing happens that fast with a company like Freighter. But I didn't engage and say, well, that's not true.
No,
Like
because you
I
got
was
a
like,
$100
oh,
gift
well, I'm glad
card,
you
and
guys
that's
settled
fine.
it. And that was it. I mean, my conversations were limited, but that was also very weird.
Why is that weird?
Thank you, Ms. Kurczewski. I don't have anything else.
Why is that
Lee
weird?
Cross.
Yes, Judge. just a few
It's
questions.
always weird in the courtroom.
Ms. Skrolski, you indicated that Jessy was a nice person, correct?
Yes,
She treated your kids great, correct?
she treated them very good.
When you and Scott would have the kids every other weekend?
Every other week.
And this started when? What year?
Jeez. We got, you mean when we got divorced? 2010, I think.
Well, again, you have three kids with Scott, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And back in 2000,
It's more
16 older.
gossip than it's anything
boy.
else.
Can you give me the name of your three kids?
Alexandria, born in 1994. Dominic, born in 1995. Isabella, born in 2003. And math is not my forte.
That's okay.
Well, you work in legal, so of course you can't
So
do that.
your youngest, how old was Isabella when you met Jessy? If you can remember.
Well, if I met her in 2017, they started dating.
Stupid.
Somebody say yes to that so I can do the
Oh,
math
she
in my
she
head.
do-
It
she
might take
works
a while.
From your memory, from your record.
I
as a
think
vice
she was
president at Vice
10?
Technology or Vice something.
2003. She was born 13.
Jamie.
I would have.
Who was the child that was in fast pitch?
Isabel.
I'm kidding. I would never.
It's from Deep Space Nine, Star Trek.
So Alexandria and Dominic, they were like
Older.
young adults.
Yes.
Alexandra was studying abroad during that time?
I believe so. She graduated Madison December of 2016 and left the January after December. So she left in January of 2017.
And
Vice
Dominic
president of
must have been
legal.
in high school or graduated from high school?
What year?
2017.
So he was in UW Eau Claire in his last year. He graduated in December of 2017.
So the only child that you were exchanging with Mr. Craig was Isabella?
That's correct.
And I think you trusted Isabella in Jesse's care.
Absolutely. I never would have let her be there if I didn't.
That's a funny way to answer that.
What did she say?
So you trusted her. I absolutely never did. I absolutely never would have left her there if I didn't. It's just, of course I did, or else I wouldn't have left her there.
Yeah.
The other way around, it just seemed
The
negative.
Christmas that Scott and Jesse got your kids or child expensive shoes. Do you remember what Christmas that was? 2017?
I could only guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always the problem. Everything you
The
hear
year
in
you
court
got
is
the
always,
$100
oh, so
spa
scary.
gift. Do you remember what year that
In
was?
reality, yeah.
Well, my
She,
youngest child was born in March of 2017, so she was alive. But it had to be 2017 or 2018.
Ew.
Come on. Come
The
on.
year that you're meeting Jessy for fast pitch softball, I think you said it was. What year was that?
I don't recall.
Did you meet with her often for fast pitch softball?
We sat together. So if they had chairs up, my husband and I would put our chairs by them, or vice versa. If we were there first, they would come and set their chairs next to us.
And I take it she went there with Scott to see your child play fast pitch.
Yes,
And that was the only reason she went there, to see your child play fast pitch, correct?
I would assume so.
By her demeanor, did she appear to enjoy watching your child play?
Yes.
Dave, now you scared her away again.
What is he yapping about?
Regarding
He's claiming you're playing softball.
this.
And apparently that means
for
something else
offer
in
to
the
pay
U.S.
your ticket to go to visit your daughter overseas. Did you tell Scott about that?
I don't know what that means.
I don't recall.
Week.
So you found it strange, but you didn't tell Scott about it, correct?
Oh, gotcha.
He may have been there when she offered. I can't really remember. I don't. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, and again, I always play friendly with my ex-wife's boyfriends and try to be nice to them because they live with my kids. I don't want them to be a-holes. So she's nice to the ex-wife, probably because she have heard how many bad relationships
Any
out there with
redirect?
ex-wives.
No, Your Honor, I'd be asking that you be released from your subpoena.
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you are released from your subpoena.
Oh yeah, maybe Dave is a catcher.
Statement called. Next witness, please.
Well, not
State
all.
calls Alex Craig.
Good afternoon. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way
Oh,
to
it's
the
a lady.
front.
I
It is
thought
up
Alex
a
was a
riser.
guy.
When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
She got the good bra on
Thank you.
today.
Please have a seat. Thank you. The first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Okay. Alexandria Craig, ALEXANDRIA CRAIG.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Craig, are you working right now?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm in corporate philanthropy.
Okay.
Corporate
Could you
philanthropy.
tell the
So
jury
tax
where you
haven.
went to
Job
college?
title.
Yes, I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
When did you graduate from there?
December 2016.
What
Oh,
did you
she's the
study?
daughter of
Biomedical engineering.
the ex-boyfriend, right?
How old is she?
She's the one. She's the
Who is your
one.
dad?
This must be the one who was in Thailand. I don't know why I used that accent. Don't call me
So this
racist
is
again.
supposed to be the daughter, and he's how old? 48. How old is she then? Jeez.
But she
Like
she
a
left.
mix. She could be young or she could be older. I'm really. I
She
don't
she left college in 2017, and that's around the time where she said she was offered a ticket to Thailand. Don't use that accent. And yeah, it seems like it could be the daughter of the ex-boyfriend.
Could be. Yeah.
She was born in 94. Yeah,
Nice.
that adds up.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's just almost 30.
Really?
She's a young looking 40-year-old, 30-year-old. And it helps that the twins got some lifts. That's boobies, Jamie.
Scott Craig.
Okay. What about your mom?
Jacqueline Thompson, now Gerlowski.
So when you graduated in December of 2016, what did you do next in your life?
I hard pivoted and moved to Thailand.
Okay. Was that right away, still in 2016?
No, I stuck around for a little bit in 2016 in December, took a trip to Spain and Italy, and then came back for a couple weeks. January 2017, I left.
Where did she get the money to go to Spain and Italy? That's like a
In
10K
January of
trip.
2017?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing in Thailand?
I was a teacher.
Okay. How long did you live there?
Almost a year.
I haven't heard it was
At
Jessy
some
who
point in
paid for
time,
that.
did you meet Jessy Kurczewski?
I did.
While in college?
Kind of within the timeline that we've already laid out, when do you think that you met her?
I remember
You're studying abroad
at
so you can
least
get some kind of
being around
help.
her in December of 2016, that Christmas, and at my graduation.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, but I just don't remember hearing anything
Have you
about it.
ever,
So that's why I
at
said
any point in time, were you ever living with your dad and Miss Kurczewski?
No.
Okay. So what was your impression of Miss Kurczewski when you met her kind of around your graduation that year in 2016?
She
Hey,
seemed
Pixie.
kind, generous, candidly annoying, but a nice enough person to be with my dad.
Okay.
What?
Did you spend a lot
Color
of time
annoying?
at the home
Yeah.
where your dad lived?
When?
Before
But
you
she's like
lived
10
in
years
Thailand?
older than she is, so
No.
that's probably why she finds her
When you
annoying.
graduated from Madison, were you living in Madison?
After I graduated, I moved back home and I was living with my mom before I left.
Okay. Once
Jessy.
you were in Thailand, did you keep in contact with your family?
Yes.
How did you do that?
FaceTime almost every single day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that include with your dad, Scott?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Were there occasions when you would also speak with Miss Kurczewski while you were in Thailand?
She would be on the phone in the background, but I never desired to speak to her directly.
Okay, so during that time, were you also keeping in touch with your mom?
Yes.
Did you miss her?
Yeah.
Okay. Did your mom ever come visit you in Thailand?
No.
Do you know whether, do you recall a conversation where that came up, having your mom visit you?
Judge, I object to relevance.
Yeah. Because it would be hearsay if she says, my mom told me
Overruled.
Jessy offered to pay me
You
for
can
my
answer.
ticket.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do you recall a discussion that involved whether your mom would come visit you in Thailand involving the
Hearsay.
defendant?
Judge, I object as to hearsay.
Yeah.
Overruled. Answer the
What?
specific question about whether there was a conversation first.
There was a conversation and I was a part of it.
Was that a remote conversation?
Remote as in over the phone?
Right.
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that conversation happened? Were you already in Thailand?
I don't recall.
Okay.
But you remember, I don't know.
Was Ms. Kurczewski involved in that conversation?
Yes.
And what did she say about it?
She had offered to fly my mom out to Thailand to see me.
In 2017, if you had to estimate what a plane ticket to Thailand cost you, what would you say?
Round trip, at least $800 to $1,000.
Okay. Was that offer from Ms. Kurczewski consistent with other spending you had seen her engage in?
Yes.
Could you talk about that for the jury, please?
Yes. She was a very generous spender and gift giver. She would always be offering to buy things, to we would be out to eat and she would want to pick up the tab or offer to get things for us, things even we didn't really need, but was just seemed very overly generous. I'll say that.
Even directly to you?
I could
In
get
ways,
to Thailand
yes.
for like
What
500
about, like,
bucks
let's
without
talk
a
about
hotel.
holidays, for example. How would you describe holidays that involved Miss Kurczewski?
Yes, they were always very over the top. We come from a working class family, so we like holidays, and we tried to do, as growing up, do our best and have a lot of presents under the tree. But the Christmases, Jessy was a part of, they were always a little bit more extravagant with more extravagant gifts than we're used to. Or
What is extravagant?
The Easter baskets were much fuller, or things along those lines.
Well, she was working class, so she didn't have anything.
Yeah, but they're not.
She never had any gifts, but she went to Spain on a trip,
I know.
and
Nobody's
she went.
using that word, but you're not telling. Like, did she get you a brand new car for Christmas? Did she, or did she like buy you
An iPad.
an extra pair of socks or something like that?
Yeah.
Everybody's version of extravagant is a lot different.
Yeah, it's kind of like her payback time right now. I didn't like that B word, so I'm gonna hit her now because she hurt my dad. And
Extravagant, like, was she having these like holidays catered and like giving everybody, like everybody gets a brand new like iPhone or something, like.
yeah, everyone had too much Easter candy. It seems
The
sus.
baskets were fuller. Okay, did she buy an extra bag of Reese's? Like,
Oh, she bought Reese's, not the off-brand.
yeah,
Oh, someone's fancy.
someone is extravagant.
No. And again, what's extravagant? This lady took a 180 after leaving college, so she can go and visit Spain and Italy. Spain and Italy isn't just next to each other. That's quite a distance. When my friend in Delaware wanted to fly home from my mom's birthday, not birthday, the opposite, my mother's funeral. If she would have brought her son and her husband, they were looking at like 10K for a round trip. She had to take the red eye, and it was still so expensive to get in and out. I was lucky when I went to the US the last time with the kids. I paid like $2,500 for the three of us. So it's not cheap, and you have to pay for the hotel, the food, everything. And it's expensive to go to Spain and Italy. I go to Italy not frequently, but every 4 to 5 years because my sister was married down there in Rome. So we go down there and party. And it's a couple of, well, it's at least $1,000 every time I go there because you have hotel, you have plane fare, you have taxis, you have food, you have drinking. So what's extravagant? If you fresh out of college can go to Europe, how many Americans go to Europe?
I've never been.
No.
I mean, according to everybody, I've barely been out of my house. So,
yeah. But you don't buy those chalky candy corns, do you?
no.
No.
I like
They should be
Kit
banned
Kats.
by law.
Kit Kats. Oh my God, Kit Kats. Oh, and Take Fives. Those are my favorite.
Yeah,
Anybody
and
had?
you like Five Guys as well.
I do like Five Guys. That's what Dave can do. If Dave wants to come over, he can bring me Five Guys.
Yeah.
Crack myself up.
England is pretty expensive if you go. I went to watch football in London. That's crazy expensive. So, but England is a good place to fly to because that's if you go to Heathrow, that's the big hub from I believe Star Alliance, or you could do like Dave and fly into. I believe they go to Frankfurt or Munich because he flies Lufthansa, and they fly in there. So it's still what's extravagant if you have the money to go to Europe as a college student. Yeah, you can be working your ass off, but still, a trip to Europe is extravagant. Me going to Spain on this time of the year, I could get that for no money. But if I do in the summer, that's pretty expensive too. So
Oh yeah, not a cheap trip.
yeah, I don't like Heathrow. It's a very big, very annoying place. But I liked when I was on my way home from Switzerland last time. I think it's Frankfurt on the way home, where I heard those Bronx ladies talking about the water in New York. I so wanted to tape them and play for them for you. You would have loved those accents.
What?
The ladies who were talking about the water in New York. In the airport. I was laughing so hard.
Yes.
They were complaining about everything. It was just Karen from New York. It was so amazing. And now I have to go blow my nose again.
Lines where I could tell that it was not just my dad that went and spent that money. It was Jessy spending money, and I had believed it was because she, wanted to have us have good holidays.
Okay. During these times, what was your understanding of what Ms. Kurczewski did for work?
I had known that I had thought that she had worked at some type of clinic, dental clinic or medical clinic.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski having a consistent job throughout the entire time you knew of her?
Jack, this witness was never living in the house.
Overruled. She may answer. You can cross on that.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding of the source of the money being used to buy these gifts and things?
Objection, big
Overruled.
relevance.
Overruled.
I had an idea, but it wasn't something that was concrete.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever tell you anything about where she would get money to spend?
She had mentioned she had a family friend that gave her money, but I did not pry.
Do you recall ever hearing about someone named Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Who told you about Lynn Hernan?
Jessy.
Do you know about when that would have been?
When I returned from overseas around April, May 2018. So it was during that summer where I started to hear more about Lynn.
And what were you being told about her?
I was told that she was very, very sick. That was a friend that Jessy was taking care of, and that consumed a lot of Jessy's time, and that she was taking care of her sick friend.
Do you know where Lynn was located?
I knew that she had lived in Pewaukee.
Okay. Would there be occasions when you were at the house and Jessy would have to go to care for Lynn?
Yes.
Do you know where she was going to do that?
I remembered that she either was going to the hospital at the times she had mentioned Lynn was in the hospital, or she was going to Lynn's residence in Pewaukee.
Okay. Do you remember what hospital Ms. Kurczewski told you Lynn was at?
I believe it was Freidert, but I can't be 100% sure.
Regardless, do you remember Ms. Kurczewski telling you why Lynn was at a hospital?
She had said that she was sick, had depression, had liver disease. I believe that was the extent of it.
Okay. Do you remember the defendant telling you about a do not resuscitate?
Judgment object to the name that prosecutor's given to my client.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski telling you about a do not resuscitate involving Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She had said that Lynn had a do not resuscitate order, that the hospital resuscitated her against those wishes, and that they were going to sue the hospital or something along those lines.
Did Ms. Kurczewski ever talk to you again about that topic?
Yes, she had brought it back up and again said, and I'm paraphrasing, said something along the lines of the case was settled. They're paying her medical fees.
Who's paying whose medical fees?
Sorry, that the hospital administrators are going to be paying Lynn's medical fees and her remaining stay in the hospital because they resuscitated her against her wishes.
At that point in time, what was your understanding about the length of time Ms. Hernan had been in that hospital?
My understanding was limited. I had thought a couple months, but again, the topic seemed to upset Jessy, so I did not pry.
Okay. Could you give the jury an estimate about how much time you think passed between Ms. Kurczewski mentioning the do not resuscitate and then the settlement?
I can't recall.
Okay. Did there become a point in time when you found out Lynn Hernan died?
Yes.
Was that in October of 2018?
Yes.
Where were you living at that point in time, generally?
I was still living at my mom's.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Ms. Kurczewski about how Ms. Hernan died?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever go to a residence in Pewaukee that you believed was Lynn Hernan's residence?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Jessy, my dad, and my friend Danielle.
Okay. Would that be before or after the death?
After.
Why did you go there?
My friend Danielle and I were moving into an apartment and we were really excited. And Jessy had brought us to Lynn's apartment to procure any items that we would want to take from her apartment for our own.
Had you ever met Lynn Hernan before she died?
No.
Did you ever go to any kind of funeral service for Lynn Hernan?
No.
Yeah, it's the lack of Reese boxes that made her angry at her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Donna
Did you
T,
know why
a lot of Swedes and
Ms.
Norwegians
Kurczewski
go to
wanted-
Denmark to party.
offered to bring you to that?
Especially the girls
condo?
are really welcome.
She knew that we were moving into a new place and that she had said Lynn had a lot of items and things that she was going to sell anyways in an estate sale, and that anything that we wanted for our own apartment we could have. So I think she was an offer trying to be generous and save me some money.
Did Ms. Kurczewski seem to be handling quite a bit of the estate at that point?
Yes.
Did Ms. Kurczewski tell you why she was so involved in it at that point?
Yes, she had mentioned she had some kind of power or that she was involved in the estate in some way.
Did you have a lot of details about that?
No, I didn't ask too many questions.
No, you were just happy you got free.
Yeah.
Do you remember taking anything from the residence?
Yes.
What was that?
A entertainment stand, some shelving units, I believe a washer and dryer, and there might have been a few other things as well, but those are the big ones.
Okay.
And see, she was like giving her items that she could have sold.
I want to ask you a little bit more about.
It
your
was
dad's
really
relationship with
suspicious, and she was
Ms.
very
Kurczewski.
extravagant.
Prior to the relationship, did you know your dad to be a frequent gambler?
No.
Once the relationship began, did you notice there was more gambling that went on?
You don't object to relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
What kind of things did you notice?
Oh, so she
That they
turned
would
him,
be
but-
going to the casino more, or he would be going with her more. That, you know, when I would meet them out at a pub or a restaurant, that there'd be more gambling then to pull tabs, slot machines, stuff like that.
Pull tabs isn't gambling. That's
Pull
just
tabs are
fun when you drink.
You get it for like $1.
Yeah, we did that a lot when I was in the Navy. The one with the lowest or the highest number had to buy the next round.
Do you ever remember Mr. Kurczewski telling you why Lynn Hernan died or how Lynn Hernan died?
She just had said she was very sick and succumbed to her sickness, I would say.
Yes, there was a will. I can't remember if it was notarized, but there was a will saying that she inherited everything.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any cross?
Yeah,
Just a few questions, Judge.
Go ahead.
When you
there was, and I do believe it was notarized. I think
use
they
the
should
word succumb,
say.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
your words, correct?
because someone
Yes.
was talking about how weird it was and the timing of it and stuff
The
like that.
Thailand trip, that never occurred, did it?
What?
The Thailand trip, that didn't occur, did it?
Me going?
No, anybody going, like your mom going to Thailand, was those tickets purchased?
She did not go, no.
Prior to just your dad meeting Jesse, your dad lived alone?
No,
Who do you live with?
my Uncle Dan
So it's just your dad and your uncle.
and my other siblings, yes.
And during that time, your dad would just give you and the other siblings just little gifts?
In what regard?
Did you get like presents from your dad?
For like birthdays and Christmas?
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you get presents from your uncle?
No.
What? I give my nieces and
Those
nephews
presents
gifts all the
continue when
time.
your dad met Jesse, correct?
Yeah, even if
Yes,
it's
we
just
continue to have Christmas.
gift card or
The
something.
presents from your dad and Jesse.
Yes.
Well, I send money to my sister-in-law and say buy something for
No
them.
further questions.
Yeah,
Can we put your rep?
that with my
Thank
sister
you. You
too.
may sit down.
Thank you.
Release from all subpoenas.
No objection.
Thank you. You're released from your subpoenas. Do you
Yeah.
have another short witness or should we take a break?
I think we have our next short witness here. Let me just check very quickly. She would be short.
All right. Why don't you just stand for a minute, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
A short witness. That's not nice.
Yeah,
It could be so fun if it was a little person coming in.
yeah. Yeah, but
Just at the end of the hallway, so my victim witness advocate is going to get her.
All right. Well, have you called this next witness and then we'll take our afternoon break.
Thank you. And we are calling Christina Sherrod.
I think just, they should have like harped a little more on this extravagant thing.
Yeah.
I'd like, what do you mean by extravagant gifts?
All right. Let's be seated.
At the afternoon break, I'm really messing up because of isn't it 5 o'clock? No, 4 o'clock their
Good
time.
afternoon, Ms. Sharon.
Free.
Can you please make your way all the way to the front to the witness stand? It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
It's 4 right now for me.
It's because of the 1
Thank you. Have a
hour.
seat.
I can't math it out
First
right
thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
now. Record.
Christina Sherock.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. And Mr. Rock, just before we get started with questions, can you just move a little closer to the microphone because you're a little hard to hear back here. Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Rock, what do you do for a living?
I work in the bar industry.
And any specific bars currently?
Fourth and Long,
Okay. And how long have you been in the bar industry?
16 years.
Is bar industry
Did
is
you
it
meet a person named
a-
Jessy Kurczewski?
Yes, I
a
did.
bar
How
made?
long ago would you say you met Miss Kurczewski?
Probably like
Record?
14 years ago.
Was it just from frequenting bars and being in the same friend circle or something different?
Well, first she was frequent. She was a frequent person at my bar or at the bar that I worked at, and then she worked there. And then she just frequented afterwards after she was no longer working there.
Okay. So 14 years, sort of what's the end of that 14 years if you had to put a year on it?
When she was put in jail.
Okay. So if you heard earlier, that was 2019. Is that fair?
Yep.
So we're talking about 2005 until 2019.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now, towards the latter part of that 14-year time span, were you still working at bars that Ms. Kurczewski would come to as a customer?
Yep.
And what bar was that?
Scotty's.
Scotty's Pub.
Mhm.
And is that a yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the woman in front of you is just taking down all your answers, so we need yeses and nos and things of that nature, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So Scotty's Pub, that's where you would be working and Ms. Kurczewski would come as a customer.
Yep.
Were there other times where you would go to bars as friends together?
I would see her at bars and meet her there.
Okay, so you wouldn't necessarily go in the same group, but you would frequent as customers other bars.
Yes.
Do you know what some of those were?
Dallas Palace.
Okay.
And
And I
then
assume that's
some-
in West Dallas?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a lot of opportunities for you to talk to Ms. Kurczewski throughout the years?
I mean, sometimes we did, yeah.
Okay. In talking with Ms. Kurczewski, did the name Lynn Hernan ever come up?
A couple times.
Okay. What do you remember about those couple times?
She was just saying that she was helping her mom take care of her best friend, and something about she had a bunch of cats. She had to get rid of some of the cats, and I mean, she didn't really tell me that much at all.
Okay. And you said that at some point she went from being a customer to working with you at a bar?
Mm-hmm.
Was that, sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Was that Scotty's Pub?
Yes.
How long would you say you worked together there?
That I don't know.
Okay. If you had to try your best, would you say a year, more than a year, less than a year?
Probably about a year.
About a year. Okay. Do you know if Ms. Kurczewski was working other jobs at the time?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what year that was?
No.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you that.
Was it more towards the beginning of that 2005 to 2019, towards the middle, or towards the end?
Towards the beginning.
Towards the beginning. So closer to 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay, I understand. I'll try my best to keep correcting you. So beyond working together, when she sort of
All the
returned back
cats
to being a
were
customer,
moved to a
Scotty's
farm
Pub
where they
you
lived
were-
very happily.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you notice her spending habits? Don't
say anything. Yes.
Well, I know she always liked to gamble, yeah, and then she would buy rounds of shots for
Okay.
all of her friends and stuff at the bar.
Okay. And you said sometimes you would see her at bars while you yourself were a customer, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't necessarily go with her?
No, we would just be at the bars together, like a Sunday fun day or something like that.
Understood. It was more just a coincidence that you'd end up together.
Yeah.
So when you say Ms. Kurczewski would buy rounds of shots or things like that, was it for the group she came with, or was it for everybody in the bar, or something different?
Sometimes it was just for the group that she came with. Sometimes if there wasn't many people at the bar or whatever, she would buy around for the whole bar.
Okay. And how many people were in there when it was the whole bar?
I mean, sometimes it got up to 10, 15 people.
Okay. You said she also liked to use the gambling machines or video poker machines?
Yes.
Did you ever kind of notice or pay attention to how much money she was putting in those machines?
No, because I was usually right next to her and I was just playing myself. So I didn't recognize how much she put in there.
She's not just a smoker. She's a heavy smoker. You can hear it in her voice.
One of the few times she did talk about Lynn Hernan, was that to tell you that her family friend had passed away?
Yeah, she did tell me that.
And in that conversation, did Ms. Kurczewski sort of offer you personal items of Lynn Hernan?
Yes, she did.
And were you able to follow through with that and take anything?
Yes.
Do you recall what items you took?
Bunch of bags of clothes and then like, I think a couple end tables.
Okay. And do you recall about when that was?
No, I don't know.
You
And it was
recall-
right after one of the hurricanes because I took it down to the people for the hurricanes. So probably October, November.
Okay. Of 2018 still, or something different?
Yeah, that would have been of 18.
Okay.
No,
So,
that would have been 19.
so you think it was October or November
Yeah.
of 2000?
Right after she passed away.
Okay. Right
And she
after
had
Lynn
told,
Hernan
yeah,
passed
she had
away?
told me after I told her I was going down south that she had clothes of
Oh,
Lynn's.
you like to go down south?
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all the questions.
No problem.
Yeah.
So you hung around with Jessy, you said around 2005?
Well, I saw her at the bars.
So this period that you're talking about is around the early part of your relationship with Jessy, around 2005, 2006?
No, I would see her at bars along the way. And I mean, we never said we're going to a bar together. We would always just meet because we liked a certain bartender or whatnot. Or when I was bartending, she would come up there.
And you seem to indicate this happened in the early part of your meeting with Jessy around.
Jamie
towards the
wanted
2005
gossip in
time-
court.
timeframe.
She has
What was the
had
question?
nothing else than
Seems
gossip.
to indicate
know.
that this get together with Jessy occurred during the early part of the time that you met her towards 2005.
No, that's when she started working for Scotty's sometime around then. I'm not sure that when she actually started,
Is it a sexy, raspy
but I met
voice?
her. And then that's how, I mean, through people and whatnot, we didn't have like conversations back then. I just knew who she was.
So you really didn't start hanging around with her in 2005?
No.
That's when you just first met her?
Yep.
When did you start hanging around with her?
After she started working there.
Do you know when that was? 2007, 8?
I don't know. People come and go at the bars. And I mean, she was a waitress, but I did get to know her. I try to get to know people that I work with. So
She did tell you, you remember her telling you that she was taking care of a person named Lynn Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And Lynn Hernan was very sick.
I didn't know she was sick. She just said she was helping take care of her.
And Lynn Hernan had cats.
I remember
yes.
saying, because she had to get rid of the cats.
Did you know that those cats were taken by her mother, Jennifer Flower?
Overruled. If she knows, she may answer.
No.
I don't know if I have questions. Sure, thank you.
Any redirect.
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Well, that
Thank
was
you,
a
ma'am.
short
You may step
witness.
down.
I would ask that Mr. Rock be released from her subpoenas as well.
Objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are released from your subpoenas. And now we'll take our mid-afternoon break. All rise for the jury, please.
Well, you got all the gossip today,
I did.
but did we get anything in of any relevance to the murder?
No.
We know
Just,
she spent a lot of money.
Yeah, just the money stuff. But you still need to prove to me that this woman wasn't giving her the money. Because maybe Lynn was generous too.
Yeah. And again, it's not a crime to be generous or being a fool with your money. I have maxed out a credit card by being a generous drunk. I like if I go to bars and I sit at the bar and someone sitting next to me, I'll give him a beer and a shot. And I'll do that all the time. If there's a jukebox, I put in money in the jukebox to get it going. It's kind of like, but again, everything you do in court, everything you do will be bad when they mention it in court. Had she been up for a promotion and they said, well, she was a nice woman, she offered to buy my mom a trip to Thailand, that would have been, oh, she's such a wonderful person. It's I just don't like this. Oh, she's a bad one because of that. It's but
Well,
everything you do is bad in court.
you bought somebody a gift. My God, you're a sketch. You're very sketch.
Yeah.
And you're too generous. Like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, in a way. Because it's just like, I've had very little, and I've still been generous to people.
Yeah, and how was she generous?
Money. Like, I could have had some, I don't know, maybe I had room on my credit card. Maybe I had some money in my savings. Maybe I felt like, you know what, I have a little extra money from a bonus and I'm going to be really, I want to get my sister something nice that I probably wouldn't normally get her, or somebody I know. I've done that before a million times.
Yeah. Yeah, but the victim was a drunk. Yeah, but still, if she was taking advantage of her, put it in. Show us that she was taking advantage of her.
Yeah, Lynn's
We know
never
she.
told anybody that.
We heard from the friends who knew her that the victim didn't spend a lot of money, and she might have known her time on earth were running out. She said, well, oh, it's your what do you call them? In Denmark, we call them cardboard kids when you get together with someone who has kids. Yeah,
I like that.
it sounds better because we don't call it cardboard, we call it pap. But she could say, well, yeah, I know how it is with old relationship. Here's a hundo, buy a spa treatment for the ex-wife. She'll be happy. We don't know. No one has told us that she stole the money from her yet. We just know she used a lot of money.
Yeah.
And that's my problem. Did she fake the signatures? Did she force her to sign the signatures?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I know that some people who might not have had a lot and can live as long as she got a quarter of Jack D and a stick of cigarettes, she'll be
The
doing
next
fine.
witness? Okay, we'll bring the jury out and go ahead.
I've got my computer and things up there, and somebody from my office, I understand, is on their way.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, and I just want you to know.
No problem.
Okay.
I understand.
All right, good.
But again, it's
Craig's dual
At the end of the day.
Thank you.
it's the same
We're on a
thing
roll.
every
Let's keep
time. Everything you're doing is wrong as soon as you understand.
Did we ever look at 183 versus 186 though?
Yes, it was 183.
All right. At some point, we should let the jury know that.
Because the jury don't care. Absolutely don't care.
Do it at the end.
Yeah. But yeah, you'll take all the gifts, and then the minute you're in court, it's like, yeah, but that was really weird of her to be so nice.
Yeah, and that daughter, she gave her. What's she eating?
She said she let her come in and like pick out stuff for her. What? Like,
Yeah, doxing the jury is really smart, stupid mofos. They just showed 3 of the jurors.
oh my God.
All of them looked like younger women.
Did
Oh,
they-
those green bonbons we ate a lot at my grandma's house. If it's the same mental one.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Brian Soley.
Come on up, sir. Please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up to the front. Upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Oh, he
but
got
the
his
truth, so help
fancy
you God?
church.
I do.
Pullover
Thank you,
on
sir.
today.
Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Okay, my name is Ryan Soley. First name Ryan, last name Solie.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Mr. Soley, how are you employed?
I work for Wisconsin Lutheran High School.
In what capacity?
I'm the director of school safety.
All right. Going back to July of 2010, how were you employed?
I was a police officer for the city of West Dallas.
How long were you employed with the city of West Dallas at that point?
About 3-4 years.
Okay. On July 16th, 2010, were you dispatched to a Payday Loans?
Did she really?
Yes.
Did I miss that?
What?
She got a free washer and dryer?
Yeah, the I don't know what do you call kids from another? If you got together with a man, what would you call his kids?
Step?
Step kids. Okay, yeah.
That's what you're thinking of?
Also,
Okay.
Step Bros. I have seen that movie, and I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of movies with a stupid step bro. What are you doing, step bro?
No. You know how much a washer and dryer you can sell that
Yeah,
for? I mean,
she
come
got
on.
a washer and dryer, multimedia stand, and I
I
can't
heard
remember the
Yeah, or like the entertainment scene or whatever.
yeah entertainment stand. Yeah, and that's a washer and dryer is worth more than the TV she called extravagant.
Yeah. I mean, really though, you can sell those for like a couple $100 each. And I mean, if she loved money and was hurting for money and, I mean, wouldn't you keep all that stuff and sell it? That just seems odd to me that like, I don't know. It looks like the opposite for me because it's like if I was thinking like somebody who was like, oh, I unalived this woman so I could take all her stuff, have all this money, I'd be selling her stuff like crazy.
Yeah, you could get her shitty furniture that's crusty and all, but a washer and dryer, you can sell a washer and dryer on Craigslist. No problem.
No problem.
That's an easy $50 to $100. And someone will come pick it up, no problem.
So
No one was complaining when they got the gift, but after she was arrested, every gift was very suspicious.
yep, very suspicious.
So yeah.
What were you dispatched to that location for?
I believe someone was trying to fraudulently obtain some type of title loan.
Okay. Ultimately, when you were dispatched to that location, did you meet with other officers to get briefed on the situation?
I did.
Okay.
Well, it's the payday loan
Did you
guy.
make contact with the suspect in that case?
I did.
Who was the suspect?
Jessy Kurczewski.
If I would say it's Kurczewski, would you
Kurczewski.
have any issues with that?
No.
Okay. So you ended up speaking with Miss Kurczewski, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What did you talk to her about?
Well, employees on scene were worried that she was trying to fraudulently obtain a loan. She initially provided her identification and stated that she was Jennifer Flower. She showed
That's
me
the mother's name.
A picture ID of a Jennifer Flower, which did not look like Jessy. So I questioned her further on that.
What happened at that point?
She eventually admitted that Jennifer Flower was her mother, and she was there trying to obtain a title loan on her behalf.
Ultimately, was Miss Kurczewski taken into custody?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get to that point, though.
Yeah, I had
was
to
a
clean
search
out
of the vehicle
my
that
parents'
Miss
old
Kurczewski
house when my mom
that
died, and then my
location
dad's when
done.
he died. So
Yes.
I know it takes a
Was
long time.
identification relating to Miss Jennifer Flower located in that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what was found in the vehicle belonging to Miss Flower?
From what I recall, her social security card was in there. I'm not exactly sure what else we located in there.
If there were, if I were to show you your report from 2010, would that help refresh your recollection about what was found in the vehicle?
Yes.
All right, I'll get this marked as an exhibit after this. It'll be 218. It's Officer Soley's report from this incident.
All right.
219.
Yeah, but
Did you show it to Attorney Galaviz? All right, go ahead.
she was trying to get the loan in her mom's name. What is this?
Mr. Soley, I'm going to hand you what's going to be marked.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I said if she's trying to get the loan in her mom's name, what does that have to do with Lynn? Is it just trying? I mean, I thought they
It's to prove prior acts.
yeah, but I thought they weren't doing all that. I thought that
Well,
was
this is directly connected to the same kind of fraud, so maybe they're allowed to bring that in.
oh, okay.
I don't know. What do I know?
I don't know either. I was just chatting. Hey guys.
Yeah, and back then she was such a great friend, and she was giving them all these leverage gifts, and now, oh, she was a monster who gave and gave and gave and played on the slot machines and gave drinks at the bar. It's very suspicious. So yeah. But these payday loans, she ended up being convicted because that's fraud. The mom didn't send her to obtain the loans in her name.
Marked later as Exhibit 219. And I'm going to ask you to review the last bullet points, and then once you're done with that, turn it over and hand it to me. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After reviewing that, What other items of Miss Flower was located in the vehicle?
Her checkbook from her bank account. There was also some sort of letter from a company stating that a loan was approved.
All right. So ultimately, Ms. Kurczewski was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
Was a interview conducted with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
During that interview, did she talk to you about trying to obtain that car loan?
Yes.
What did she say about it?
She stated that she was trying to use her mom's information to obtain this loan. Her mom did not have any knowledge of her doing this. I believe she mentioned something about like gambling debt, being in gambling debt, and that's why she had to do this.
I don't know if you specifically stated it. Did Ms. Kurczewski have the consent of Ms. Flower to use her information to apply for this loan?
No.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Mr. Solly.
Attorney Galaviz?
It's the high school shirt.
No questions? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Yeah, the gambling death would make a motive more likely, but again, we have the
Objection.
All right, thank
70
you, sir. You are released from your subpoena.
the 70K winning they had as well. But I would like to see
All
her
right, you
finances.
call your next witness.
Judge, we are ahead of schedule and have no other witnesses available today to call.
Oh, look at that. Early day.
All right, then. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're going to get a little bit of an early start to the evening. We'll commence tomorrow as close as we can to 8:30 a.m. I do want to read the instruction. I know you've heard it. My goal
don't
by the
wanna-
end of this is that you can recite. We will stop or recess from time to time during legal arguments of this case.
Yeah, there was
Could be
no
misleading,
because yeah,
inaccurate,
she was
or
convicted
incomplete.
of it. They couldn't get around it.
Relying on this information or you can electronic should report justice. Any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules. You should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers.
Blah,
You
blah,
are to
blah,
decide
blah,
the
blah.
case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Get on with it.
Mhm.
Are they just gonna go on the record? No, she's finishing early. You have to remember they are mid Central Time, so they are an hour behind.
Mhm.
So normally she'll go to 5, 6.
Yeah, 5 their time.
Yeah, 5:30 is the normal ending time in her court. So I don't mind
Right,
because
thank
we
you.
have that
Be seated.
daylight savings time, so it
We'll
really
take up
messes with
the
my mind the first
issue
couple of
of
days.
the dual subpoenas to Mr. Craig, as I indicated earlier. Since you've now had an opportunity to obviously hear the state's questions on direct, cross-examine him. I know he's under subpoena, but what reason does the defense have, other than the generic reason that's been proffered earlier today, to not release him from his subpoena? And who will be addressing that for the defense? Go ahead.
Well, again, we want to assess the case at the conclusion of the state's case. There are potentially other text messages that I'm going to want to go into. Unfortunately, part of the problem with this witness also was that my computer broke over, my screen broke on my computer over the lunch hour. So I had prepped for a couple things that I had quickly sent over during the lunch hour to Attorney Galaviz. But I had the full packet of information on this particular witness. So I dealt with what I thought was most important, but there could be others. I just couldn't look at them over the lunch hour because my computer was broken.
That's not
so there
her
would
problem.
be
That's a you
potentially
problem.
other text messages.
In response from the state.
Judge, as far as the text messages, when we attempted to get into the specifics of them, it was Attorney Kugler who objected to that. They certainly will come in. The foundation will be laid through, I believe, either Detective Fredericks or Detective Schrader. And then, as I see it, they'll be in. There'll be a certified copy of the phone downloads from Ms. Kurczewski and Mr. Craig. Again, we could have explored that today. It was Attorney Kugler's objection that kept us from those. And so I simply am not hearing a reason why Mr. Craig would need to be called back. Certainly the defense added 2 exhibits this morning, I would add to the record, that were his recorded interviews that they appeared ready and able to play portions of if he had trouble remembering something or testified differently than he did back in 2019 when he was interviewed. And I think the next interview was 2021 perhaps, but several years ago.
Read that.
They had those opportunities today, and there's just nothing being brought up as to what they did not have the opportunity to ask him during his testimony today.
We have the right to call somebody in our case in chief and present our evidence in the way we want to.
But you're telling me you did not take the opportunity earlier to question him regarding text messages, which would have been a proper subject of cross-exam. I know there was an objection by Attorney Kugler to showing the witness text messages. Frankly, from my perspective, although you may link this up later, there were some issues with foundation, including that this witness never testified to what his phone number was or how
but they want to
had
save something for
labeled, if
their
any,
case. It's yeah.
Ms. Kurczewski's contact.
But again,
in his
why
phone.
shouldn't they be
Seen
able to
enough of
call
these
him back?
records to know
Because
how these
let
things
the
typically
state present their case, and maybe they
are
can say,
displayed
"Oh,
in the
we have
format they
something
are. I understand you'll need
in
a
his
detective
testimony
though
we
to
can use
further
now."
go through that foundation
find
in
it-
terms
find
of
it
why
weird.
it's in the format that it is versus a cell phone, for example. So given that, and there might still be a need for some of these things, I'll honor the request of the defense as it relates to this particular witness, give him some leeway, given some of the computer issues. I know that Attorney Kugler and Attorney Galaviz were able to get a number of documents by email, but this is a complicated case. It's scheduled for 25 days. There's volumes and volumes of discovery. At one point, it was described to me as being on a terabyte, and I think having a computer with your prep not available is reason sufficient as it relates to this witness. So I will keep him under
23
subpoena. He continues
Jamie,
to
we might
be
dug out before
under
25
the
days
exclusion
because this is going to be a slugfest.
rule that I set
Yeah.
up earlier. With that, is there anything else from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
No.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are in recess for the day. Please make sure when you come in tomorrow, I want both parties to test out the equipment before we bring the jury in. Sometimes there's a delay, sometimes cords aren't in the right place, but let's make sure everyone gets here early to do that. That should be done both in the morning and in the afternoon. And then I had a note, but kind of threw me with getting done early. So I'll tell the jury tomorrow about 183 being the correct document that was
And they don't
utilized
care about
during
183.
Mr. Craig's testimony. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Mommy. Well, a
Jeez.
lot of gossip today, a lot of hard evidence, no. But it was at least it was interesting because I was afraid it was just going to be as boring as last week, but today was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't
It
that
was no, I didn't lose my concentration 5 minutes into it and just kept searching the internet to make something funny. I will redirect everyone over to Dally Talks. If you haven't been with him before, he is one of the sweetest guys on the YouTube. He's helping Nicholas Starro out today by covering the case he has been doing. Man, I can't hear anything on my left ear. That's annoying. I will send all of you over there. Tomorrow we will be back as we were today at 9:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central. So we are ready to pick up when the court goes live at 8:30. They're pretty good at doing it compared to Texas. But everyone, thank you all so much for showing up. It's been great to have you here. I'm sorry that Words on the Screen didn't work, Iris, but hopefully it'll work tomorrow. Jamie, thank you for showing up.
always.
See you all tomorrow.
Bye.